हेलो एभ्रिवान, सबैलाई फेरि पनि स्वागत छ। PMPL सिजन 4 मा खेल्ने नेपाली टिम्सहरुसँग चाहिँ हाम्रो कुराकानी जारी रहेको छ। आज हामीसँग स्पेशल टिम रहनेवाला छ जुन रहेको थियो PMCO च्याम्पियन विजेस विथ भाइब।
हेलो गाइस, मेरो नाम सुबिन प्रजापति हो। मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ WZB रुल्स छ र मेरो इन गेम रोल पनि आइजिएल हो। प्लस म अहिले यो रिसेन्टली यो क्लानबाट खेलिरहेको छु।
मेरो नाम चाहिँ दिपेश गुरुङ हो अनि मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ डेल्टा हो अनि म चाहिँ एसल्टर हो फर टिम WZ।
विजेस भाइको पर्फर्मेन्स हामीले देखिआएको छौँ रेसेन्ट टुर्नामेन्ट्सहरूमा लाइक एनसी एन्ड PMCO। सो एनसीमा टप 3 हुनुहुन्थ्यो तपाईँहरू, PMCO तपाईँहरूले जित्नुभयो। PMPL सिजन 4 मा एउटा शानदार एन्ट्री पनि रहेको थियो। सो PMPL सिजन 4 को लागि एक्चुअलमा प्रिपरेसन कस्तो चलिरहेको छ त?
हाम्रो जुन अहिले यो PMCO को लाइनअपले यदि पहिले अझै लाइनअप यही प्लेयर पहिलेदेखि भएको भए चाहिँ PMNC मा नि केही चान्सेसहरू थियो, तर अहिले हामीले किनकि हामीलाई यो PMPL मा साइन अझै मिलेको छैन, त्यसमै बिल्डअप गरिरहेको छौँ। धेरै जसो केमा चोक खाएको छौँ त्यही हेरिरहेछौँ।
सो म यो क्वेसन चाहिँ डेल्टालाई सोध्न चाहेँ। WZV को लागि रोटेसन अलिकता सजिलो देखिन्छ, मेबी आइजिएल को कमाल हुन पाएको थियो चाहिँ। टिमलाई एक्ज्याक्टली आइजिएल ले कसरी लिड गर्छन् द्याट इज रुल्स, उनको कमान्ड के कसरी रहने गर्छ त?
रोटेसन एन्ड एभ्रिथिङ चाहिँ रुल्समाथि नै डिपेन्ड गर्छ। रुल्सको आउने भनेको कल मात्र हो र त्यो कललाई चाहिँ हामीले कम्प्लिट गर्ने हो। एन्ड फाइट एन्ड एभ्रिथिङ सब रुल्सले डिसाइड गर्ने हो, कता जाने हो कता नजाने हो, कता फाइट लिने हो कता फाइट नलिने हो।
सो नो क्वेसन आइजिएल को कुरा रह्यो एन्ड विच इज लाइक गुड वान एज वेल, किनभने रेस्ट अफ द प्लेयर्सले आइजिएल को कललाई फलो मात्रै गरिदिन्छ भने पनि द्याट गिभ्स द रिजल्ट। रुल्सको लागि एउटा पिक क्वेसन रहनेवाला छ। दुईटा इम्पोर्टेन्ट प्लेयर रहेको छ WZV सँग, रिपर अनि रेबेल। रिपरलाई हामीले फर्स्ट चोइस प्लेयरको रूपमा एनसीमा देखेको थियौँ, बट रेबेललाई चाहिँ हामीले PMCमा फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी प्लेयरको रूपमा देखेको थियौँ। टिम एक्सपेरिमेन्ट गर्दै थियो या हामी केही नयाँ एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ PMPL सिजन 4 मा?
फर्स्टमा त हामी रिपरलाई नै चुज गर्छौँ किनकि उसँग एक्सपिरियन्सले म्याटर गर्छ अहिले PMPLहरूमा चाहिँ। अनि जुन हामीले रेबेल भाइलाई जुन एक्सपिरियन्स दिन खोजेको थियौँ ग्रुप स्टेजमा दियौँ, प्लस अझै एक्स्ट्रा एक्सपिरियन्स उसले पाउन बाँकी नै छ।
फर नाउ रिपर विल बी द चोइस, बट स्टिल वान मोर बिग क्वेसन एन्ड सायद रिपर नै चुज गर्नुको एउटा सही डिसिजन सायद हुनसक्छ यो कुराको लागि। ओके, विजेस विथ भाइब अघिल्लो PMPLमा थिएन, सो यो पालिको PMPLबाट जिसी जान अलिकता मुस्किल त पर्नेवाला छ, बट स्टिल जिसी भनेको अल्टिमेट गोल रहन्छ इच एन्ड एभ्री टिमको लागि। जिसीसम्मको यात्रा कसरी तय गर्न सकिन्छ त?
हजुर, त्यही अब हामीले ड्रप लोकेसनहरू मेन भनेको नेपाली टिमहरूको त सब हामीलाई थाहा छ। जुन हामीलाई थाहा हुनु भनेको बाहिर विदेशको टिमहरूको त्यही गेमहरू जुन हामी एज अ टिम बनेर चाहिँ त्यो अरूको गेमहरू हेरेर हुन्छौँ, प्लस के एडभान्टेज के डिसएडभान्टेज जोनको प्याटर्नहरू सब रिड गरिरहेको।
सो गेम रिड आजकल अलिकता बढी म्याटर पनि गरिरहेको छ एक्चुअल गेम खेल्नुभन्दा पनि। सो एकदमै सही कुरा पनि भन्छु। सो डेल्टालाई मैले यो सोध्न चाहेँ कि विजेस भाइ किल पनि निकालिरहेको हुन्छ एन्ड देन प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट पनि निकालिरहेको हुन्छ। टिमलाई एग्रेसिभ लाइनअप बन्ने या ब्यालेन्सिङ लाइनअप बन्ने?
हामी चाहिँ ब्यालेन्स टिम हो। हामी किल उठाउन मिल्ने ठाउँमा किल उठाउँछौँ अनि किल नउठाउन मिल्ने ठाउँमा हामी सर्भाइभ गर्छौँ, अनि त्यसैले नै हाम्रो गेम पनि ब्यालेन्सै जान्छ। कन्सिस्टेन्सी WZV को एकदमै की टु सक्सेस पनि भनिरहेको थियो। सो हामी इन्टरभ्यू समसअप गर्नेवाला छौँ। रिसेन्ट विजेस भाइको पर्फर्मेन्सले धेरै फ्यान बेस पनि बटुलेको छ, सो केही म्यासेज दिन चाहनुहुन्छ?
थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर सपोर्ट। धेरै माया गरिदिनु भयो, धेरै सपोर्ट गरिदिइराख्नु भएको छ। जो हजुरहरूले जुन आश गर्नुभएको छ हामी त्यसलाई निराश गर्ने छैन।
थ्याङ्क यू एभ्रिवान फर सपोर्टिङ। अनि रुल्सले भने जसरी नै हामी तपाईँहरूलाई निराश चाहिँ गर्नेवाला छैनौँ। वी विल गिभ आवर बेस्ट। पक्कै पनि
विजेस विथ भाइबले आफ्नो जुन फर्म रहेको छ त्यो क्यारी गर्नेवाला छ भन्ने हामी चाहिँ आश राख्नेवाला छौँ। सो हामी तपाईँलाई फेरि भेट्नेवाला छौँ PMPL सिजन 4 को एक्सन सँगसँगै। अहिलेको लागि स्टे ट्युन्ड।
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Hello and welcome to our virtual studio for this season's PMPL Season 4, of course. A huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Along with that, when it comes to the day, this is going to be day number 2 of the second Super Weekend. I'm going to be your host. Joining us, of course, is going to be the analyst, and it is going to be none other than Ocean Sharma and I, Super Johnny. How you guys doing, mates?
Well, pretty good to be honest. Just after watching yesterday's games,
Right.
I would love to see how the opponents are gonna be, just trying to tackle maybe DRS or something. But
Yeah.
I need answers though, and also that panda dance.
Hopefully.
It's the same, yeah. I mean, I'm going to be looking forward to the Panda Dance as well, and what is going to happen to DRS today, because yesterday they made history for Season 4, getting the first hat-trick of this season. But will they be able to carry forward the momentum? Because one more thing comes into question is right now, priority number 1 is to get those chicken dinners, to get that money, and also to stay in the top 16. So the teams are going to be contesting for that. Also, another storyline I want to focus on today is the teams at the bottom 3. They did quite decent for their first day, but will they be able to surpass Paradox today? That is
Well, the way they were able to showcase the 5 games performance yesterday, right? It was looking pretty comfortable for them in terms of that journey, just the 5 games itself. But we'll see. Absolutely, we'll see what the second day for the second Super Weekend is going to bring to the table for them. But in all of it, when it comes to the entirety of the teams, these teams are, of course, fighting for the bragging rights. Along with that, the massive prize pool of $150,000 on the line. Now, from that, yesterday we saw the real soldiers back to back in 90 minutes stack up 3 grand for themselves. So today, once again, I mean, Johnny, it is a huge undertaking to get a chicken dinner, isn't it, for these Super Weekends?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of money on the line. As I always like to say, every weekend brings along with it $15,000 for the teams to win. $3,000 were claimed yesterday by DRS, but now the question is, can they surpass T2K? T2K are leading the overall scoreline, right? They are sitting on the first position in the overall leaderboard.
Sure.
DRS, they will need that extra chicken in order to take the first position away from them. Also,
Absolutely.
I'm expecting a sort of a comeback from ZEUS.
Most certainly. Again, I mean, when it comes down to the teams from the Mongolian region, I mean, Ocean, Johnny, both of you have spoken about this again and again. When it comes down to these teams from Mongolia, they are always going to dominate. And in that domination, most of the times, when you talk about ZEUS, we see that kill point working in that team's favor. I mean, that team just hammers on to their opponents from the minute they drop down to their location of Jajapur on Erangel, all the way to wherever they're circulating across in the entirety of the map, Ocean.
Exactly. I mean, just like you said, yeah, ZEUS loves that chaos. They thrive on it. But Stalwart is another team that just loves to go for those final moments for themselves. And if they are there, they would like to make an impact with the players like Action and Top. Those are just amazing players. Wizzes with Vibes is doing pretty decent for themselves. T2K, if we talk about this team, well, they have 4 chicken dinners in their pocket. That is, $4,000. But today, now it's time for the tiebreaker, right? Which team out of T2K or DRS just gets that fifth? Like, which team just ends their day on more and more numbers for themselves?
Or will they completely be stopped in terms of that sort of a track record? And we might just see, as Varun was also mentioning, Mongolian teams, for example, ZEUS Esports right there, pick up that dominating reign that they've showcased in the previous season as far as their gameplay have been concerned. But in all of it, we know for a fact Future Station is going to be right around the corner in the top 3 to top 5 always.
Yeah, especially on Erangel. I mean, it's really difficult to not find this team in the top 3 on those Erangel maps. But moving forward, yesterday I believe there was a bit of momentum loss from the side of BABLU Clarity, because they started off really well. This week was a good start for them as far as the league play days was concerned. Yesterday was a bit shaky, but today I do expect a recovery from their side. Same goes for DEADEYES. Guys, A1 Esports, we did see them pop off, get that chicken dinner on Sanhok, but the Erangel later on wasn't really something they were expecting.
Exactly. I mean, talk about that consistency. That is something that has been lacking from A1 Esports. On the other front, as we move on to the next rosters, we are looking at, of course, this team from Bangladesh region, Venom Legends, that did showcase a real synergistic play for themselves yesterday.
Yeah, talking about Venom Legends, yeah, they did really good. I mean, talking about one moment of Ripe, and you remember Miramar, well, that just did not work out in his favor. Otherwise, the team was doing brilliant. Venom Legends, there were a lot of times when they were multiple times they were in the last circle. 7C, they did good. R3D, pretty good in Sanhok. So every team is trying to find out their forte right now, in order to just have a really good fighting stance for themselves. But for as of now, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, for them, the first obstacles Paradox. So
well, that is so true indeed, because as of now, when it comes to the story report, these teams are trying to cross over that 75-point marker that has been created from the first Super Weekend coming in from the Australian team of Paradox. But moving on to the storyboard altogether itself, we're looking at Train to Kill still maintaining that top position for themselves with 4 chicken dinners, looking pretty comfortable with 233 points. But DRS, ZEUS Esports, DEADEYES guys, I8, I mean, all of these teams, every single game that we're looking at, they're trying to climb. Varun.
Yeah, they're doing a really wonderful job, especially the leaps that were made by DRS yesterday have brought them close enough against the competition. Train to Kill, they've surpassed their rivals as well, that is ZEUS Esports. But today, now questions are going to be thrown around by ZEUS Esports' performance, because yesterday we saw them being quite stagnant, right? There weren't any major bad performances if you look at the day as a whole, but there wasn't the ZEUS Esports iconic pop-off performance as well. So today we're going to be expecting that. Wizzes with Vibes have been able to transition the overall momentum from their play from the league stages, from the league play days to the Super Weekend. So I expect them to do really well by the end of this week.
Absolutely. As we move on to the next page, Ocean. Now, this is where the numbers game comes into play, mate, and therefore, this is going to be your chapter.
I mean, Venom Legends, look at this. 5 games, 45 points for them. That is incredibly amazing, the way this team has been moving forward. And if they play in the similar fashion, or even better today, they might as well surpass Paradox and High Voltage, both those teams. Not exactly High Voltage, though, but they will be pretty close to High Voltage if they play in the similar fashion. And, well, tomorrow they'll have their own climb, and they might even surpass some other teams that are just here. We'll have to see how that happens. But R3D and 7C, we'll have to see where these teams go down, because R3D right now pretty consistent with those placement and kill point department, 19-19 for both. So given the chance, given the correct fashion of how they are playing, yeah, they did showcase really good game only on Sanhok though, but I would say they can do even better on Erangel and Miramar as well.
Most certainly can. There is no two ways about it. There's nothing separating them. But talking about what is separating from position 1 to position 2, that is of course going to be T2K going up against DRS. Well, both these teams, they were so very close. They were so very close when it comes down to Super Weekend Day 1 compared to DRS's Super Weekend Day 1 itself, because Super Weekend Tuesday 1, of course, where we did see the real soldiers step into the exact same shoes that T2K did in the first Super Weekend.
Exactly. I mean, all these points, ladies and boys and girls, from T2K's side is from their previous Super Weekend's first day, where they had 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, and DRS's points are from yesterday. So think about it. 1 day for 75 points and 1 day for 96 points. T2K, they had 2 amazing games, then they faltered down. That shows a dip in their average survival as compared to DRS Gaming, which is more than 20 minutes for them in the average. 34 kills, 41 kills, but the damage dealt is kind of not exactly around similar footholds, but kind of around similar footholds. That shows that, the way DRS has been playing starting yesterday, they want to make an impact. And today they would want to surpass Train to Kill, but I would love to see if Train to Kill is ready for that or not.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that as well. Plus, I would love to see DRS be, the same level of consistency in the performance that they showcased yesterday. That is what I want from the team, because they did really, really good. I mean, we clearly saw the difference in the average survival team, the difference in the number, the total points that the team got on the very first day of the Super Weekend was clear as well, and it was because of those 3 chicken dinners. While T2K were only able to secure 2 on the first day of the first Super Weekend, DRS yesterday got 3. The hat trick, like no one's going to stop talking about this for a while. And it was incredible to watch. But now that has also put a target on the back of DRS, because you remember what happened during the first week, right? DRS did so well during the league play days that everyone was there to shut them down when the Super Weekend rolled around. And I believe based on how yesterday went, today might just be the same thing.
I mean, I would love to see if it is same or even better, because we know DRS, they are there at the way, where they're pushing their limits. Look at this. First, second, third game for them. And again, ladies and boys and girls, these head-to-heads if you look at in the performance seismograph, you see them. It's from T2K, it's previous week's first day, and from DRS, it's yesterday's day. So look at the difference as they are creating. For T2K, it was first 2 games amazing, then they had a dip. DRS, they remained there for third game as well, and that just helped them gather more and more points slowly and steadily. Even in the fourth game, it was a close affair if you look at both the teams, but DRS still had the upper edge, and well, they would want to continue tomorrow. These players are beasts right now.
Yeah,
they definitely are, and they are monstrous in terms of the lobby that was being showcased in the second Super Weekend's day number 1. But as we progress on forth with our conversations, these are the teams that are at the top of the totem pole, right? Now we move on to a conversation regarding the teams that are, well, first of all, joining in for the first time into this Super Weekend saga itself, into the second Super Weekend for PMPL Season 4. And the teams that I would want you guys to kind of bring up in this entire realm is going to be these two, Venom Legends and R3D, because both these teams, in fact 7C also, but because Venom Legends and R3D are so close in terms of their points, they're both trying to get over Paradox's 75-point marker. And what are your expectations from them for just today's 5 games?
I mean, one of the major problems we noticed with R3D was the fact that the rotations were really tricky to execute inside of the game. Majority of the times they were getting caught off guard and getting punished. On the other side, Venom Legends actually, as the matches went by, they started to step up their aggression level, and in the later matches you would see them fighting a lot more. You would see them getting a little more aggressive, not running away from fights, and it turned out by the end of the day, in the very last Erangel, we saw the impact that Venom Legends had put on the game with all those kills that Steel Shot was in fact able to bring for his team. I would like to see R3D sort of replicate the same thing, because we have discussed this before. In a lobby like this, you will have to take those fights if you want to get those points.
Yeah, and also we saw in their stats one thing, and that is R3D, they have 1 minute and 1 second more survival time than Venom Legends, right? So it just comes down to this one conversation, that is, if they are surviving more, you should be able to create the impact more and more, but they don't have that impact overall. It's Venom Legends who has that impact, just because of one reason, that is R3D yesterday, it looked like they were a bit scared because they were first time coming to the Super Weekend. No doubt Venom Legends was as well, but every team has a different mentality. So yesterday they just wanted to just have the vibe of what the lobby is, what's the change from a league day to a Super Weekend, and today I would say R3D is going to be even better.
Yeah, completely agree with that. I mean, R3D, they are looking good. I mean, even with the third Erangel match yesterday, the positioning was actually really good. But in that game, I mean, the circle was also in a really, like, it was doing weird things with moving the way it was. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how things have changed for these teams today and what they will be able to accomplish in the matches today. Although I do expect both of them to surpass Paradox by the end of the day in the next 5 matches.
All right. That's going to be a huge undertaking. But again, I mean, based on the stats that we have in front of us right now, it is definitely possible. I mean, Venom Legends looking at 45 points from just 5 games. That is going to be convincing. And if they're able to bring that sort of a gameplay today, well, they definitely can move on all the way up. And in that doing so, they will, of course, be surpassing Paradox. In the other front, we spoke about the highs. We spoke about the lows. Let's talk about the middle range right now. Let's talk about DEADEYES, guys, and I8. Both of them sitting at the exact same point marker when it comes to the storyboard altogether itself.
Yeah.
But in this, I8 has been consistent, whereas I would say DEADEYES guys have had their ups as well as lows. Would you agree?
I mean, I8, one point where they have been consistent is, I do agree with you, but one point I8 have been consistent with is getting those kills. Because look at that, 91 kills by this team. We know they like to fight a lot, and Crypto is always there along with his teammates to be part of any action that they spot out. But this is going to be really interesting to see, because DEADEYES guys are also coming with a pretty decent momentum for themselves into the Super Weekend, and they're putting up decent numbers on the board.
For me, what I would say is, both the teams are kind of having their similar good games and similar bad games. Their average survival time, it's pretty close to each other. Their average points, average damage stats is pretty close to each other. Damage received is pretty close to each other. So yeah, wherever they are, just if one team falters down, the other one is faltering down as well. But again, this game is about survival of the fittest, so you don't have to worry about your opponents. You'll have to take them down eventually. So if these teams, just get right in front of each other, it's if there's a fight that's I8 versus DE, I would want to see that. I would want to see which team executes better strategies, because right now both of them, they are in top 5 with 163 points for both of them. But eventually, as soon as the first game hits up, one of the teams will be getting more points for sure. And which team is it going to be? Like that's the question.
I mean, that is definitely going to be a big question. But as you said, I mean, the main brawl for these two teams, it is going to be those maps of Erangel. That's all I have to add.
Yeah, that's true. Because, if we just start looking at the way I8 was performing. So, in the recent times, if you look post 15th match, right? They kind of have that almost similar stats right from the starting of the 15th match, like they were pretty close. Then I8 just starts picking up the pace, and well, they picked up the pace on their first match as well. You see them at the 26-point marker, right? But that's where DE was not just up to their mark, but DE started putting up a really good fight after the 5th or the 6th match. That just shows that DE was starting to play slow, but once they just got hold of it, now they are just having their own mentality, and that is, even if we are going slow, we are taking a lot of players with us. Like they're getting those numbers for themselves.
Exactly, and that definitely is going to be entertainment for the fans, of course, because when you talk about both the teams and the regions and their fans, they both have a humongous support for them, and of course, the fans are definitely going to be rooting for these teams. And again, if you guys are sitting here, we're waiting for the matches to start, we are going to get moving on with just a few more minutes, but before we do so, we want to give you some gifts. We're going to have this perfect set of giveaways set up for you. Starting things off, it's going to be this awesome looking M4 skin, the Desert Storm. This is a skin that every single day we're going to be sharing the codes for in the chat, but keep in mind what channel you're on, because the chat codes, the codes in the chat will be given on that particular page right there, which is going to be PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. So go on to PUBG Mobile South Asia, right? And that is where in the chat itself you will have to keep an eye out, because the codes are going to be spread throughout the entirety of the day, and as soon as you get that code, the gun is yours. Simple as that. Nothing more to it. Along with that, another wonderful thing that we have to talk about is going to be this beautiful looking PMPL permanent t-shirt that you can have on your avatar, on your character in game all the time, because it's going to be yours. But for that also, once again, I request you to go down to PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page, subscribe, click on that bell notification so that you always tune into that page, because all of these giveaways are going to be happening on that particular page itself. Now, coming back to this particular PMPL t-shirt, this is going to be a Q&A that will be in the chat rounded out the 3rd match. So keep an eye out for that. With that, let's get our day started off. Let's move on to our schedule, where we are going to be starting things off on Erangel. Now, you know FS is going to be there. Warren, Ocean.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so FS, so that's the thing, right? FS had a really good game yesterday, right? The last game, it was a chicken dinner for them. So, yeah, I get it. FS definitely is going to be there. But these two teams, DRS and Train to Kill, right next to each other in the map chance.
Oh yeah.
This is where I want to see what happens, because both the teams, they need their 5th chicken dinner. They'll have to go for that 5th chicken dinner, $5,000. That's where the conversation is right now. So yeah, that's where it is. And again, ZEUS.
And ZEUS and Stalwart as well, perhaps.
As I was saying, right now there's a difference between DRS and T2K, so I would love to see DRS catch up, so I'm going to be rooting for them and ZEUS Esports as well, because if they catch up to DRS, then the pressure is on both the teams on top. So if any one of them wins, we win automatically.
Absolutely, absolutely. With that, let's get our day started off. Let's jump into the game itself. It is going to be time to move on to the casters, the dudes who take us through these games. It is none other than XP and Play once again.
Thank you for that, Blotter. Wonderful gentleman on the desk.
I see your mouth moving.
Ocean and wait, what? Oh no, Discord's acting up. I'm going to reconnect.
All right, so till he reconnects, let me take over real quick. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I like the fact that, the talent desk, again, I call them talent desk. Man, they really are talented. The analyst desk, they like winning. They like winning. They like throwing the little predictions out. They like picking their teams, and they like to win. Now, I'm not taking anything away from them. Winning is great, but come on, guys. You can't be picking sides this early on. I'm just pulling your leg right now. But Blay, it is going to be the 2nd day in the 2nd Super Weekend in the 4th season of PMPL.
Yeah, boy.
What are we expecting, boy?
I'm expecting madness. Look, listen. We had the pleasure of casting the game where DRS got 3 chicken dinners, man. 3 chicken dinners. All right, you don't need to show it so hard, XP. But yeah, 3 chicken dinners back to back to back. The hat trick. They managed to pull it off yesterday. Now, can you recreate that? That's going to be, I wouldn't say impossible, but very improbable. But what we're going to be seeing here, ladies and gentlemen, entering the 2nd day of the 2nd Super Weekend, We're going to be starting all the way from Sosnovka military base, meaning I-8 and Stalwart are going to be pretty happy. Cutting across the map, pretty much almost like a straight up, almost straight up. You know, if it had headed towards Severny, instead it's going to be towards shooting range. But all things considered, I guess most teams would be pretty comfortable with the way the plane path is. We can take a look at the overall rankings as well. XP, Seal 9, High Voltage, and Paradox, you can see them grayed out because they aren't playing this particular Super Weekend, right? But RAW is definitely there. But here's the thing. None of the other teams have yet surpassed the points of accrued. Because, again, it was just day one, right? I do want to know where the other three teams stand. The teams who didn't play, like 7C and all these guys who didn't get to play the first Super Weekend, who are playing the second Super Weekend. I wonder where they do stand right now.
I'm assuming they're 17, 18, and 19.
Well, great job. I want to know the points. I want to know how many points they have, though, XP. But jokes aside, if you look at T2K up there, right? They did end the day with some great showings as well. But DRS, what an astronomical just rise straight. I mean, they literally just whizzed past everyone in that top 8.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was beautiful, and what is beautiful is this first circle. Get ready for a lot of drama on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, because the entirety of the military base island is going to be in the circle, and chances are we might actually see the final circles down south as well.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah indeed. Now, if we quickly have a look at the overall rankings, which Blade did just brush through, it's all there on your screens. Now, what excites me is have a look at Stalwart Esports and I-8. In the 6th and 5th position, respectively, I-8 have 163, Stalwart have 160. But now, if you look towards the right of your screens, have a look at the kill leaders. Stalwart and I-8 are going to be leading the charge with, Stalwart has 2 members with 76 and 71 kills.
Sheesh.
Topping the chart. I mean, that is just abysmal. That is phenomenal. The fact that, they're still above teams like T2K, DRS. Now, that is where the consistency comes in, right? We know Stalwart Esports is a hard-hitting team. However, they do tend to get caught out a bit more than often. And, as a result, they don't really have enough placement points to back up their kills. But again, man, leading the kill charts, that is phenomenal. And talking about the Devils themselves, in 3rd spot, we did have them from I-8. It looks like they're trying to add up to that count because 7C is going to come under fire. And oh my goodness, Fair, he is fearful for his life. He runs away with just a sliver of HP, but his teammates are going to be fighting somebody else as Ale comes in through, but he's the one who gets taken down. And there you have it. Run over for the first kill of this game. Second kill, actually.
It's a second kill. Yeah, you're right, XP. I was just about to bring up 7C. And they just got wrecked. They got wrecked. So
you've kind of advanced now, because normally when you call them out, that's when they die. But now all you have to do is just think
about them, and they die. Yeah. Meanwhile, a little bit of action breaking out over here as well. It's gonna be Stalwart taking a few shots in the direction of T2K, who will kind of make their escape. Wizzes did have a knock taking place there. So I just wanted to point it out that right now, P and crew, obviously, they have 0 points because they're at the bottom of the table. They haven't played 2 Super Weekends back to back, and the chances look kind of slim right now, right?
Blake.
Yeah.
If I just may add a point, have a look at T2K, right? They did kind of jump towards the north of the bridge at Milta. They came down. I see that they're going in for the kill. Now, Top is the only person in this vehicle. So he's going to switch his seats. There you have it. And he's going to lay down some ledge, which he does. And he might just get a knock on Legend, which is just moments away. But alas, it is something that is not going to happen on this day right now. But again, if you have a look at the replay, Wizzes with Wives are coming through. T2K were chasing Wizzes with Wives play. Hence, they got caught up in this little kerfuffle towards the south of the bridge. Because I'm sure you must have been wondering, wait a second, T2K, are they really taking the fight to the enemy? What happened was 2 members of T2K saw Wizzes with Wives whizzing by. They decided to give them a chase. And, it turns out Rules is going to be the last man standing for his team. And it does turn out, Blade, that was the first kill that we saw earlier on, because they only have 3 members who made it to the game.
Yeah, that's just... it's rough, that's a rough start to the game. I'm just going to try and highlight... this is going to be one of those games, actually. It's going to be one of those games we're going to be seeing a lot of action breaking through. But I just want to kind of paint the picture of what we need to see, right? Venom Legends, R3D, and 7C are in the server, correct? Day 1 is done. We have 2 more days. Now, Venom Legends on 45 points, R3D on 38, 7C on 34. Correct? The team above them is Paradox on 75. Now, I'm assuming that these 3 teams will be able to surpass Paradox. However, High Voltage, the team right above Paradox, is 96. Now, can these teams get those 50, 60 points to jump over high voltage? That is
Now-
the question here.
See, the fact that we have 10 games in hand, which is, of course, including all the 5 games from today and the 5 games that are going to be played tomorrow on day 3, I think getting an average of 5 points a game is doable. So they can easily hit that 85, 90 point mark.
The math checks out. The math checks out. But
The math checks out, but the thing is, it'll still be even Steven for all the teams, on the second half of the table. I'm talking position 11 on downwards because, a few teams sat the last weekend out, a few teams are sitting this weekend out. But again, it's going to all come down to what they do in the league play. It's all those 8 matches. It's funny how the 8 matches in league play have so much of weight behind them, play as compared to the Super Weekends, in a way.
well, I have to agree with you. The math checks out. Logically speaking, they could make it happen, but we've seen certain teams kind of fall off the wayside. XP. We've seen some of them struggle, and then it just comes down to the small little margins, right? Small little errors being made, which could just it starts to lead to a domino effect, and then everything just goes wrong abysmally. So yes, there we go. We see all the teams right now in the live rankings right there, so it's easier for us to paint a picture. So High Voltage and Paradox, right, and Seal9, these are the 3 teams who aren't going to be... I'm expecting RAW to get way more points, right? They still have 2 days to play. But Seal9, Paradox, and High Voltage, these are the 3 teams that Venom Legends, R3D, and 7C want to knock down to the lower half of that table, to the bottom of the table, rather. So we have to keep an eye on that. We will, of course, be keeping track, but let's keep track of what's happening on in the play zone. So I guess everyone's kind of expecting, kind of going with us, XP, that they expect the final zone to be the military base. And we can see DEADEYES guys. Are they going to go for a aquatic route? We don't know. Vibes definitely are. T2K, though, despite a bit of a scare from Stalwart Esports, have managed to comparatively escape unscathed, and they've managed to find themselves in the military airbase, the airbase area of the military island. So they're in a pretty comfortable spot. It is very centralized, so they have a lot of options available. I8 right now, the kings of that particular side of the bridge, so they are going to be someone they have to reckon with. Future Station, they don't want to take that fight, XP. They don't want to go up against I8, and they're going to do what they've done time and time again: head to the ferry pier, pick up a couple of boats, and then head on to that cliffy area where you got a couple of little jutting out rocks where you can just settle up there and potentially just take pot shots at ZEUS or R3D.
If you remember the last time we had a circle similar to this is exactly what they did. We saw them at that cliff just by the edge of the water, like you mentioned. But if you remember, I8 were pretty dominant right up until the end in that game, making sure that they have a lay of the land and, they have everything in control. But let's see if that's going to be the case in this game. But again, the fact that Team K have already broken through this early on is quite phenomenal, as now it looks like they're trying to break the spirit of A1 Esports, as they did lay down a few shots, but realizing that, he is all by his lonesome in case the enemy decides to retaliate. He does make the correct decision to kind of move on back just a little bit. And talking about the enemy, they did hear the commotion, they did take a little bit of damage, and it is A1 Esports. The question is, are they on top of their game today? Because it seems like they are ready for a fight, dismounting from their vehicles, getting a good control of that compound, and getting ready for an assault later on. Now, Vibes are going to be making their way across as well. And, we were talking about Future Station moments earlier. I wonder if they're going to spot out R3D this time, because, well, we saw last time they just kind of surprised them, went all the way around them, Blade, down south, and then, gave them a taste of their own medicine. But I'm going to be expecting them to be keeping an eye out for moving objects in the water. Now, as the circle is going to implode in on itself, I kind of have a feeling, Blade, we might end up somewhere on that massive hill with that observatory tower up top just west of Nowhere Up North.
Indeed, that could very well be, I guess, a very reasonable assumption. But with the zone's position there, like I said, Future Station, they will have to relinquish control of that particular part of the cliff, which might allow RAW. Where are they on the map? Let me take a quick look as to where RAW are. They should be coming in from the western side, at least based on what I can see here. I can't even see them on the map. Oh, yeah, they're coming in all the way west of Primorsk. In fact, even further west of where I do believe that's R3D or so. They're taking a very long route, and based on its trajectory, I guess they're going to be coming up from the bottommost part of the southernmost part of the military island, where there is a nice little beach over there. The problem is, actually, by the time they reach there, that beach could potentially be occupied, and R3D Are they aware? Oh,
Oh yeah, they laid down some shots. That's why they got in the water.
are they going to be picked up?
I would assume that all 3D should be going in for the kill because they do have the man advantage. Now, have a look. They are going to be picked up as of right now. Blah, blah, blah is going to get on making sure that, they patch themselves up. They got to act quick, though, because, again, the blue is going to be doing a lot of damage. And looks like all 3D are going to be running away to fight another day. But now they are going to come under fire from RAW. The question is which R team is going to make it, because looks like all 3D do have the upper hand. But again, Play, at this point, the blue zone is going to do his damage, and especially Adil, he's going to have to probably dismount from the boat or come to a complete halt to patch himself up. But right now, we are going to see some bridge action, ladies and gentlemen, as I8 once again, remember the last time as well, we saw Blade in these positions, which was just phenomenal because, he can get those crazy angles on the enemy. And if BABLU is not careful, Blade,
Here we go.
they could be gunned down.
I feel like this is deja vu. Wasn't it
It
BABLU
is.
who got completely wrecked last time?
It was.
It was, right? So, are they expecting this? Are they? Oh, no, they're not. Oh, daddy. Oh, daddy. Oh, daddy. Oh, I love the trigger discipline. I love the trigger discipline. Now he's going to unleash, and indeed he will. And there we go, Blade. He's going to chew them up and spit them out with his bullets, but no. He drops down, but he's done the damage. He's going to take down Zibian. Now, this is terrible for BABLU XP, because even if they want to drop down below the bridge to try and escape I8, Blade's waiting, but he's going to immediately make his way above, and 420 Boy is like, guys, not again. It happened earlier once more. Oh no, Danny's going to fall, and is going to be burnt alive, and leaves a little bit of revenge from 420 Boy, but he's too far away to confirm the kill, and Reviews even taking a few shots, and that's a very brave ploy from Reviews out in the open.
Yeah, but again, as 420 Boy is going to be taking shots at him, he is going to expose himself to the members on the bridge as well. So I guess it's a little give and take situation. But now, yeah, like you mentioned, Danny Boy, I beg your pardon, 420 Boy doesn't really have any options, Play, because you did mention that earlier on there was somebody under the bridge. But even if he goes under the bridge, he has a massive target on his back, and options are going to be running low as the circle is going to change once again. We are heading further down south, which means Utah B to the southern part of Sosnovka military base is going to be prime property, as two teams are going to be heading up. But looks like one of them just got taken out by the blue zone, Blay, and it is Assassin from R3D. It is in the blue zone. It was Raw pumping them full of lead.
Well, oh well. I really felt like R3D should have had the edge, but I felt like they stuck around for a little too long.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It's basically a battle for a bit of naval warfare coming in, something you rarely ever get to see in PUBG Mobile. One player standing for R3D is Joker. Is usually the last man standing for his team, and he's out in the blue XP, and when he eventually makes his way towards safety, it looks like he might just be walking into RAW. So R3D's days are numbered, and most likely they will be the first team to be eliminated here. There we go. R3D down to one member, Wizzes with Vibes down to one member. It's kind of crazy that Wizzes still have that one guy who was swimming around. I do wonder where he is at the moment. BABLU as well, solitary member remaining here. It's been a rough time for these three teams, and there we have it. R3D will finally succumb to the zone, and that is going to be the first wipe taking place, as DEADEYES guys are hot on the heels of ZEUS. I wonder how that's going to go.
Now, this action is, of course, happening on the west bridge as of right now. We're going to come to that right now because ZEUS are going to be lined up perfectly for Crypto. He takes one down. Godless somehow makes his way outside of the bridge.
how?
But almost spun out. Almost got knocked out, but now he's going to get out of this vehicle. Question is, can he administer a first aid? He is behind the rock over there, but unfortunately his legs were jutting out just a little bit, Blay, and he was seen by Crypto. Now, ZEUS were taking a massive
Look at DEADEYES guy. Oh no, it's stuck!
they realized that, wait a second, we've got trouble up ahead. They're going to come down, but now the vehicle is on its head. Again, getting shot at. Rated is going to be still standing to make sure he gets some cover behind the vehicle, but his feet gave him away.
This is the Bridge of Tears. Forget whatever that, fake bridges over in London XP. This is the real Bridge of Tears. How many players have just been slaughtered? 7 kills for I8, and they're like, yep, job's done. Let's get the hell out of here.
Man, I mean, that is some bridge action. Even, I guess we kind of wanted it. We did kind of ask for some bridge action, and
I am happy. I love it.
On the other side, on the eastern bridge, we have 420 boy. Again, he's one man, but it kind of looks like he hasn't got the memo because he's picking a fight with whatever is moving in front of him. Now, kudos, it does help that, Rules is also the last man standing for his team. We could have a little bit of a chase, but it looks like Rules is going to be the first to get off his vehicle. Chances are he is going to be training his sights down the bridge, and in any second, 420 boy could be wiped out. Nope! Rules gets back in the car, and now we have the hot pursuit on once again. Now 420 boy gets off, and he's going to be pumping some lead in his direction. But
why is 7C still here? Guys, you gotta really make a move. You gotta really make a move here, boys. They're gonna administer a few first aid kits, XP, but this is cutting it a little close, because at this juncture, that zone is dealing a ton of damage. And speaking of damage, Baron will be yet another. Well, Memo. You get a free kill here. Unless Wally's there. Wally's lying in wait. Memo aware. There's a player nearby. Oh, this is a problem, right? Sure, now you have to face off against a zone where you have to keep healing yourself regularly. At the same time, to be worried about someone just waiting at the edge of the circle. He might just get... Oh, play zone steals it away! No kill for you, Memo, but he's at least able to heal himself up a little bit. I gotta say, 7C's fortunes look pretty slim right now.
However, the fact was, they had a couple of members who were in the circle already, so they are going to still be survived by 2 members. They did lose... one of them on the bridge, or they are going to. Let's see if that's going to happen because, since Baron did go down, he is going to get a chance to pick up his utilities. Maybe he's kitted out with first aid kits. You never know. He might just make it. But 7C, against all odds, are still in the game with Smokey, We2, and Fair running about in their vehicles. In fact, Fair kind of just hit the plane over there and is now going to have to take a little U-turn to get out of harm's way. A1 Esports, we did see them almost get into some action early on, but it looks like they survived that onslaught, as now they are again going to be maneuvering around the new circle just to make sure they have a good position for later on. Now the aim is going to be to get higher up on the mountain toward the south of this island, as Reviews just spot the migration happening. He does lay down a few shots, however the distance is a bit too much for it to make any difference.
If you can just bring up the map for a second here, just literally for 5 seconds, production, you just point something out. So RAW and Venom Legends are in a fantastic spot, and there we go. A1, they're like, oh, we're gonna head for the cliffs, but instead they get mowed down, annihilated by RAW, who arrived here a long time ago. They've staked their claim to this land, and they're gonna completely, well, not completely, but get a number of kills here. A1 Esports down to just Shoykot and 9boy. Now, all this commotion has been heard by Venom Legends, and they're on the other side. Not the other side, but on the cliff nearby. And Schultz actually getting shot at from the distance. I'm not sure from where. Now 9boy looking to deal a bit more damage. Seal. Is that it for Seal? I still think they have a couple of members alive.
Yeah,
one member, yeah. Oh, there we go. 9boy's been spotted out, XP, and I do believe A1 down to one as well. one person. But where is he? I can't even...
Oh, he's a bit further back. Shoykot is going to be a bit further back, about 200, maybe 250 meters out.
Look at 7Cs. Look at 7Cs. They're coming in all the way down south. Oh, okay. Maybe. Can we? Quickly. Production. 7C. Can we show 7C? There we go. They're trying to be cheeky, XP, but Joker spotted him out. I really felt like, imagine how paranoid RAW are. How would they even expect a team to be behind them this late in the game?
Well, I mean, I like the fact they're keeping a 360 vigil because Joker is definitely aware that someone's in the water, but it could be Memo from distance play who actually might come in and do some damage. But just looking at him on the screen right now, he is low on HP, gets back in the car. He needs to patch himself up. Looks like he's not going to be of any help.
How is Memo even alive?
As Smokey is still going to be taking damage. Now, of course, your lungs can only take so much. You are going to have to come out for breath at some point, which he does as soon as his feet touch the ground, making sure that he patches himself up. Now, Sada's got the right idea, making sure he has the angle covered, but question is, are they going to do it? Because the circle has shifted, and I would give precedence to position.
They kind of have it though. So RAW, 2 members of this, blah blah blah, and the other gentleman, they are very close to the zone, while these 2 guys are kind of, like you pointed out, keeping an eye on 7C, right? So I'm just going to hazard a guess saying that they're in a very good position. Hold up. That's a massive nade, and now suddenly things aren't looking good at all for RAW. The 2-man squad getting taken down. What a take from 7C, XP. They came on from the water, they were spotted out, and a well-placed nade is all they needed to lay claim on that land. And they also have Mimo to work with, who is playing a very dangerous game, driving around in a smoking vehicle, which could immediately betray him. But it is instead going to be Blah 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 who spots him out, takes him down, and that should be Mimo down for the count. Now the res has come on in, so for the time being, it is a 2 versus 2 between 7C and RAW, the battle for the cliffs.
Well, it did kind of seem like it went a bit topsy-turvy for RAW. You kind of had an idea that, they were on the top, but of course, I was going to point a few things out, but again, it's already happened, so there's no point in bringing that up now. The action has already it's already gone by. But I did want to point a few things out, but again, RAW, they had a few options, unfortunately not working out for them. Now in the distance, ZEUS, all by his lonesome, he is outside the circle, but again, coming in is going to be problematic, as now Raw is going to come under heavy fire from 7C's Fair is going to try and get a little bit of redemption for his team, trying to retaliate in kind to do some damage, but all that smoke is going to obscure his vision. However, the fact that they all won't come together and a lucky hit marker could spell trouble.
Oh, it's Venom Legends? No, was it Venom Legends? No, it was 7C's. That's insane, XP. That's insane. It was a 4 versus 3 favoring them, and if someone managed to come in from the water and somehow... They still have 3 players alive, by the way, and this is a little wild from Vibes. I don't even know what they're up to, but Marty Ninja hiding behind. He could pull this one off. He is, however, the one-man soldier remaining for DRS, and unfortunately XP was trying to be sneaky, was trying to be a ninja in the grass, but he will fall.
I like how Vibes is still in this game. 7 teams alive still, ladies and gentlemen, and only 13 people. Now, that is funny. I like the fact that, a lot of members are going to be spread out as we have a look at the replays. ZEUS, again, the last man standing, not want to back out, is going to be just peppering I8 with bullets. In fact, just those taps gets him a kill or 2. But now, he's still in the game, mind you. He's still going to be putting the pressure on said team, as again, we know that the boys from ZEUS Esports, they can really handle themselves by their lonesome. Yeah.
I do wonder how many kills he got there. Was it like 3 kills or something? Because I8 had been knocked out. So I know we saw the replay because there was so much commotion. It was hard to keep track of what was really going on. But okay, 4 kills. I8 are going to be happy though. 11 kills. They did a great job at the bridge, but chicken dinner here for Venom Legends would be massive, right? They are playing this Super Weekend for the very first time. A chicken dinner here with a high fragging game, even like 7-8 kills, they're going to be happy campus.
Oh, Venom Legends going up against the last member from DEADEYES, guys. And good frag, well, couldn't really do anything over there, could he?
Yeah, that's just hard. Like with 3 guys just coming charging in your shed. That's a home invasion where your home's literally just one little shack XP. 7C, they have been fantastic, doing a great job staying alive for as long as they did. Even getting the res on the memo XP, which looked very unlikely at one point. But finally, they're going up against Venom Legends. And I like how Void's playing away from his teammates, right? He's by his lonesome, kind of the recon guy. But if you look at the number of players alive for all the other teams, ZEUS alone, Vibes, 2-man squad, Assassin knocked down. And for 7C, Fear and Memo, again, another 2-man squad. This has to be a chicken dinner for Venom Legends. And unless they completely screw this one up, I don't see it going any other way.
Well, yeah, the fact that they have control in all directions is just phenomenal because every other team is now reduced to a 1-man squad. It's going to be a 4v1v1 situation, a 4v2v1 situation now. As we're down to the final 3 teams, of course, 7C, we did see them kind of in a pickle early on, but looks like Memo is going to patch himself up now. Fair, and Memo's position is, of course, given away thanks to all that smoke, as is ZEUS' position.
Everyone's
now, ZEUS,
positions.
what he's going to be doing is basically just biding his time and, trying to get the job done. Now, what ZEUS is doing is quite interesting. He has that buggy in the smoke. He's going to park it in such a way that it's just behind that ridge, but he could get on the passenger seat and get a little bit of a better view as he is going to be peppering them with bullets. In fact, that last shot does connect with the hit marker, giving us kind of just indiscriminatorily just shoot in the smoke as everyone else is doing. Looks like Nightwing has the same idea, and one lucky strike, one lucky hit marker could spell trouble as Memo is going to be spotted out. In fact, that was a beautiful headshot, taking him clean off his feet and onto his bloody knees.
On his bloody knees, XP. But that's just going to make the Venom Legends' job so much more easier, I say. That steel shot spotted out. ZEUS trying to confirm the kill. Unfortunately, that vehicle is going to provide him the semblance of cover for him to just stick around for a while. I like how the two different players on different teams are just trying to finish off Steel Shot here. They're getting away the positions, then finally the vehicle will blow up. That's going to be Steel Shot no more. Now a 1 versus 1 versus 3.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Are they going to trickle them down one by one? Like?
That would be nuts because they are sandwiched, XP. All the timing on that though. At 17, they find another one. They're getting sandwiched. It is a sandwich of death, and because of how passive they were inside a compound, XP, this could actually go their way. This could actually go the way of 7C or ZEUS, unless Fear with a wild spray. He spotted ZEUS for a second there, but not quite able to confirm the knock. Nightwing and Frypan left alone for Venom Legends. They need to do something, and they're just sitting still like chickens in a coop.
The way ZEUS is playing right now, this guy is one-arm army. I like the fact that he's already lobbing those grenades pre-hand, making sure there's enough cover, moving his car to the zone inch by inch. And now, again, he has plenty of cover from this tree as well. He's making sure 7C's vision is completely blocked off. Now, Fair doesn't have any utilities blade, not a single bandage, not a single first aid. So that man cannot take any damage at all at this moment. Now, he has gone to the rock where ZEUS was kind of anticipating someone could be behind. So he's got to be careful, because if he makes any sound, he's going to be given away. It looks like Nightwing is the one who spots him and is going to lay down some lead. Now, Frypan and Nightwing are in a pickle. They have this shack, but like you said, they are being sandwiched, and I guess they need to have a little bit of telepathic communication over here. ZEUS does go. He alights from his vehicle, getting off in the nick of time, going prone behind it. He's still in this play.
How is he still alive? He's got all the first aid kits though, XP. He knew he needed to move inside his zone, and he will do so. He's going to blow up his own vehicle. There we go. It's on fire, exploded. Now that's cover. That's cover he was desperate looking for. Look at how low Nightwing is as well. It is a 1 versus 2 though. And now they need to make a play, right? Now they have to make a play. You can't keep just playing it so very passively, because if you give ZEUS an opportunity, any member on the team, ably, icy, godless, doesn't matter, they're going to take it away from you. They're going to snatch it away from you. From a 4v1v1 to a 1 versus 2. Oh, the circle strengthened further, XP.
I like
but it is slightly favoring ZEUS, though. It is slightly favoring ZEUS.
I like how at the beginning, you were like, this is Venom Legends game, isn't it? But it does kind of seem a bit dicey now. Again, they need to have a little bit of luck factor over here, because they need to make sure they eliminate at least one of the opposing fronts before they, get sandwiched again. Now, the question is, are they going to divert everything on ZEUS? It is, because wait a second, it's a 2-on-1 situation play. Now, we did kind of mention that 7C's Fair was low on HP. Looks like he was taken away by a stray bullet. In fact, the kill feed is a bit delayed, so I think we might have just missed the action. It is all down to the two members from Venom Legends, Nightwing and Frypan going up against ZEUS. Now, they are taking damage, mind you. I wonder if they know who they're up against, so could have a little bit of nerves on the line, especially since it's a huge map for Venom Legends.
Oh, they need to make a move, XP, and... Wait, what? Okay. Okay, what was that? I didn't even see him die. What?
There have been quite a few hits and misses in this game. If you blink, you are going to miss on the action, but something you're not going to miss on is Venom Legends, ladies and gentlemen, getting that first chicken dinner in the game. I'm pretty sure a lot of their fans were waiting for this moment for a long time. In fact, the analyst desk was waiting for this moment for a long time as well. There you have it. Make it rain with $1,000. Your winners in game 1.
That's so well done, though, right? I was touching up on 7Cs and Venom Legends. Yeah, go on.
I'm sorry, I was just saying that, we were talking about it, that maybe they're getting a bit nervous. They held on, play. They were
nervous, let's be real.
You could see it.
It was a 1 versus 4 versus 1. They should have easily got a chicken dinner. It got a little hairy at the end, but they were able to stave off ZEUS Esports, who somehow, I don't even know how he does it, XP. He had no business staying alive there for that long. But we're going to be going to a very quick break, and we'll be back with more action. But before that, of course, we also have the analyst desk.
All right, and you are back with all the excitement that's going to be continuing on along in PMPL Season 4 right here in the second Super Weekend, second day, and what a start. What a start this has turned out to be. I mean, we were talking about a comeback. We've got the team. We were talking about the highs and the lows. It's from the lows. It's Venom picking up the pace, and what a crazy play that was in the final few moments. Ocean.
I mean,
sorry about it.
Yeah, so I mean, it was a crazy play. I don't want to hear what Ocean has to say about the way this game ended as well. Yeah.
So there were like three things actually the way the game ended. Obviously, Venom Legends, they had a numbers advantage. So if you see right there, you'll see 6 alive. If you're in the game, right, you'll see 6 alive. They never knew it was a 4v2 or a 4v1v1. They saw ZEUS just taking fight against a few players. So everyone just went outside the shack. They took a cover behind the shack, but they did not see the player behind them, and that's where their play started going. Like it was that kind of a thing. But well, at the end, Venom Legends still had it for themselves.
Exactly. They got that chicken dinner, and that's exactly what matters, because that's what we were talking about. Varun, I mean, when it came down to the points, we were discussing that the team of Venom Legends was looking at sitting at 45 points, and now with this lovely chicken dinner, this is going to be boosting their gameplay as well as their positions quite a lot.
I mean, this will definitely give them a boost and get them quite close to Paradox. So maybe in the next 2 matches, they might just be able to surpass them. But looking at the list of top players, ZEUS, he deserves to be there, specifically in this game. His team had no kills for the first time. ZEUS Esports, the entire team was sitting at 0, and it was ZEUS, the only man, making it to the top 2, getting those 5 kills. And I believe his intentions were to just stay in the blue, sort of try and see if he can heal his way, get the players out in the open, and then shoot to finish them off. It was a really risky decision. But then in the end, the first aid being applied a few seconds late, just resulting in his demise. Also, I have to say there was that one moment where Fear actually got into a position behind a rock and he threw out a nade. Had that nade landed like on the entrance of the shack just a few meters further, that would have destroyed Venom Legends, and this game was down to a 1v1.
Actually, yes. And look at the average survival of ZEUS, right?
Yeah.
With ZEUS only taking up the march for the team. Venom Legends, they did incredible for themselves. 9 kills, 134 damage, 952 damage received. So there was that. At the final moment, when you saw him putting up a first aid, well, I would say his intention was to not even give a kill. Just to, try to go for the survival time. But one bullet actually touched him around, obviously it was not a headshot though. One bullet just touched him before he started applying the first aid, and the zone damage started trickling itself as well. And that's the reason that, the lad just went down a bit early, because had there been the timing, right? And obviously he did not have any boosters as well for himself. He just had one, he was just on slight boosted bar, and that just, made all the difference. Well, talking about the highest skills, it was Killer Bishal with the longest 500. This is the highest now.
Yes.
This is the highest 500. So, how you do this? You knock someone, you move out from the place, and it just gets you more and more numbers.
I mean, still getting a knock at 500 meters.
But
no,
you can,
you
can just let them bleed
out. You can knock them at 10 meters as well, but you just move away.
So, in that case, that just makes him an evil man. Leaving a man to bleed out slowly and steadily and just die.
Waiting for that point. Waiting for that point, indeed.
I mean,
on the other front,
this game, at the end, there are, you can be evil in this game.
That's exactly where I was going to go down to. On the other front, when it comes down to the Battle Royale, that is what you have to do. I mean, that is what you are credited for, A pat on the back is required when you do something like that. And from that, I'm going to give a pat on the back to i8's performance as well. I mean, the bridge camp coming in for them, the way they were able to hold off the position and then push on into the fights. It was just beautiful play from i8 as well.
I mean, the best part, Tony.
I was just saying, it was like 3 teams that they caught off guard, including BABLU.
Right. Yep, that is true.
Yeah. But the best part is, you see, Venom Legends and 7C, both of these teams had really good game. We were talking about, right, Paradox, the competition, where they are, and Venom Legends starting a day with a chicken dinner. Well, I guess I'm in for surprises, because this was the first team, that had a water rotation. So I would love to see that. For sure, the way these lads were rotating, that was just really amazing. Just really amazing.
Dude, so true, Ocean. I mean, I wanted to really bring this up as we go down to that zone analysis and the rotations itself, because I saw Venom Legends make that rotation, right? That water rotation, and then the circle. Varun, I mean, the zone just kept helping them again and again and again, and as soon as it came down to their position, it worked out for them, and then it was all about raw aggression, which they were able to do so beautifully.
I mean, it wasn't just them though. The squad of Raw was along with them, and just taking control of the edge of the island was so important. It allowed them to sort of dodge out the threat that was being put on those crossing points by teams like I8 and get to a much safer position, get to a position or point in the game from where they could actually fight back. And well, as we saw, but fight back they did.
But you know what? I mean, Johnny, I did not really specifically want to mention Raw because when you bring up Raw and that water rotation, you have to bring up R3D.
Yep.
R3D brought, I mean, they hammered on to one of the boats from Raw. The team of Raw had two boats working for them as they were making that rotation. One of the boats was completely obliterated from the side of R3D, and R3D was very satisfied with that and just kept on moving. But I guess along the way they stopped, and that is where the demise started coming in because Raw came in with full force and were just so destructive, did not allow R3D even a single point. That was a little sad from their side.
Yeah, I mean, all those things, just kept on happening overall. But the best part is, just as a play just, said that, if you see, you saw the circle, right? If you see 100% of the area around military base, the circle has to go to military base. It's 100% confirmed. That happened, and everyone just started moving forward. Actually, I'll show you something in that, right? I'll show you something the way that I'm talking about the conversation. So you look at this, right? This is basically our Erangel. I mean, no big in that, but if we just move forward and if we start looking, this is where the flight path was. And look at where Venom Legends is, right? Look at where the team is. They're looting around this area, and as soon as the circle just starts moving, that's the best part is where they'll just start moving on with themselves. Slowly and steadily are just here, they are just here, but look at them. Now they start moving forward, and look at where the next circle is, and look at where they are. This is a dangerous split actually. Look at it, right? Players are here, and players are here. This is a dangerous split. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to zoom in on this one to actually show you guys like how they were just moving around. Because look at this. They knew the zone is going to be somewhere around these areas because obviously the circle had shoreline for themselves, so they just started playing around shoreline for a while. Raw was here as well along the shorelines, and I'm telling you, it was really good. But after this, as soon as they were here and as soon as they thought that the circle's going to be onto them, well, things just started escalating really quickly because the next zone formed up. They were just putting themselves still around the circle. This is the moment where they started to think a bit slow with respect to the zone, right? Next circle forms up. Now they start moving around the zone. You see them, right? You see them. They are trying to move in. They had different choices for them to get inside the circle. They were here. What they could have done is they moved inside the circle from this area. It would have been really good. But they start moving from here, and then there is this next zone as well, which was obviously really, really important for this lads as well. And I mean, they survived till the end. This was such a brilliant move by these lads as they just started moving around these zones, and
amazing, brilliant play, brilliant play being showcased from the side of Venom Legends, and exactly where it was required. And well, they've delivered it, and well, there's nothing more to it because now as we move on forth, let's compromise all of these moments that took place throughout the entirety of the game with the Oppo F19 Pro moments, Varun.
Yeah, exactly. And well, I mean, I8, we're gonna see a lot more of them during these moments because I mean, that team was just bringing in a lot of chaos for everyone else. And this is exactly what I was talking about. I don't know what to say. I mean, this was something extraordinary. It was out of the book, and well, BABLU Clarity definitely did not know what hit them. 2 knocks, Blade jumps down, starts finishing the players off, and BABLU, they were just completely shut down. But it wasn't just them. I8, they were not done yet.
I mean, I8, the best part is if a team, drops down around military base, circle is there.
Yeah.
Then they can get so much impact around that military base area because they can just block out entry points.
Exactly.
That's what they were doing. That was really good. 7C, yeah, I get it. The players, they were just a bit late inside the party as well. But well, they did really good for themselves as well. But this one Raw, just holding the sidelines from where they came, just holding that particular area and raining chaos. That was just amazing.
Exactly. And talk about raining chaos. I mean, we expected a lot from DRS in this one. I mean, I personally expected a top 3 finish because they would try to build up some pressure against the players of T2K's ZEUS. As we said, the entire team got finished off early. It was just ZEUS that kept the team inside this match and kept them going till the very end. But from this point onwards, it was just a game of Venom Legends and how they were going to play it out. Absolutely everyone else was shut down, and Venom Legends, they took control of the momentum for themselves. They played it out really nicely. Lost a bit of the situation over here, had fear charged towards them. That was GG's from Venom Legends. And at one point, even ZEUS, he had his crosshair lined up for the exit of that shack. They needed to peek, and ZEUS would have shot them in the head and finished them off right then and there. But still, the patience that the team displayed, just allowing him to reposition himself into an awkward spot and then moving out of the shack, that was brilliant.
That indeed was, but look at I8's damage score, 19 for 90. They are just, had a really, really good mark of with those damage stats and obviously those skill points. Well, R3D, Wizzes with vibes, the BABLU steal. I wanna, just have this one conversation, and that is BABLU. Yesterday's day was not good. Today they'll have to pick up the pace. I mean, they need those points. I get it. It might not be a chicken dinner, but a top 3, top 5 finish will be really good to set up their momentum again.
Honestly, I mean, in that inconsistency conversation, I really do want to bring us back to ZEUS Esports as well.
Yeah.
The way this team has been performing in PMPL Season 4, it's just not their way. I mean, the team, all the players are the same. I mean, I really don't understand where exactly is the synergy lacking, or is it the energy? But again, that's a storyline that we can continue on as the days progress on along throughout the PMPL Season 4. But moving on with the story, let's bring up the storyboard where the overall ranking is going to be indicating that, well, DRS is still slacking a little bit, 35 points shy, trying to kill looking pretty comfortable, but in all of this, I8 has pushed themselves up from that 5th position to that 4th.
Yeah, they need one top 3 finish, and in that same match, ZEUS Esports, they need to get taken out early, and that is going to change things. That might just turn things around in the favor of I8. But now ZEUS Esports, this was a decent game for them, so they are going to try and build upon this momentum and see if they can take the 2nd position back from DRS Gaming, and then maybe by the end of the day challenge T2K. But so far throughout whatever we have seen, it's just been whenever someone tries to push T2K to the limit, they come back a little bit stronger and they get the lead back for themselves. So it's going to be really interesting. And Venom Legends, just 6 points shy.
I mean, they are just racking up those points for themselves, and it's really good. Next game might just be their game for the entry in top 15 for sure.
Absolutely. It certainly can be the case with the way the momentum that Venom Legends have showcased not only yesterday but today as well, with that chicken dinner working in their favor along with that. As we move on with our show, Miramar is going to be coming up next. So now, Ocean, again, as you were just talking about it, mate, during the damage graph, clarity is missing from the arena. Just maybe Miramar, they could maybe just be back.
Again, if we're talking about them being back, I don't, I'll say we don't necessarily need a chicken dinner. If it's a chicken dinner, it's good. But the top 5 finish is also really good for these lads. But I want to see the old Stalwart back again in Miramar. The old Stalwart that got their chicken dinner on the first day of league play when it was Erangel, Miramar. Erangel, they got their chicken dinner on Miramar. I want to see that Stalwart again.
So true. Indeed, I mean, same here from my side as well. Along with that, I would also want to keep my fingers crossed for ZEUS Esports, because as we were just talking about that storyline from ZEUS Esports, we need to see a little bit of a comeback. On the other front, talking about the other Mongolian teams, well, they're doing pretty decently for themselves. There are little dips overall here and there, but in essence, they're all doing pretty neat compared to what ZEUS Esports is sitting at right now. But never mind all of that banter. Varun, one final question for you, mate. What team or what region are you going to be wanting to pick?
I actually want to pick the same teams that finished in the top 2 in the last game. Venom Legends, they are looking really, really strong. And ZEUS Esports, I mean, we're always going to expect a comeback. But Venom Legends, they did well in Miramar yesterday as well, apart from that one little misplay from Frypan. But still, the momentum, the idea was there, the mindset was there from the team. And today, they are starting off on a good note. So there is a high possibility that today as well, maybe we're going to see them convert this map with a top 3 finish.
All right, I'm going to bite my own tongue and actually move my prediction away from Seal or Stalwart and bring it to a completely different dominating team. That's going to be I8. I mean, yes, the I8 gameplay has been consistent throughout, but they don't have a chicken dinner yet. I feel bad for them. They need to have that $1,000 in their bank. What do you think?
Actually, that is true. That is true. See, I would want to. So my philosophy for supporting I8 is going to be a bit different one.
For sure.
Because I'm going to say, T2K, they had multiple chicken dinners. DRS, they had a hat trick. I want to see I8 on the same role as well. If they go on one chicken dinner, it should not be just one. I want to see a really good day dominated by I8, because they can do that with lads like Crypto and all. So I would say if they have the momentum, they should just force it on multiple games, not just one.
Yeah.
Indeed, indeed. Varun, on the other front, when I bring that same question to you, where do you think i8 is lacking? I mean, every single time we talk about those kill leaders, right? i8 Crypto is always there. But do you think his teammates, maybe if they push up their gameplay a little bit, or what exactly? Because the synergy is also always, every single fight that we see them, they're doing pretty good, but not getting that chicken dinner. That's the crux of this question as to where do you think are they lacking?
I mean, I agree with that. During those team fights, sometimes it feels like those individual players, those individual skill sets do tend to be the reason for the demise. Because, I mean, the players are hungry for blood, right? It's the entire team in a nutshell. They want to showcase their skill. They want to run into those gunfights. But during those team fights earlier on the mid-game stages, they end up losing a few of their individuals, because of which the possibility of securing the chicken actually does go down. Although, yesterday in the second Erangel, we did see i8 in a comfortable position from where they could have potentially won the game, but they were caught up completely off guard by DRS, and that's props to DRS because they were playing really well. But i8, I have to say, despite the fact that they continuously lose players in those mid-game stages, they actually do really well for themselves, considering the level of aggression that they bring to the table works out in their favor. They're able to compete with the top teams, and sitting in the top 5, it's not an easy feat right now, and they are definitely challenging the podium. So maybe if in one game where the circle actually, the gods of PUBG Mobile grace their presence in the favor of i8, and the circle is upon them, they have a favorable position in those final few fights, or from the third to the fourth circle onwards, i8, we're going to see them get that chicken.
All right, you know what? That's a really good point that you just mentioned right now. Now, this is going to be a question for both of you, starting off with Ocean. Ocean, I know how you love the zone analysis. I know how you love to talk about and predict about those circles. When it comes to the second Super Weekend, compared to the first Super Weekend, the second Super Weekend circles, I mean, they are the proper masala, so to say, that we've been talking about. That every single game is being thrown and bringing a curveball to the entirety of these teams. What do you think?
I mean, these circles just don't favor one team, to be honest. They have so many movements from here to there. So that's like a really good thing. And I would love to see that in this match as well.
Exactly. Let's continue on with that momentum. Let's get moving along with the show. Let's get our second game on your screens. It's going to be time to get our casters queued up. It's going to be XP and Blade to take you through the second game.
Thank you again for that, Blotter. Wonderful gentleman on the desk. I am not muted on Discord, but I'm going to reconnect. XP,
I can hear you now.
Go ahead. Oh, you can hear me. That's great. Everyone can hear each other. So I don't know what's happening with my Discord today. It's been acting up a little bit, but hopefully it shouldn't act up anymore. XP, Miramar, we had our desk break stuff down. They're going with i8 not getting a chicken dinner yet. I thought they had one, and what is up with this team and getting so many kill points, being amazing to watch, and just not getting a chicken dinner? Like, what is
they did bring one thing up. We, of course, let's talk about Crypto from i8. This boy has been literally carrying his weight and then some for his team, getting the job done, right? But we can't rule out that it's a team game at the end of the day, because I mean, everyone has a role to play. Now, what's happening is at the end, I think Ocean is going to agree to this point. I wouldn't really say zone management. It's about them placing themselves in the final few circles as to avoid multiple fights on multiple fronts. That is the reason i8 has been pretty much getting wiped out day in and day out. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, all the speculations are going to be kept aside, because that big beautiful bird takes the sky one more time. This time, however, we are going to be flying over the deserts of Miramar, and if you have a look at the circle, just flying a little west of Porto Paraiso over Los Leones, where I'm hoping the zone ends. Sorry, Blake. Then we're going to go over Picardo, El Pozo, finally ending at the trailer park again. It is going to be inclined a bit to the southwest. However, all their favorite drop spots are not going to be too far off, thanks to vehicles.
Yeah, it's not going to be too far off at all. And as you pointed out, oh no, it looks like we might have a bit of a match rehost, which is very unfortunate.
I think the players weren't really happy with the playing part. They wanted something more drastic, more drama, more masala for this weekend.
I'm okay with that. I hate Los Leones. I hate Los Leones drop zones. I know a lot of viewers like watching safe plane paths, XP, but I don't like them. What? I don't like Los Leones. It's boring, man. Everyone drops there.
It's such a powerful word, though.
The what?
You can dislike Los Leones. I'm just messing with you. I'm trying to throw you off guard. I'm trying to do something.
Okay, fine. I don't hate it. It's just boring.
Let's do one thing. Let's put ourselves on the spot. I want to talk about a couple of teams right off the bat. Now, time in and time out, we've seen this in season 3. We've seen this before that as well. in various other tournaments. BABLU Esports, now BABLU Clarity, there's a statement that was made earlier on that they own the map of Miramar. Somehow, that hasn't really been keeping true in today's day and age. Now, mind you, they have been coming really close to, getting the job done. They seem to fall off. Now, why do you think that is? I've got a few theories rattling around in my head. Once upon a time, Miramar wasn't such a popular map. And in fact, compared to other maps like Erangel or Sanhok, you really don't cover a lot of surface area, right? So now, I feel it's easier to know every nook and cranny in Erangel as compared to Miramar. Do you think anything of that has anything to play with how the matches go on? Of course, the opposition is well aware of the map as well.
I think I feel like you did kind of hit the nail on the head there when it comes to teams being more comfortable. You can see it feels like in the previous seasons, teams only cared about Erangel. Right? They have the game plan for Erangel. They're like, we know exactly what we're going to be doing in Erangel. In Miramar, I felt like a few teams were a little bit more YOLO-esque. They were like, whatever. It's one Miramar a day. We're just going to be going and just seeing how things pan out, right? Now it feels like you pointed out, with Vikendi no longer in the map pool. It's been a while right now. So they're like, we can't just be one map specialist. We need to at least be good on, because Sanhok, it's really hard to be consistent with Sanhok. It's a very, very hard map, right? You know how it is. A tiny map, anything can go wrong. We've seen some heavy hitters go out early.
Sanhok is like the true essence of a battle royale. It's a free-for-all down there.
It's everyone's in a level playing field. It's a bloodbath, that map. I love watching it. But as a team, I know why I wouldn't want to keep that as my specialty map. And I feel like, as you've said, just to expound more on what you said, Miramar, I think a lot of teams are approaching it in a very Erangel-esque manner. It's more well thought out. So I'm not saying BABLU is still bad at the map. They're still, they have quite a lot of. I'm just looking at the placements right now. They're right now, I think, 10th or 11th place, and they have 65 kill points, which is quite substantial. It's a lot more than the bottom half, right? So they can play. It's just that I feel the edge they had, like you pointed out, it's kind of been neutralized by other teams. They haven't gotten worse. It's just that everyone else has risen up to their level.
There you have it. So that is how, we all evolve in this game. And like we kind of mentioned early on that, the best in the game are ever adapting, ever evolving. True. And a lot of teams have done that. So again, ZEUS, let's bring it to ZEUS now. They are making a comeback. They're playing like the ZEUS that we have, we come to expect from such a team. However, they did start off a little weak. And we kind of brought up a point. It's because everybody else has amped up the aggression. So I guess in that sense, Miramar is now, like you mentioned, people are actually looking at as Erangel, but right now as the plane is going to be flying overhead, I don't see a lot of greenery down there, Blay. Only desert.
Only desert, and soon we shall have a rain of blood from the lacerated skies. Well, and let's see if it does take place. Maybe not early on. We've seen different. This is a very similar plane path to what we saw earlier. XP. It's a little bit more further north, but
it's like a mirror image,
almost, except the reverse plane paths, right?
Yes,
so it's gonna be just north of Impala, starting just north of El Pozo. We have seen a couple of games where we've seen some early fights breaking out, but apart from that, I feel like Miramar thus far has given us a few. Dare I say it, a few lackluster games. And nothing against the teams, it's just the way the plane path is and the circle is, hasn't really led to early rotations or too many crazy stuff taking place, right? We haven't seen any mountain pass final circles. It's kind of played out in a very normal way, I feel like. But hopefully, things might change here. A prison circle would definitely spice things up.
Oh, that is something we want. I mean, it is the weekend of masala. I want to see some masala. I want to see some spice. Let's go down south. But again, we were talking about one thing that does stand out in Miramar as compared to other games. It's that early rotations. Now, normally, early rotations are something that you want to actually go after. You want to make sure you get to your favorite spot before anybody else does. But the twist is, in Miramar, since, like we mentioned, there isn't a lot of foliage around, and, you can see in every direction for miles at end, you become an early target. And talking about the circle, it is going to be pretty much, it did try and go down south. I mean, we do have a bridge in play. I think you should be happy about that.
I'll take it. Very unlikely that the final circle is going to be over there, but it definitely makes things a little bit interesting. Hopefully, we might see a mass migration towards Chumasera and Menas del Valle, because I'm sure every team knows that it is completely empty, right? So they're going to be potentially heading on down south, maybe some of the underdogs perhaps. But early fights, I did say it's very unlikely. My boy, is he going to find cover? He's found cover. That Mini 14 could have definitely ruined his day, but it is not to be. So a couple of early shots, but no casualties.
You know, talking about the Mini 14, man, what ZEUS did in the last game, wiping out an entire team with a Mini 14. And the fact was, it wasn't drastic shots. It wasn't a rapid fire. Tuck, 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 tuck. It was precise. It was pristine. And boy, oh boy, did he connect all those shots. But I think he pretty much took down an entire team in one magazine. And talking about Mini 14 shots, we are still going to hear a few more being rattled off in the background. As, of course, you have a look now since the circle is formed. Teams are going to be, you know, rearranging their positions, so to speak, and trying to get better positions. Have a look at BABLU over there, heading down south. I guess they might just head to Valle del Mar and possibly further down south to loot. Of course, no opposition over there, as you mentioned. Now, teams like I8, they're also making a little early move than usual. I'm pretty sure they might actually head down to Chumacera, but as we did hear those shots rattle off, A1 Esports is going to be making some noise play. So looks like I8 have heard the commotion and they are going to investigate.
Why the hell not? I mean, they're a team that don't really rely on chicken dinners, but that has kind of caught up with them, right? Because of that, we have ZEUS, DRS, and TTK on top of them, above them, mainly because of the amount of chicken dinners those teams have accrued. TTK and DRS, I think they have like, what, 4 or 5 chicken dinners in total over the Superweekends,
4.
right? And I8 still have 0. And despite that, I8 are 174 points. So a couple of chicken dinners could definitely elevate them in the top 2, top 3 placing. But for the time being, they're going to be kind of comfortable. Taking a look at the map, though, no one really... You can see them, like, moving around, like, just shuffling around, but no one really going for any hard rotations or any hard migration anywhere. Seal and R3D eventually will have to, and so will 7C and Venom Legends, who got a chicken dinner the previous game. It would be massive for them if they can get another one, because that could definitely just shoot them up the overall leaderboard. They still haven't cracked top 16 yet, XP, despite that chicken dinner game. BABLU's in a comfortable spot, though. They almost like dropping towards the western side of the map, where they just avoid all conflict, right? And then, depending on the zone, they go for that highway route on the periphery of the entire area, of the entirety of Miramar. And I guess that is also a reason why they tend to have comparatively, like on an average, higher placings than a lot of teams, because they just stay alive for quite a long time because their particular drop location. While everyone else, they just like dropping towards, Pecado, or, smack in the center towards Minas Generales or Los Leones. So there is a real possibility that sometimes it's not your day, you get taken out early on. But BABLU, they just do a very good job of avoiding everyone.
Well, but they do find themselves in the thick and thin of action later on. And yeah, even if you share a city, it's not that you have to confront someone early on. It's those transitions that are deadly in Miramar when you're driving around thinking that, oh, it's just a good day to have a nice breeze on my face. And suddenly the breeze turns a bit heavier and it's actually lead that's been flung at you. So, I'm pretty sure you and I are expecting to see a lot of vehicular manslaughter, a lot of vehicles going boom sooner or later, as everyone else is going to be, coming closer to one another. But one team that is heading towards a little bit of danger would be RAW. And talking about RAW, there you have them on your screens right now. Again, the Mini 14 Blade, a very popular gun.
It was my favorite gun when I used to play.
I never liked it.
Really?
I never liked it. Yeah, I don't know. I've always been a 7.62 guy.
Okay. I really liked it because I do like sniping, but I'm terrible with a bolt action. And I'm like, this is great. It's a semi-automatic. It doesn't deal as much damage. So that's a trade-off, right? Because you're not using the higher caliber.
The high rate of fire. Yeah.
Exactly, stable. But here's the thing. It actually rewards patience, like we saw from ZEUS earlier, right? Where it's ZEUS especially. It rewards patience and a calm hand. Like if you're able to line them up, 2-3 shots, tapping away, you can easily get those kills instead of going for a wild spray or relying on that high damage bolt action, where sure, when you land that headshot, it feels good. There's no feeling like it. But no matter who you are, even if you're godless or ZEUS, it's not something which is replicable every single time. Sometimes you just miss your shots. With the Mini, you can recover immediately and potentially get a knock. So I feel like it is the one of the most versatile weapons on almost any map. Maybe perhaps not Sanhok, but even in Sanhok, if you want to go for like mid-range duels, that Mini 14 is going to come out on top compared to, let's say, an M4 or a Scarl. So if I have the opportunity to have that gun, it's going to be on my back. Venom Legends on 69 points. Nice. They are exactly, or a little bit more. Are they now? No, they're just shy of being the double of R3Ds. But those points are really going to help them out as they're going to be trying to climb their way out from the bottom pool.
Oh yeah, I mean, you did kind of mention, that a couple of games is all it's going to take for them to surpass Paradox as well, who are in the 16th position, just 6 points above them. So, of course, that is going to happen. That is inevitable over the course of the next 14 games. But if we have a look at the leaderboard, a lot of teams are going to be happy with their performance so far. However, now let's just quickly talk about Raw. We did have them on our screens early on, but right now, since we have DEADEYES guys, let me just bring them up for a second. DEADEYES guys did start things off a little, they were slow. They weren't really playing to that caliber that we kind of expected in the league plays, but boy, did they surprise us during the Super Weekends. Now, again, they have been one of the most consistent teams, getting a good number of average points a game and getting a few good kills in the game. However, everyone has an early exit every once in a while, but again, these teams are going to be racking things up. And Venom Legends, again, this chicken dinner is going to be a big boost for them, and hopefully the momentum shall carry them forward.
Hopefully. You love to see a comeback story. That's what I live for, XP. It's not just about the favorites. It's also the underdogs, the dark horses,
yes, sir.
The scrappy underdog, the Rocky story where they've counted you out. No one believes in you. Your family's kicked you out, and you're like, I'll show them. And then you win the tournament. That'd be great. Taking a look, though, I guess I was right, XP. It's been a very, very tepid start so far, apart from a couple of bullets being fired. Almost 9 minutes on the clock, and no one has been taken down yet. Not a single member has fallen for these 16 teams, meaning this can lead to something cool, though. Meaning that when the firefight does break out, it's going to be nigh impossible to keep track of. Bear in mind, BABLU's moved on in, and they're already inside the next zone. I like that. They're being preemptive. They're not just waiting for the circle and then making the move. They're trying to get ahead of the zone, and I feel that is something which is definitely the right idea. However, nearby, I can see on the radar a particular team you don't want to go up against this early in the game.
I guess you're going to be talking about ZEUS Esports. Now, they are in their vehicles. They are scattered quite a bit. Have a look at Godless. Now, this is what this gentleman does all the time. As his team is going to be scurrying up the terrain, in front of them, trying to basically make out which compound to take or where the enemy is, this man always stays behind, is going to be their little lifeline, but looks like all the vehicles from Clarity are going to be heading in this direction. The question is, he's going to stand his ground and lay down some lead because his teammates are turning around. Have a look at that. Icy and Ably are going to be coming back. They realize, wait a second, there's a team over there. And wow, Godless could wait for it before he opens up because they are going to be in a valley of death situation on the road down below. But it looks like he is going to be taking the shots, and well, BABLU do have that compound for cover inside the circle. However, if they do manage to kind of traverse around them and go on top, which is probably what Icy is going to do right about now, it could be problematic. But judging by the things Icy is taking the fight right to the doorstep, play.
Yeah, I mean, were you expecting anything else?
He's got ice in his veins, doesn't he?
He's got ice in his veins, and he's... Oh, I like that, though. He's aware. He's like, oh, I'm alone. And there's at least a couple there. Couple of bullets whizzing past his feet, and he realizes, yeah, that's not a fight he wants to take all by his lonesome. But now they know where BABLU are. Now, the problem here for ZEUS are the way the plays are spread across. You got two players in that big warehouse sort of building. You got Danny all the way in the distance, and they have another player who's off in the mountains. Now, I don't think ZEUS are aware of the fourth player's position, so ZEUS are taking this a little slow, which I do like. They're not just jumping straight on in. Because one thing I know about BABLU, if you do take the fight to them, they're not just going to roll over and die. They're not PN Crew. They can actually put up a fight. And that is something that ZEUS should be aware of. Let's be real, PN Crew have been terrible this tournament. And it's not the old PN Crew, mind you. It's the same org, new players, but look, I hope they do well. I hope they qualify for the third Super Weekend, but compared to everyone else so far, they just seem to be a little out of their depths. Hopefully, they take it as a learning experience. But right now, if you look at the 16 teams over here in the server, PN Crew just not of their caliber. Everyone else is better than them right now.
There you go. That is probably one of the reasons why they aren't over here right now. But again, like you said, I love the fact that, this is the learning experience for them. They should take the best out of this and put it in their game plan. And probably the next time they hit the league week, they give it their best. And maybe we might see them later on. But right now, as all the teams are going to be moving closer to one another, we are going to have some action break out southwest of Picardo, because a lot of teams are going to be in close contention. We have A1 Esports, we have Wives, and we have Stalwart Esports. Now, Action, the man of action himself, is going to be atop this little rock over here, while his teammate Top is going to be down below. That is quite a little bit of a misnomer over here, because I was expecting Top to be on top of the rock. But anyway, the circle again, it is not slowing down. It does not wait for any man. And there you have it. It's been a while, Blay, since we visited the streets of Picardo.
Yeah, screw you, Los Leones. Take that. I love it. Something different. A circle which isn't...
I'm happy it's still a city, though.
Yeah, but at least it's not a bloody, a city the size of New York or something, right? It's literally massive buildings everywhere. This is much better, as we have a rotation coming in from Future Station. I8 and Future Station, they've been eyeing each other for quite a while, but no one quite taking the fight. And Future Station are going to be going for a much more safer route, avoiding the highway and avoiding potential death in the form of the Pakistani team that is I8, who they haven't budged. They're like, it's fine. And we saw this yesterday, XP. The early rotators, they got screwed.
Oh, yes.
Again and again. So, yeah, I8 taking a sweet time.
Again, like we did mention, I think this is one of those exemptions that you can't kind of... Wait a second, I just lost my train of thought, because Action is going to realize a lot of people are coming below him. Right now, the fight is going to be breaking out against ZEUS and RAW. We were expecting this way before, but it's happening now. Looks like the buggies are going to be rolling by. Joel does spot Sada, blah, blah, blah. I beg your pardon, in the distance, lays down a few shots, but again, they are being a little hesitant over here. ZEUS and ABLU are going to be spotted out, but it's Godless who is shot at from Bishol. Now Godless again living up to his name, trying to get those weird angles, trying to go off in the distance, does have cover, mind you, but Icy could go on the right flank. Now that grenade could open things up, as they have two members down on their knees, and Raw, well, they are looking raw there.
There we go. It's a mini 14 coming into play again. Sada's been knocked down with it, and yeah, Raw, they just might be in a bit of a pickle, bit of a raw pickle, in fact. Two members standing, one knocked down, and one is already pushing up daisies. Make that two of them, but now 6 feet under. So RAW, that particular skirmish definitely did not go their way, and they're just going to run for the hill, just lick their wounds, and hope they'll be able to stay alive for a while. ZEUS is still getting hounded by Joker, who is now out in the blue, and Godless will be found out by Nima. Wait a minute. Where did Nima come from? DRS have joined the fray, and XP, we had a quiet start to the map here, but finally, as I predicted, as I said, once the action heats up, it's not going to stop, and right now, it is a wildfire. Bullets whizzing everywhere. 7C, BABLU, DRS, ZEUS, everyone going at it.
Yes, sir, and well, if you talk about Godless, DRS did get the knock, but it was RAW. We get a little bit of respite by stealing the kill. Now, frags there from DEADEYES, guys, has spotted 7C in the distance, getting Smokey down on his knees. The revive should be coming in without any problems, but BABLU Wolf got caught out in the open, getting shot at from above. Literally, the skies are going to be burning down, as Blay had predicted, with blood as Steel come under fire as well. This time, Shifu putting on the pressure. Now, this is going to be a fight of attrition as well, because the zone is going to be moving in about a minute. They have 270, 300 meters to cover, but again, they can't just get out of there, like we mentioned, because you are going to become targets. However, buggies play much faster than vans, can get the job done on this rocky terrain.
It can get a job done. Also, it leaves you very exposed, doesn't it? As the play zone is going to find a couple of members. One member of BABLU getting knocked down by the play zone, and it's also found ZEUS, who, despite getting that nice couple of kills, have lost a member already. It was Godless, a huge player to be knocked down. Speaking of knocks, BABLU now have two members getting knocked. Zeol's been taken out by the play zone as well. ZEUS Esports sticking around a little too long, it felt like, inside of the blue while taking the fight. And then Molotov could be deadly. There we go. Double Molly and an A to be tossed in as well. And 420 Boy right now is the only one still on his feet for the side of Team BABLU. And he has a lot of work to do. 7C are pushing in, but they don't seem to be aware. They should know there's a player there. Now they do, and he will be finished off, and that is going to be BABLU. Well, XP, we talk about them trying to, usually staying alive till the very end of the game, but they're not really owning Miramar anymore. AJ, his knees, they've been shattered by that fall, but they should still get the rest. They'll be fine. DRS are fine.
Oh, they're leaving him behind, buddy. They are not going to be raising him up. AJ is going to be left. I mean, that is what it is. It's survival of the fittest play out here in nature. Oh my goodness, only the fittest survive. And talking about BABLU, you know, I mean, I guess it's time that we stop living in the past and focus on the present and, you know, look to the future, because things aren't looking good for them in Miramar. They have been wiped out, but perhaps next time they'll come back a bit stronger. However, someone who needs to be strong right now is Nima, because he's got to pick his teammate up under heavy fire. Now, I'm not really worried about a deal. I'm worried about the teammates coming behind him. Could be devastating, because Nima might think he's safe from one end, but he could be shot in the back from the other. Looks like Anubis is going to come in. Can the God of Death get it done?
Let's find out. Let's see if we can drag him down to his realms. But in the meantime, we're going to be shifting focus to what is happening over here, which is... Oh my lord. Okay, that nade. That was a little scary. Shifu, sir. Gonna run on down. Now, DEADEYES guys are a 3-man squad. It's on top, Frag, and Shifu. But Rules is doing a good job just keeping them at bay just by his lonesome. But is he aware of where blah 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 is? Okay, replay. Let's see what happened here. Killer running up, finding out I8. This is a 2-man squad, mind you. And was that a wipe? No, it wasn't. I8 is still alive and kicking. But they have, however, lost one member. And ZEUS have been eliminated, by the way, XP. Kind of crazy.
Yes, sir.
That's kind of crazy.
I was going to keep it a little quiet, but you did kind of spot that out. ZEUS have been eliminated again. They were going on the hunt, but it looks like the hunters became the hunted, and R3D is going to have the upper hand. Now, 7C have been impressing me right now. They've been against all sorts of atrocities, but they are still on their feet, running around. That Smokey is going to be down and knocked down once again. Now, Ale is going to be taking a lot of damage from the blue. He needs to administer that first aid or take the fight to the enemy. He realizes that it's a lost cause and he has skedaddled out of there. Good choice on his part. Now, R3D, 2 kills to their name, all 4 members alive. They still have a little way to go before they make it to the circle, but Wizzes with vibes could be problematic for them, as I say that. Delta X unloading on the members in the vehicle.
Just 1 kill for Wizzes, but they do have 4 alive. Everyone's very healthy. Who's not healthy? 7Cs. They're bleeding out, and this is Wizzes with vibes going up against them. 7Cs nearby as well. Sorry, the other members of 7Cs nearby. Ale, gonna try and patch himself up. Now, not able to see anyone else with 7C because he's the last man standing, XP. He's the sole survivor. Can he survive for much longer? It's gonna go out in the blue! Rules not quite able to land the shots though. And Ale, he's been spotted out again by Reaperbot. Look at Reaperbot just running after him. Is out in the blue? Is he? No, he's managed to sneak his way inside. And Reaperbot decides maybe it's not worth going for this fight. A preemptive nade getting tossed in by Ale. Was that a smoke? I do believe it's a smoke, I guess. Oh, it's a nade, but it's not going to find anyone. And they're like, you know, let's leave him for the time being. There are other pressing issues at the right now. And when he shows himself, we can take him down later on. So I guess I love this. Repositioning, they haven't pinned down, and they only have to allocate 1 member to Ale.
Beautiful. Now he's going to throw that molly, making sure that he is going to take some damage as he runs through that smoke. How unfortunately for him, Ale is going to be just a bit quicker as he finally gets to cover. Now his position is given away. It is going to be a little barrage of grenades as Wizzes with vibes are going to try their best to make sure they put this man to sleep. And well, when you throw multiple grenades, it isn't going to be that hard. Little do they know though, there's a couple of hay bales that they can spot over there, but now he is spotted out. In fact, before he hits the ground, he's taken out and well put 6 feet under. Elsewhere, Seal Esports are going to be in trouble as Baron and Killer are going to find themselves eliminated, which means Seal Esports are going to be eliminated in the 12th position play as A1 Esports' 6'9" boy goes around the enemy, and well, the enemy is wide. He's going to get one. He almost gets the knock as they duck and leave.
They get it done, XP. They get it done. They get a double knock. They get a triple knock. It's 1 man standing for vibes. And what have they done? A1, that is criminal. Wow. That is absolutely criminal. Someone call the cops because they have just absolutely destroyed vibes. That was a 3-man squad. At that point, it looked like a 2 versus 4 XP, and they just completely deleted them from the server.
Man, talk about first-degree murder. That is exactly what happened. Now, we do expect a lot of bloodshed, but not in such a cruel and cold way as you see right now. Venom Legends are going to find themselves in the same situation. Steel Shot, if he goes down, he takes all the hopes and dreams of Venom Legends down with him. Of course, the winners in the last game, and looks like he is going to survive. Now, Pika P is going to be hiding in the corner of the shack.
Let's go.
As Top is trying to make it, he doesn't. Do not run away, enemy. Oh, had this been the PC version, that could have gone very, very wrong.
I'm actually happy it's not, because you can see all this cool stuff. Steel shot in the last second. He tries to be the hero, but Pika says, Pika, you dead. And he's dead, XP. He's sadly dead. But Stalwart Esports, 10 kills, 2 of them barely alive, but they're going to be able to patch themselves up. 3 players still very much alive and kicking. Shiv was able to come out on top there, finding Molly, but he's going to be knocked down in turn. DEADEYES, guys, 1 man standing. It's Fragster. Your name's Frag, buddy. You gotta start landing some kills here. He does have 0 kills to his name so far, but at least for the time being, a little bit of respite, as he will have time and the opportunity to res his teammates. Delta X, the only man still on his feet for the side of Wizzes with Vibes. Can hear all the commotion. You can see what's going on. And if he actually pushes towards DEADEYES, guys, right now, there's a real chance he could potentially take them down, but he might be a little too late. Or maybe not, XP. They might be too distracted by Future Station, and that could be the opportunity for Wizzes with Vibes to get that res on.
Also for DEADEYES, guys, have a look at that. They were just 1 man standing in the form of Frag, but now it's going to be a 3-man squad once again. I love this circle play. We are just east of the power grid, ladies and gentlemen, and except that one shack, which is under control of Future Station, it is all open terrain. We've got hills, we've got nooks, we've got crannies, we've got everything for you over here, and we're going to have some PUBG action sooner or later. Now, everyone has the little ditch that they are going to be pretty much fortified in right now, Play, as the circle is going to force them out in about 45 seconds to a minute. But of course, before they do so, they have to make sure the path is clear. For T2K, they are going to be spread out with some vehicles, but they are going to have to deal with the Vibes, who in turn are going to have to deal with RAW, blah, blah, blah. In fact, gets the better of rules, but Delta X from behind is going to put them in the ground. And with that, we only have 16s remaining. With 16 alive, wait a second, it could be 5, because Sandesh could spot out Wizzes with Vibes, and well, they could be exiting the game, but it looks like they kind of realized it. Did the revive come through?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. In the nick of time, XP. In the nick of time. Sandesh had walked up a couple more meters. He could have, like you said, could have easily found Delta X, but now Delta X continued to take the fight. This battle has been going on for, it seems like, forever here. But the problem is for Wizzes with Vibes, they need to contend with DEADEYES, guys, and Shifu spotted rules. This is the 3rd time he's getting knocked out. And they might be going in for the finish this time around, XP.
Well, let's see if they are going to be finished. Yes, they are. Well, one of them is finished. Delta X still out in the blue. He is going to be passing himself up. Now, I wonder if DEADEYES guys are oblivious to the fact that there's still someone behind them, because they did get the kill. And, well, it could be problematic. He does have only a couple of first aids to work with, which he is going to administer right about now. And have a look at that. He might just bring them to the top 3 play.
He might. That's all he needs to do right now. It's fine. Let everyone else battle it out. And you just have to be sneaky. Get those kills, and there we go. Minute 14, baby. What did I tell you? He spots on the player in Delta X. Oh, the timing could not have been worse, XP. If he had moved in when OnTop was rattling off his bullets towards Stalwart Esports, that would have been a free kill for him. But instead, OnTop, his spider sense, his Peter sense tingling, and he turns around, catches him off, and that is going to be it for Delta X. Down to the final 3 teams, XP. But there are, however, 10 players alive. T2K, 9 kills. Stalwart Esports, 10 kills. This could very well, this could very well go either way. It's a 4v3v3.
Something that didn't really go in Delta X's way was, if you noticed, OnTop just got done with his magazine and the Mini 14, and, naturally you want to get some cover. So he looked back just to, get that reload in, and alas, he spots our man himself, Delta X, running down, zigging and zagging his way, but unfortunately he was taken down, as one of the members from DE is going to be taken down. Make that 2 as Frag is taken down in a flurry as well, courtesy of Sandesh. Now, Sandesh does know where the last member from DEADEYES guys is, and do expect a couple of grenades to be thrown in that direction. However, T2K CEO could be in trouble, as Stalwart Esports are mounting the sword of their own from the east of the circle.
Well. How the turntables, am I right? Legend knocked down. But yeah, DEADEYES guys, I gotta say, I feel like the days are numbered here. It's going to be highly unlikely they're going to be able to stay alive. And as I say that, they will fall. Stalwart Esports going up against T2K. And this is going to be it. The battle for the top of the table. Action being taken down. Great nade. The reses come on in. It's only 2 players standing. Make that 1 player standing. And look at T2K just going on in, going for the finish. Pika is going to be left alone in a 1 versus 3 as he finds Jane. But 3 more to find. The smoke's going to provide a little bit of cover. It's going to isolate the fights. And he will be spotted out and taken down by Legend. And then it's going to be Stalwart Esports falling in a 2nd place. T2K, man. these guys need to leave a few chicken dinners for some other teams, because it seems like DRS and T2K are just taking all the chickens for themselves.
I loved how, wait a second, let's just first of all throw the accolades up to T2K, getting the job done, 14 kills, 29 points from this game. Take a bow, let that money wane, as they are going to be walking away $1,000 richer. Now, I like that on the screens, you could kind of make out, I mean, Blade, they've been winning so much, they lost count, because he was like, yay, 4, and the other one was like, nah, man, it's 5. 5 chicken dinners for them in the Super Weekends.
That is so very impressive already, right? And
that's where they're at the top.
in the end, like, I just want to highlight something, right? In that 4 versus 2, or 3 for that moment, like, the sheer difference between a team like T2K, DRS, ZEUS, and Stalwart Esports, and what we saw from Venom Legends on Erangel, where they were in a 4 versus 1 versus 1. Look at how they played that. They had the zone, they had the numbers, they had the weapons, they knew it was only 2 players remaining. They played it so passive that it almost got taken down. And look at the way T2K play it. So when people ask me what's the difference between champions and good teams, that is the difference.
It's all between your eyeballs, between your ears. It's the mentality that counts as well. Of course, you have the skills, that's great, but you got to have the mentality to back it up. And with that, of course, ladies and gentlemen, 2 games are now underway. We still have 3 more in store for you, but you know what's going to happen right now, don't you? We're going to take a quick little breather. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are on the second Super Weekend, day number 2, and we've just got done with 2 games. A lot of 2s there, but it is looking pretty good because T2K is the man or the team of the arena, of the battleground. I mean,
Yeah.
speechless.
The moment you say
gets-
too many
yes.
2s, you have T2K.
Exactly. You guys were talking about it. I mean, as soon as DRS tries to pick up the pace, T2K is like, you're not getting back to us. We need this pole position, and they're just going to keep on creating that lead for themselves. Wow, what an amazing turn of events. With that, Ocean, let's have a look at these top players and guide us through this line.
Yeah, I mean, talking about this game, right? It was today's day, to be honest, has been the day of mini 14s a lot. If you talk about it, well, action, 4 kills, 33 damage, and top from his own team, 3 kills, 1039 damage. Think about the overall damage that the team might just be having on the server. That's just insane. There was like one moment in my mind where I was thinking, Stalwart's just gonna take it. DE did play really amazing. It looks like all these 3 teams, Stalwart, DE, T2K, they are just in their element right now. It's for Stalwart, it's just one of the most finest maps, as we were talking about, right? They got their first chicken dinner on this one only. And then if we talk about DE, well, it's the classic DE that we know, and T2K. I mean, they are in to get more numbers today again.
Yeah. I mean, they not just numbers. I mean, the bank account is going to be
Exactly.
so stacked at this point. I mean, I believe, if I'm not wrong, they've already crossed the 2nd position prize money for the finals, right? And it is going to be super interesting to see where they will end up, because this is just the 2nd week. This is the 2nd day of the 2nd week.
Johnny, that's a burn. That's an early burn for the team that's going to be on the 2nd for the finals. But right now, of course, as we move on to the head-to-head, as we were talking about it, Stalwart Esports, yes, this team is looking really, really good. I wish, they would have gotten that chicken enough because we were anticipating that. But T2K taking it away is, of course, expected off of them, because this is the 2nd Super Weekend and they're just bringing their energy back from the first one.
Yeah.
I mean, now this is where I want to see what DRS does in the next match, because that's going to be Erangel, that's going to be DRS's, their comfort zone. So I would love to see, what happens, because now T2K, well, they are at 5th chicken dinner for themselves.
I mean, the team is looking really deadly. But talk about deadly stuff, and you always see Stalwart Esports pop up with the longest distance skill, the highest damage coming in from action, and Pika also being there in terms of the most utility used. But Then we have highest kills on Jane and Sandesh with the most headshots. But I want to focus on that final situation because Stalwart Esports were doing so well. But T2K in those closing moments were able to just make sure that they capitalize on the man advantage that they had. Also, the moment the final player from the side of Stalwart Esports actually peeked from behind the smoke, the reactions were a bit delayed. I believe he just second guessed himself. Should I take the shot? Should I run back inside the cover? And that delayed reaction costed them the potential to actually move a step closer towards victory. But yes, T2K, incredible performance in this one.
In the previous stats, we also noted that Sandesh was the one that was having that was at the second in the highest skill numbers. No doubt his damage was low, but ladies and gentlemen, I want to clarify one thing, and that is if your team gets a chicken dinner, you will be placed above action, like above the other player. That was action that had 1333 damage. So yeah, that's one thing. Well, T2K did really good. Stalwart was there as well, but right now, BABLU clarity again. I get it, not a lot of fights happened till like first 15 minutes or something, but BABLU clarity, as soon as the fight happened, they kind of just fizzled out. Venom Legends, Stalwart from the above grounds, they were just trying to put a lot of pressure, and well, they succeeded in that one as well. So it was really good for a few teams, but really bad for the other ones, in which DRS and ZEUS are there as well.
I'm going to blame this on you, Ocean. I mean, your potion isn't working. I picked two teams and both of them got taken out early. I mean, ZEUS Esports got taken out early. Venom Legends got taken out early. You picked ZEUS as well. Both of us.
No, I picked Stalwart. Blotter knows it. I picked Stalwart. That's cheating. That's cheating right there.
I had Stalwart as well, and then final moment moved on to IH.
If it was like,
all right.
If it was this, I'm not playing. If it was this, I'm not playing this game.
But once again, I mean, you do have to, take into consideration the games that have been going on for the side of Clarity, but especially on Miramar itself, right? I mean, last week we saw them making those late rotations. That definitely did not favor them, making that Western rotation. This time around, we saw them making an early rotation. That sadly, once again, did not favor them. So that does bring us back to you, Ocean. When it comes down to the zones, let's talk about not only Clarity, but the other teams as well.
Yeah, so we saw the circle just coming onto the sidelines, if we just talk about it, of Power Grid, Picaro, those kind of areas. So if we just move forward, look at this right now. Teams obviously are just trying to make up their mark right now. T2K, well, they are already around the graveyard side, which is really good for them. And now look at this. As soon as circle shifts, it just changes a lot of things for this team. I mean, if I just have to talk about it, look at this. T2K just a bit away from the fights right now. It's kind of the similar strat, like you guys will agree, as of DRS, and that is playing slow. T2K did kind of the same thing, and well, they did it with a lot more perfection, I would say, overall, as what the other teams were trying. Seal, well, they were so outside the circle that they could just not make their entry inside the zone. Right now as well, you see the circle. I get it. Stalwart is there. But T2K, they were trying to mark up their entries, but this is the circle where the game kind of just completely changed. I mean, the players were trying to get in for themselves, and Pika just and everyone just trying to put a lot of damage on Venom Legends right now. Action just taking his own fights on the backlines against FS, and T2K. For them to mark up their entry, they had just one team that was just a kind of a threat for them. That was DRS. That was just inside the circle. Meanwhile, every other team was still trying to figure out as to how they go for the movement. But left hand side was quite busy. There was Raw, there was Wizzes with Vibes. All those teams were there. But this is where T2K, now they knew they had to just charge in. They'll charge in with full force. They did it. They obviously a few of their players were taken down, but still, they never cared about that. They cared about making up a mark, making up an impact, and when the circle just helped them, they did that.
Exactly, and definitely did favor them, no question about it. And on the other front, talking about another team that's going to be, of course, DEADEYES. Well, that team is making strides for themselves as well. I mean, talk about having decent gameplay from one game to the next. That team is definitely part of that conversation.
I mean, I agree with that. And I mean, when we are looking at some of the key moments of the game, we're going to talk about a lot of interesting things regarding the terrain of the map as well.
Indeed. With that, let's of course summarize all of the wonderful fights that took place throughout the entirety of the game. It is time to cue in the Oppo F9 Info moments.
So, as we were talking about, as I said, terrain, Stalwart Esports, the one thing that they did really well during those mid-game stages, as Ocean talked about this as well, was control the high ground. T2K took the same route after Stalwart Esports went in and then moved out wide to control the sort of flat areas in the final fight that was between DE, T2K and the players of Stalwart right after the DE finished off the players from Wizzes with Vibes. But before that, it was about controlling that one mountain and seeing how much information or how long actually you can survive without revealing your position to your opponents. And these teams actually did that really well. One thing I would like to know was what happened in the A1 Esports collision.
Oh, yeah.
This was insane. A1 Esports and Vibes.
This was nasty though. Like Vibes
Yeah.
thought that they could just get the control of this area, but no. Look at this. The best part is you saw both the players of A1 Esports, right? It was still the final moment as they just saw the final crate being formed. They never reloaded. 20 bullets, they switched the weapon. 20 bullets, they switched the weapon. 20 bullets. So in that kind of a factor, they had no doubt it was just two players, but with that movement and switching of the way, switching is faster than reloading. So they just did that. That 0.7 second timer versus 2.9 second timer for a reload. That just made all of a difference. Plus, if one player switching the weapon, the other one was shooting at that moment. Like Shoikat was switching up. Like that happened. That was just so brilliant.
I think I was 14 when I heard that phrase, switching your weapon is faster than reloading. Brings back a lot of memories, but yes, yes, that is true.
It's critically acclaimed throughout the entirety of the world, I would say. I mean, everybody knows that you have to.
I don't know about you. Mentally, I'm still 3, so yeah.
I don't think so, man. I mean, the zonal analysis was pretty much on point, and
hey, kids get technology better, right?
yeah. So I guess we have to join co-casters, like our partners in crime, XP and Blair, and just call ourselves boomers at this point.
Well, boomers on the desk. Let's move on along and have a look at the damage graph coming in, where, of course, we were just talking about it. Stalwart, 30-80.
30-80.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, they're getting those numbers for themselves.
Yeah.
It's really good. It looks like that they're having pretty good performance with the damage number 30-80 for themselves and 12 kills as well. DE 5, Wizzes with Vibes 4. So yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing, right? The impact that has been created is just by first 4 teams, and I would still say first 2 teams only.
Exactly. I mean, all right. I know Ocean pretty well. I know he would have loved it had that 3-2-1 been in order with the 5-4.
I mean, yeah, actually.
That's borderline OCD right there. There's a little bit of borderline OCD right there, but then again,
I mean, look at this.
So we'll accept it.
Raw R3D when that there's like 3-2-1 there.
Yeah. Like I said, with that, let's move on to the storyboard, because the storyboard is going to be that much more crucial when it comes down to the games itself. It is looking pretty neat. When it comes down to the entirety of the day itself, it is looking absolutely wonderful because it is so very intense from one fight to the next.
Exactly, and I mean, Train to Kill, they're bringing in the intensity. It's a good time to be. It's a good time for T2K. 269 and 207. Yeah.
Johnny, I have like a sorry to cut you off, but I have a really important thing to talk right now. DRS in first 2 games they only have 4 points, 2 points each game. ZEUS, no doubt this was a bad game for them, but they are getting close. They're getting close, and I get it. T2K, yeah, they are at a different league right now. 269 points for themselves, but will ZEUS surpass DRS today? Like, that's my question.
I think so. I think it's going to happen in the next game.
Exactly. Honestly,
I don't know, because DRS would want to get their 5th right now. So, like, a lot of questions.
See, no matter what happens, if DRS wins it, the storyboard gets more interesting. If ZEUS wins it, it gets interesting. As I've been saying, no matter who wins, we win, guys. It's going to be so interesting to watch the next few matches. I mean, there's a lot on the line. Look at that. Venom Legends is 4 points short.
Yep, exactly. And that's definitely in the bag in this game. No problem at all.
Yeah.
Crossing over, getting onto that 16th position for Venom should be no trouble whatsoever at all.
How about Raw getting a chicken dinner?
Oh, that's going to be wonderful. I mean, they seem to be one of the few teams that are in the top 16 right now who are lacking a chicken dinner. And along with that, I would actually love to see Venom Legends surpass Paradox by the end of the day. Because then it means that maybe by the end of tomorrow, they can contend the position of S9 Esports and find themselves sitting on the 14th position, which is going to be a really good spot for them. And it's going to make the upcoming week a lot more interesting.
So true, mate. So very true indeed. But what's going to make that much more interesting for us is going to be to get the day moving on along. Let's move on to the 3rd game of the day again. I mean, we've got 3rd, 4th, 5th game, 3 games remaining. So, like you said, Varun, I mean, this team of Venom Legends, 71 points, they could very well be surpassing Paradox, and not only Paradox, but sitting on to the 14th position altogether as well by the end of the day.
Erangel. I mean, we see Future Station and whatnot. The Erangel just getting those points for themselves.
I want Future Station to do really well in this match. I mean, I was loving that 7 placement points per match average.
I mean, they indeed are doing really good for themselves. They had a chicken dinner last game yesterday, right? So that was really good. T2K DRS, again, this is the rival that, we were talking about, like the way T2K DRS did, they happen like really close to each other. So I love it, the way, these teams are just performing. But again, for me, it's going to be Raw. If they get a chicken dinner, that's going to be really good. I8, like, I would say, I get it. Top 3 teams, top 4 teams, we know they are doing good. But I want to see a team that did not get a chicken dinner, get a chicken dinner in this game.
Absolutely. No two ways about it. No two ways about it. Of course, when it comes down to these teams, like you just mentioned, I mean, I8, Raw, these teams definitely do need to get that chicken dinner. You need to get that bank rolling up a little bit more. But that is only if the teams like DRS or T2K or ZEUS, for that matter, are going to allow that opportunity, right? But with that, it is time to get our game moving on along. Let's get the show moving on along to the third game of the day, where we go back to Erangel. And to take us through the third game, it is going to be none other than the Panda Bros, who back in the arena. It's going to be Pain Fixes and Necro.
Well, Necro, I've got to say this.
Yeah.
I see improvement. I see resilience from T2K, of course, winning the previous game chicken dinner. And why am I saying such things for them? Because I'm going to take all the viewers back to the first Miramar that we had in our PMPL. It was a similar fight, a similar situation, however, in a different position. Now, the last time you remember, T2K were really scared to push despite having the man advantage with them. But today, what we saw from them, the confidence being instilled in all the players, that was absolutely brilliant. And they wiped out Stalwart in a jiffy, I must say. That was complete outplay by these lads, and that is how they've grown through this tournament. So they're hitting all the check markers right. But heading into Erangel, my dear friend, what are your early speculations?
Man, my early speculations, I mean, as the analyst desk were also saying, maybe DRS, but honestly, I feel like DRS is not going to be taking this Erangel this time. No, I honestly feel like maybe this time it's going to be someone else, maybe some teams like TDK. Honestly, I'm having a little bit of itch that maybe TDK is going to be taking this Erangel this time, and I mean, why not? Hey, I mean, they might just get $6,000 in their bag. They've already gotten $5,000. Hey, one more a little bit, you might buy some new devices for yourself and maybe for your colleagues as well.
I mean, let's not just get into devices. They already have the most premium ones. Of course, we do recommend the Oppo F19 Pros over there. But let's talk about the games in hand, right? Right now, what we are about to witness is maybe some Mongolian domination again. Maybe.
You think so?
Because I'm getting that hunch. I'm getting that hunch. This is where ZEUS start getting deadly, because let's be honest, I mean, had it not been a really certain circle, this could have been their game, right? I mean, Zol did play out of his mind in the first game of Erangel, right? And the Erangel game has always been strong. They've been trying a lot of different things, but I think there's this hunch, right? This might just be the game. They're gonna get the chicken in.
I mean, they might, as you beautifully mentioned, man. That man Zol was just doing so much work with that Mini 14. And talking about Mini 14, even the analyst desk mentioned this. Today, Mini 14s have been in the limelight all day, but one thing that hasn't really been in the limelight, it's going to be vibes. Now, Fixes, what do you think is really going down? I'm going wrong with them. I mean, in season, they are quite decent, even on the overall rankings, but still, I mean, I just feel like they're just not really being seen in the limelight that much as they were seen in the Super Weekend 1.
I mean, again, it all comes down to the fact that, the same old story, right? They're still finding that consistency. And, of course, Super Weekend 1 had been particularly better for them in comparison to how they're performing. But, we're still getting started, right? Yesterday, we did have DRS absolutely popping off, and suddenly they are silent for quite some times. So, for Team Vibes to really step up, this is where, you've got to expect bigger things coming in from Assassin, because he's that one player who makes all the difference, right? And he's got to start getting a little bit more aggressive. From what I see from this particular Vibes lineup is a lot of potential, immense potential. Now, if they start delivering or if they start living up to it, we're going to get better results. But what I see again from them is some lacking confidence. while taking those fights, some confidence amongst their brethren. Because I haven't seen much of that teamwork going on in those fights. So, and that is something you cannot really be very critical about, because quite pertaining to the fact that they're still a newly formed roster, right? So they're definitely gonna need a few more weeks to settle in. But I think I still find them, heading off finals where it all matters. That's where the real moolah comes into play. Now, they've garnered enough points, but what I must say I'm really impressed with, or rather who I'm impressed with, is Wizzes with Vibes.
Yeah, definitely. They have been doing quite a great job, man. We have been talking about Wizzes with Vibes since such a long time, since Super Weekend 1. Actually, not Super Weekend 1, since those league days of the Week 1, man. They have just been dominating, throughout. And the consistency, they have been delivering throughout, especially Ruthless coming in from that squad. He has always been good, even in those PMCs as well. He has been doing a great job throughout the pretty much entirety. And now, one thing I have noticed over here, like that dip coming in from the side of Raw, and also Frax are kind of leaving Raw and then joining DEADEYES guys. So I would say his performance was way better in Raw than, compared to DEADEYES guys. Now, he has been doing quite a good job. He has been doing quite a... Don't get me... Okay, I see your facial expressions. Calm down. Okay. But I would say, compared to how he used to play in the NC, man, it's just, not the Fraxer we saw.
I mean, come on. We're making the wrong comparisons here altogether, because we're talking about major leagues right now. NCs, yes, Nepal NCs are always good. But then again, man, the standards of that lobby compared to this one, this is where you have the upper echelon teams battling it out. You've got different variations, because when you're talking about a Nepali PUBG Mobile style, you're talking about a lot of tactics, a lot of end zone plays, and but then again, you just mix it up a little bit with some Pakistani aggression. You get in some Mongolians over there, and then you have the surprise factors in the Bangladeshis, who apparently lately have been performing. They've been exceeding our expectations, right? So with so much in display over here, I'm getting completely riled up. But a voice in my head says, for all good things to happen, we must wait just a little bit more. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go in for a quick little breather, because coming right after is, of course, the third game starting really soon.
Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, or RAW as they are more commonly known as, the team that won the national championship for Nepal this time but failed to show up during the PMCO. And just like every other roster we've discussed, almost every single team out there this time in PMPL South Asia Season 4, they have revamped their roster as well.
Yeah, and that is definitely not a happy thing for me, right? Of course, you've become champions of the PMNCs, so you've got a direct slot to the PMPL, and now they come in the PMCOs and do not really perform as we thought they would. But again, like you said, you're talking about roster shuffles. Now, I've always been one of those critics who do not like it, because of one single reason, because you do take a lot of time to build that synergy up within your squad. Now, we've got some good players, right? We've got blah blah blah. We've of course got Joker in. Now Vishal has to be that one crucial component who sort of gels in with every single person. But again, you're talking about the IGLs. Now a lot of pressure is of course going to be on Sada as to how this one line is going to perform. Now they've got a lot to fight for, but one of the biggest challenges, I believe, Johnny, is going to be not succumbing down to the pressure.
Exactly, I agree with that. But as you pointed out, those players, these are the best possible replacements you could ask for. So there is still hope for Raw, and we're going to hope that this team shines to their brightest and they go as aggressive as they can, because it's right there in the name. And for that, good luck to Ruthless Aggressive Warriors.
Well, all right, we are finally back, and I think that was quite a longer break, and
Yeah.
it was necessity, right? We needed to make sure that the game was fair for everybody, so that everybody is in the lobby. Because we're talking about super weekends, man. You do not really want to miss out on any single game at all. Now, finally, after quite some time, let's just head into Erangel and have a conversation rolling. Of course, we would love to see where the zone goes this time around, and what are your predictions? Where do you think you're gonna have an end circle at?
Man, look, honestly, I'm not gonna lie over here. I'm quite satisfied with the first circle that we saw. It was kind of like down south. So this time, I'm just gonna be a nice person, and I'm gonna say I want a centralized circle, so all the teams can be happy, and I want a fair share of competition. I don't want some team to get kind of like disadvantaged, just like how ZEUS got, just like how our 3D got some disadvantage in that first Erangel game because their boat just got destroyed by Raw. Unfortunately, it just got blown into smithereens, and there was just nothing they can do. But yeah, I do want a fair share of competition inside this Erangel game, but. Out of that, I also remember a few moments, we were talking about, like before the break, we were having a conversation about the Pakistani teams, and from that I remembered I ate Blade's trigger discipline on the bridge, man. It was just absolutely insane, and that's how Clarity BABLU just got completely mowed down.
Yeah, I mean, whenever it comes down to I8, we always are talking all praises for Crypto, but I believe, Blade's inception inside the squad has been really important, and he's been that, backbone for the team as well. I mean, in those initial few weeks where during those league days, it was tough affair for Crypto to get on board. That's where Blade was doing major of the heavy lifting, but, talking about I8, I believe we've got reviews instead of Johnny, and I mean the standard lineup, of course, nothing taken away from reviews. I really like him as a player, but this is where I really feel Johnny as an entry fragger a little bit better than him at that particular role, or maybe reviews is gonna take his own time to settle in, because that had been always the default for. Now, what I really like about even more is that they never shy away from experimenting. Right? They know that they're still in a comfortable phase. It's not gonna change a lot of things, giving their players enough exposure, trying out different strategies. But talking about strategies, Pika right out in the open, and Crypto does have a buggy. And considering the fact that he was one with the nature, he stays alive.
One lucky snake today. It's going to be Pika this time. Pretty much to be lucky in that scenario.
No. Let's one little mouse.
Yeah, you can call that,
Pikachu?
but there's no
mouse.
There's no place like, mouses usually like to hide inside a hole. There's no hole over there. He was just like out in the open, in a grass. And we can call him Snake. It makes sense more. Snakes are pretty much
if you say so.
Crawling.
I mean, all right.
Yeah, I feel like snakes make much more sense, in that case. But now we have Venom Esports Future Station quite close to each other. Now, considering the fact the circle is a bit north, now that means IAT again are going to be having a little bit of problem crossing the bridge. Now, this time it's not really going to be south side where I just, was bridge camping pretty much and just getting a lot of kills for themselves. This time they might just get farmed themselves. Now they need to find a safe route and fixes. If you remember, all the time in the circle is like a bit northern side, right? IAT has always struggled to cross the bridge. So what do you think? So what's going to be the game plan this time?
I think again, I mean, they're gonna stick to some late rotations over here. But more than I8, I must say that this is a really good, interesting zone for DRS. I think the last league days we did witness a similar sort of a circle in which I believe DRS were the ones who got their chicken dinner and I think gotten back into form, right? That one fight against, in fact, the last fight against T2K in a similar manner, just beside Yesnaya Polyana, if my memory serves me right. So it is a sort of a similar circle. Now, this is the best part about Battle Royales, especially PUBG Mobile, where you never know towards the very end anything is really possible, right? The circle can actually also shift towards the southern side, which we certainly wouldn't want. But I really want the circle to be somewhere around that lake area, the fjord, as we call it the technical term, and I think Plotter had done a very good job pointing that one out. Learning new words every single day. That's the way to go around with life and things. But getting back into the action, I think we're not gonna witness any action for quite some time, considering how split up all these teams are.
They definitely are quite split, but one thing you can say for sure, TDK and Wizzes Vibes, they don't really have a lot of distance between them. There might just be a chance where we might just see a fight coming up between them as well. That being said, as you beautifully mentioned, DRS are definitely going to be having themselves a lucky day, including DEADEYES guys, because now their drop location has been that kind of the Rozhok area for themselves. Take a look at these men, right, from DRS. Now you have a man like Nima in front of us. He has like 32 total kills, and then total damage of 7,360. Pretty much, I mean, great stats, right? I mean, this is what I really like about DRS, is that you see consistency, not just in their gameplay. It's just like consistency throughout the entire lineup.
Yeah, I mean, consistency, I may be just too quick. I think if they kind of display that today as well in the remainder of the 3 games that they have to play, of course, including this one, then I might say, they've been consistent in this particular week. But, consistency is still a rather more stronger word, with something that the likes of, I8, T2K, they have rather displayed. But, more than that, I mean, huge props to production, man. The way the transitions are happening, just cool. Around. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. And, we're looking at some major developments being made around when we've got the analytical segment going on, the zones being formed. We've got some more cool stuff for you guys. Of course, that's safe for a later date. But, the way we've progressed, gotta say it, man, they're definitely putting the labor, the night's work, working out to make sure that we've got the best features, the best statistics to be displayed on board. But of course, coming back to action that we have in hand. Now, this is where things start getting spicier. You did mention about Wizzes with Vibes, T2K being beside each other. This is where things get interesting with Stalwart, right? We did have that early rivalry building up, and then we did see Stalwart completely outplaying them in that manner, and ever since then they have not resorted to it. And T2K has always been one of those teams that opts to go in really early. Now, this sort of leaves me into this sort of a point where we've got to talk about ZEUS and Raw's early on rivalry. How do you feel that it has transitioned?
ZEUS and Raw, I still feel like over here, it isn't really like that rivalry that we saw like back in the day, if you know ZEUS and DRS, it isn't really that strong, so I haven't really been kind of focusing on that kind of a rivalry much more, because ZEUS in general, they're kind of a team who are focusing on a lot of kind of kill points as well. At the same time, yeah, their placement points this time has been quite good, but the aggression is still there from the side of ZEUS. They're not really shying away from any kind of fights, which is quite fine. And this is where even Raw, a team like Raw, now on the overall rankings, they don't really have that much of an impact when it comes to if you compare them to ZEUS. So in that initial rivalry, I still feel like ZEUS does have a little bit of edge, but we just need to see how things are going to be looking like in the future lines as well. Because ZEUS now, in the previous map of Miramar, if you remember, they got eliminated quite early. And sometimes, just that aggressive route cannot work all the time for you. You need to sometime, hold back as well. So there's like pros and cons for everything.
And this particular game, they've opted to drop down at Chorchu. We've seen them trying different things, but we've got a little bit of some bullets being shot in air. It's going to be Clutch Baba, one of the best players, and one of the revelations for Future Station, of course. I mean, ever since this player has come, I really see some bright potential in this kid. And I think with passing time, he's just going to age better, just like some fine wine. But, I really like this lad, right? Considering, if you talk about Future Station 952, earlier I think they were known as 952, where we had some amazing players. You've got the likes of Entry doing some major heavy lifting. Now, with Clutch Baba, I think the pressure from his shoulders have just eased down a little bit. And of course, you've got Magnet, the other players. They've done fairly well in Erangel. Now, when we're talking about fairly well, that has always been around those positional plays, right? They're still yet to step up on the kill department. Now, my question to you, Necro, would be, what changes must they make in their style of game so that we can see some killmongers coming out from these players?
Wait, so which team were you exactly talking about? I kind of lost
Future
the track
Station
because
9,
I was...
Future Station
Okay.
952.
Now, I mean, we have seen in the map chance as well, right? They have been quite consistent when it comes to, like, you know, that gameplay, that play style coming in. But somewhere down the line, now look, this is what we were exactly talking about. Each and every single team has such a good firepower. Now, over here, the difference in the map over here, one thing we're also noticing is that, take a look at R3D now, Fixes. Now, they usually move with the blue zone, or usually they're pretty much just engulfed in the blue zone, and they just take their sweet little time. And this time, they're also making, like, a quick rotation inside the circle. So these kind of things, you know, this is where future stations sometimes do manage to get caught off guard, but usually in Erangel, I would say their performance has been quite decent.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it has been. But again, you know, to get those kills, they certainly have to get themselves on board. We did witness the first airdrop, however. But, you know, Clarity BABLU did get the better of it. And, you know, Clarity BABLU is definitely one of those teams we can really go on and on for days. Now, this has been a team that, you know, suddenly comes in, gets chicken dinner, and then, poof, vanishes.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not really visible anymore. And this is where, you know, I really need to see Khan 420 taking that upper step ahead. You know, he's one of those players that has the caliber to be one of the best in South Asia. You know, he's been pretty phenomenal in the Pakistan region, and I've casted most of the tournaments. I do know that this player has immense potential. I think what is just holding him off is self-belief. You know, that's where he needs to have that confidence that he can do it. And once he gets it, I think there's no stopping for this lad at least.
Yeah.
But again, you know, the thing about Battle Royales, you know, when you're playing as a squad, it's just not about this one player. You know, you've got to have other players also step up. So Teen Wolf, again, as an IGL, has been such a crucial player for their team. But this is where, you know, I would expect bigger things from Dani and Zibyan, and I think they're slowly trying to pull them up, because if you remember that one fight yesterday in that compound, I think that was a really good display against DEADEYES.
Yeah, BABLU definitely. Now, as you pointed out about 420, boy, yeah. This man has some incredible skills, and as you beautifully mentioned as well, this is where... Now, I also want to kind of shed some light on their gameplay. Oh, wait, hold on. We are also seeing a little bit of carnated action coming in through. We also did see some players from DEADEYES, guys, if I'm not wrong, hitting that incredible shot. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing that in the replay no time. And now Shifu as well has his sights locked. And, well, he was able to find himself one knock, but he's looking to find the second one. But A1 Esports doing quite a great job not really exposing their heads anymore. But yeah, getting back to the convo that we were having. Now, this is where I feel like 420 boy is kind of like held back by his team. And the main problem over here can be their survival gameplay. Now, we have seen kind of... oh, this is the replay right here. Okay, that's a crispy shot. So yeah, getting back to the convo again. We have seen how BABLU plays. Now, in the starting phases of the game, or in the starting phases of the zone, BABLU really focuses on survival a lot. They do not want to challenge any kind of fights. They want to play as safe as possible. And I feel like in those kind of early phases, BABLU actually goes for fights. This is where I feel like we can see a little bit more skill, kind of like that firepower being shown from the side of BABLU. Then this is where we can see 420 boys shine as well.
Yeah, we certainly. You know, I'm going to get back to that. But, you know, if I could have the map feed in front of me right now, production anytime, because we are looking at some lot of nasty movements being made over here. And the circle shifting away. And a lot of things did happen, right? I've got to say to the viewers, DRS, they did two things over here. They sort of second guessed over here, because I did see them going away from Yasnaya just for a few moments. Then they realized, no, it's better to go back and play around the edges of you know, those apartments that you have, play around that spot, and that is where they've retreated. But look at so many teams trying to get inside the circle, and when we're talking about an Yasnaya circle, things start getting really heated up because you've got so many teams in so close proximities. This all comes down to, the amount of nades that you have. Even if you get a knock, how you going to follow it up? As we do have some skirmish happening around. Finally, finally, after almost 14 minutes, we do get to see the first blood, and it's going to be Vibes who get themselves online.
Yeah, and finally, a lot of kills have been showcased on the kill feed as well. We also do see Stalwart Esports chiming in. TDK Legend, the IGL falling down. They should not be happy after that one. TDK are being pinned down. Well, slowly and steadily, they're falling apart. But Jenny's trying his best to kind of follow himself back up. And, well, this was the shot that icy hit on Avon Esports. And, well, that must not feel good after such kind of a massive hit. But now, one thing when we saw in the map feed, I really want to point out here is that Clarity BABLU's rotation. That was just so clever. Now, they usually drop kind of like down south toward the left side, but this time they rotated all the way towards north above Yasnaya. And that's just such a clever rotation. At the same time, they have one of the safest spots because there's no one in the back lines. At the same time, there's no one in the front lines. Still pretty far away.
I've got to say this. I mean, of course, we do have a fight. Team Vibes in Sea-Lift spotted each other, and they're exchanging shots. But again, like you said about Team BABLU, I think this goes two ways, right? Either they're acting on a hunch, and this is where. Yes, this is where it is going to favor them a lot right now, considering how it has really shifted. And this is exactly where we wanted the zone to be. Now, this is where teams like DEADEYES are going to have such a good time. But look at Team Vibes go. They are really vibing good, man. Catching the players of A1 Esports completely off guard. Now, 6ix9ine has been knocked out. Smokes have been deployed, but I don't think that's the only direction they're going to be rattled with bullets from, because you've got the players of Seal who might have spotted them out, because Hustler, the moment he looks towards his left, I think he's gonna spot 4 kills. Now, DEADEYES, look at the position. They've got those little hills over there, and that is gonna help them so much. But this has given Wizzes with Vibes such a good room to rotate all the way from the eastern side. No, this quite comes down to the fact, the teams playing from the edges. The moment the circle shifts away from you, it is gonna be a rather easier time rotating. But now the teams that are stuck inside the city, they're gonna have such a tough time getting out of here.
Not just that, imagine fixes the next circle shifts north. That means all the teams that are stacked down on south, they're pretty much the majority of the teams that are pretty much stacked down south, they will have to move up north with themselves and pretty much together with other teams. And well, that's where the hell breaks loose, because you can take a look around. Just take a look at Evil Eye's point of view. You can see so many teams are inside the Yasnaya city, and well, imagine the circle just moves above. That means each and every single team will need to move up as well. But with that being said, RAW seems like, well, they're not having enough. They want to push against Future Station 1952. Magnet has heard a little bit of footsteps here and there, and that's a great nade on the clutch. Baba is quite lucky to make it out alive from that one. Evil Eye as well takes a bit of damage. I do like how safe they're playing this one out. They do not really want to challenge things that desperately. Instead, they're taking their sweet little time. They're just bombarding the buildings. They're trying to isolate 1952. They have managed to find 1 kill. It should be confirmed in no time. And while the backup or the cavalry from the side of RAW is arriving as well. And Future Station 1952, you can already do see the chaos being made from the side of RAW.
Wow.
Well, that's a great return knock from Magnet. He's trying to even things out. He's trying his best to hold down the ground. And well, RAW now, it seems like things are falling apart for them.
Yeah, absolute blunder from RAW, the way they started things off.
Oh my god, how?
Yeah, they got shredded, and this was ought to happen, right? You're acting on just one information, just one knock. Well, Future Station was so well prepared to defend their territory, and they did that in fashion. But now this is an interesting fight. Memo's head has been spotted out. Crypto's grenade gets lobbed in, and in the last nick of a second, I believe Memo did spot that nade coming in. Otherwise, he was basically done. But, 7C, they find themselves in a bit of a pickle, as Mr. Smokey had been knocked out, but he's right back up on his feet. Now, this is where I need to start looking for a contingency plan, right? This is where they need to start to understand that the zone is not going to stick to them forever. Because if you take a look at the mapping, look at that southeastern cluster. It's filled, it's swarming with teams, and the northern side is particularly vacant, and that, my dear friend, is where the zone is gonna head out. Look at Venom Legends. That one will split. This can be really important, and this can be really good for them. But if one of their players gets knocked out, it's done. But I really sense a fight breaking down between Stalwart and Wizzes with vibes.
Not just that, fights are going to be breaking down all across the map now. Just take a look at this. This was the exact thing I was really scared of for these teams. And, well, the circle moving up. That means Clarity BABLU quite close. And TDK, Venom Legends, Wizzes with Vibes, and Stalwart Esports are going to be the lucky bunch that have pretty much kind of circle favoring them a little bit. Now, Wizzes with Vibes, as you mentioned perfectly, that there might just be a fight panning out between these lads, Stalwart Esports and Wizzes with Vibes, and that's the exact things that are happening. But now the problem here for Wizzes with Vibes is that one man falling down, that means the opening has been given away, and that's all you need in fight like those, just to get that extra bit of confidence in. And once you've had that, well, you know what, you're up for a treat, my friend. And just like that, it as well. That's quite desperate rotation coming in through. And, well, I won't really blame them for that rotation. At this point in time, you got to do what you got to do for the survival.
Yeah, but then again, you know, this is where I have to suggest that you make your move only when, you know, there's a lot of fights going on, because that's when your opponents are not paying attention to you. And this is where, again, you know, they should have held on to their grounds. But DRS, however, managed to pull off quite an, you know, edgy rotation. They've made it into cover, but I think Crypto has spotted them all out. But this is where things get nasty, because Stalwart and DRS are fighting amongst each other, where Crypto is going to capitalize on that particular fight, as Stalwart did not just wipe out DRS, but I8 as well.
While going, he just griefed Stalwart's game. And, well, I feel so bad for Stalwart because they were in a real good position. They pretty much almost managed to pin down Wizzes with Vibes, but, well, that kind of a moment happening, that's just so sad and unlucky. Now, R3D over here, they're pretty much all the way on the bottom of the overall rankings, and, well, just like that, with that performance, also, their confidence should be falling down. Fights are happening all over the place. It's kind of hard to keep track of them, and, well, DEADEYES, guys, it seems like they're going head-to-head against ZEUS. Do you want to see what's going on between them as well? Because that's going to be one of the most interesting fights to watch out for. And Venom Legends going head-to-head against TDK. With that being said, Vibes now. Jiggle falling down. It's just down to that one last man alive. But no, they still have two players alive. Turbine is down such low. Hassan as well is trying his best to hold his ground. But this time he's not really going to be able to do that successfully. He goes down as well. Joker, sir, he has managed to find himself a decent entry inside the circle. But no, it's going to be the answer. As I say that, I'm jinxing a lot of things.
Yeah, you certainly are. A lot of things are indeed happening over here as ZEUS, they're in a whole world of trouble, as Y'all has to survive all by his lonesome over there, and he's amongst his enemies, you know. They're together for now because he's got to heal himself over there, and are still aware of it. But Rated lobbing a grenade, which might be really nasty. Finally, Zol gets spotted out, gets wiped out, but Seal, they're somehow surviving by the whiskers. Baron already bleeding. But Hustler, I want it! Is this man alive? As DEADEYES, they are going to absolutely thwomp. They're going to absolutely thrash down the players, as Shipu is going to rain bullets from up above, as he does manage to find Hustler, with Waller being the final survivor. He is putting quite an interesting fight.
If there's a way, I want to see the replay of that nade right there. So Fixes, from what I understand, the nade actually bounced from his backpack.
Yes.
It went up, and that's why he didn't knock out. That's so lucky. Oh my, I've never seen something like that happen in my entire life. And, well, the circle shifting in no man's land. Only DEADEYES, guys, is inside it. And, well, 1952, again, we have been talking about this team, how consistent they are inside the map of Erangel. And, well, they are quite close. And it seems like even the PUBG gods want them to be quite lucky inside the map of Erangel as well. So the zone's going to be favoring them this time. They're quite close, including DEADEYES, guys. And, well, Wizzes with Vibes, Rules, sir, doing a great job scouting out the zone, making sure his teammates are not really going to be having a path full of thorns. Instead, they're going to be having a path full of flowers. Well, with that being said, Wizzes with Vibes now on aggression path against Venom Legends. White is going to be the last man alive from that squad, and he has a Tesla for his cover. That's quite an expensive cover. He's able to utilize it quite well, and just like that, Delta from the right lines is going to be close, sealing the deal on Venom Legends, and they fall down.
you've got to give it to Future Station, man. I mean, the cojones on these lads, they've got it all figured out. They've cracked the code, right, in the map of Erangel. I mean, considering the situation they were in, and now they've made it way inside the circle, and they're all safe. Now, of course, a few of the players have fallen down, but again, they've made it to the top 4. Now, that is not luck. That is how you play Erangel. That is how you play these zones. Now, DEADEYES in a really commanding position, but Malik apparently has spotted a bunch over there. He does blow out one of those vehicles over there, but this is with vibes, man. I really love how they've controlled the map, but entry with a grenade from up above. That is death defined, personified, as rated is the last player struggling, fighting it out to breathe. But is he going to survive? Because Future Station, the way they are dropping all those grenades, and of course, Wizzes with vibes providing cover fire from up top, and Future Station now find themselves in brink of elimination.
Oh my god, that was the first time I've ever seen Entry get an entry for his team right there. Okay, jokes aside, but Wizzes with Wipes now pretty much looking to take down Future Station 1952. Now, they have quite a lot of kills racked up for themselves, and well, they're looking to convert this into a chicken dinner. Evil Eye being the last man alive, it's looking quite slim. And well, just like that, being sandwiched between two teams, DEADEYES guys weren't really able to withstand the firepower that they were able to absorb up till now. And just like that, DEADEYES guys getting eliminated on the 3rd place. And take a look at the aggression being shown from the side of Wizzes with Wipes. They want to confirm the final kill. They're quite hungry for this one. But Evil Eye is not just going to let it go like that. It is being cooking from the side of Rule, sir, and this might just be it. This might just seal the deal. It's quite close. The cover moves away. Evil Eye is exposed, and well, that's it. Wizzes with Wipes. We were having a conversation about this team fixes, and well, it seems like your conversation has panned them for chicken dinner.
I mean, one of the players is definitely not happy about the fact that they've just won $1,000, and of course, a chicken dinner, getting themselves back into the competition. But you know, this has to be one of the most technically challenging games, and you know, the analyst desk is gonna have such a tough time breaking it down because we saw so many pristine rotations coming out. Of course, Wizzes with Vibes making that edgy rotation, Future Station making that late rotation, but towards the end, in that Mexican standoff, it was raining grenades from absolutely everywhere. Everyone just put their hearts out, but Wizzes with Vibes. I think the most important factor that really came down was that one fight against Stalwart, and in which, of course, Stalwart did lose quite some players. Wizzes with Vibes did maintain that, you know, high ground position for themselves. They maintained that control, and as a result of which they've managed to get the chicken dinner. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we definitely need a small little breather, because after this, the desk is definitely going to come and break down all these fights.
Yep.
Oh, what a game. What a chaotic game that was right here at PMPL South Asia Season 4 in the second Super Weekend. I mean, dudes, Ocean, Warren, that was the most abysmal game that we've seen thus far on Erangel.
Yeah, and you know, we always talk about how does Future Station get those points for placements. Now you see it, right? The way these players just rotate with those minute details around the circles, they just find themselves in such a comfortable spot by the end of the zones. Like, it's such a brilliant move by these lads. Future Station, I mean, it's not just one team, right? Wizzes lies in the final zones, and well, DE just marking themselves. So many good things happening. Oh my god,
so many good things indeed.
Had that grenade from Entry not been there, it would have been so incredible for DEADEYES, guys. I mean, they could have taken the game.
And I think that is going to lead him to maybe be the MVP? Let's actually see, because when it comes down to this team of Future Station, Entry is always the dude, the man of the hour, who's taken away those kills for his team and just maintaining that disciplined play from one game to the next.
That one nade just changed the entirety. I mean, he actually, if you'll see, right, he took a chance. There were two areas where smoke was. He took a chance. He threw a nade on one of the smokes, and well, it took down 2 players with one, on low HP. Like, that was such a brilliant feat out there.
Look at the difference. I mean, he has 7 kills, 17 damage. No other player in the list can match his stat speed in the number of kills or the damage number itself. He was dominating the entire game. And as you were mentioning the rotations from Future Station, I mean, come on. Are we doubting Future Station? It is Future Station on Erangel. They were supposed to be there.
Exactly. I mean, you talk about, them always being a part of that map chance, being a part of that placement points. I mean, they do know their rotations. They do know their opponents. And that's how they bring it to the finesse. Ocean.
Yeah, and that just looks really good with the 7 being an individual kill number for Entry, and well, it definitely is helping them with 11 kills total, 23 points, necking them up with the chicken in the team. Wizzes with Vibes with 8 kills for them. It's really good. DE, well, they stepped up really good for them in this game as well, if we talk about it, and oh my god, such an amazing movement by all these players.
Yeah.
Yep, as we move on to the next page, we shall see which teams were underperforming on this Erangel. Varun.
I mean, well, not the ones that we expect, because we see DRS, ZEUS, A1 at the bottom of the list. It is going to be Raw. It was high time for these teams to actually step up their game, especially DRS and ZEUS, because T2K, otherwise they are just like taking the lead, I guess. But with ZEUS Esports underperforming and DRS being in the similar boat, DRS will have an advantage because the difference that was there in the number of points was in the favor of DRS. So, I don't know, it's a bittersweet situation for them.
Bittersweet symphony indeed being showcased from so many of these teams. But with that, I'm sure Ocean is going to be really happy, because again, you talk about those zones. Ocean, this time around on the Erangel, which teams are you going to be pointing out for?
Well, you know it, right? There's just one team that I want to point out right now. I guess you guys just can see that team. I'll just mark it up for you. Everyone look at where the team is. They start rotating. They're trying to find out the perfect area. And so this is where they were, and then this is where they were, and then it was a really good rotational factor that they just put up for themselves. Look at them as right now where FS is. The circle is just not favoring them. It's just not. This is with Vibes as well. I get it. They are inside the zone, but the zone's just giving up a curveball to a lot of teams at this moment.
Yeah.
Even DRS, right? DRS, they almost had to fight up for their own place, where Raw was just, there. And well, Raw, no doubt, they were taking a different fight for sure. But DRS, they always have this thing. I get it. I remember in the first game when they got a chicken dinner, not today, but a few days back. You remember, right, Johnny? They came to the southern side of Yasnaya, and then they knew the circle was there. That they moved backwards. Well, it doesn't work every time. That's one thing. But look at where Future Station is, right? You see that southern cluster, and now you see them pretty close to the cluster of the fight. This is where the team just rotates around, moves around. Venom Legends onto the backlines. I'm really impressed by this team for the Super Weekend. I get it, it's the first time in the Super Weekend, but I'm really impressed the way these players are playing. Wizzes with Vibes, always, till the end, right? The splits just help them a lot, either to scout or to understand where the circle is. This was a mind game overall, not just, any normal game that you will be playing, but a mind game. Again, the circle moves forward. This is where, Wizzes with Vibes had a really good place. No doubt, they rotated apart from the fact that they might have to fight up with a few teams, but well, they avoided that. Venom Legends as well. Again, that's what I'm saying. I'm really impressed by this team, trying to make up their mark inside the circle. And Future Station, well, this is where it was a test for them. How do they enter inside the zone? I mean, they had really good area from here as well. Or they have a proper open area, because sometimes what happens is this is a slope, right? This is a slope, right? Here. So if you're maybe moving forward, there are high chances that you might as well be spotted down by opponents, and that just becomes a really tricky thing. But well, as we move forward, you see them; they are just there, right around the corners of the circle, and this is where Wizzes with Vibes as well. DE, they got just one really good thing for themselves in the previous circle, and that was they had a shoreline, so then they never had to worry about anyone. But this split, oh my god, Delta moving on to the different. This was the game changer that actually just got visualized those 15 points of the placement. Like, you're just away, and that's such a bold move in this movement, because your one mistake can just, can cripple the entire team as well.
Exactly, I agree with that. That was the game-winning moment. That was the game-winning decision. Because had the players of Wizzes with Vibes stayed together, or had, as Ocean said, it was a risky move, it was a gutsy move, but it worked out because Entry with his grenade absolutely destroyed DEADEYES guys. Otherwise, had DEADEYES guys they stayed up, they would have finished off Delta first and then capitalized on the fight that was about to break out between Wizzes with Vibes and Future Station.
Absolutely, mate. 100% agree with that. But talk about that one nade coming in from Entry, or talk about another nade on top of Seal, or talk about so many moments. Dude, so many moments throughout the entirety of this game. Let's, of course, cue in the Oppo F19 Pro moments to get this entire saga started.
I mean, in this game, if we talk about Red, the first blood was really, you know, late, I would say. But then, the best part is, you know, I was going to talk about it, Johnny. Delta, he loves to play alone. You remember when he almost just snatched the chicken dinner away from BABLU, Karate BABLU in that first Erangel a few days back. So he loves to play alone, and that's just his element, I would say.
Yeah, also, I mean, one more thing I would like to point out was, before Wizzes with Vibes came to the slope of the hill that you were pointing out, right? Just north of where Future Station ended the match, BABLU Clarity were the ones holding the slope of, holding that hill. And then they decided, it was what most of us were thinking, I believe it was what me, Ocean, Pictures, all of us were thinking at that point, that the circle was going to move to Yasnaya. But that final shift up north on the slope of that hill changed everything. And all of a sudden, Wizzes with Vibes, a team that were looking to play this match sort of slow, play from the backlines, approach Yasnaya slowly and steadily, everything changed for them. All of a sudden, they were supposed to be part of the action. Future Station was supposed to be part of the action. And yeah, this grenade, that just ended the game right there for DEADEYES guys.
This was such a sweet nade, you know, from the side of Entry. He just took that chance and that just worked in his favor. But well, this is where, you know, it was a bit too late. I mean, Evil Eye, he thought that, like, you know, he could just survive. But as soon as the smoke goes down, he was spotted. Anything that's moving, you have to shoot it.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on through to the damage graph, this as well. Let's start off all the way from the right. We've got Raw, we've got A1 Esports, DRS, I8 not having a good game. I mean, talk about ZEUS sitting in the middle as well with the placement points working for them, but no kills at all. Same for Seal Esports.
Hey man, that's the beauty of Yasnaya farm fights. I mean, it is, Yasnaya is a brutal city to enter, and it's it's even a worse city to leave, right? So it's basically, it's literally hell. You can come in, but you can't go out. And that is the situation that was faced by most of the teams. Majority of the teams that we see finishing high up, apart from Stalwart Esports, were already on the outer sides and were already like ready to take the exit before the circle was before the circle moved to the hill. Because remember Future Station's position, right? They were on that eastern edge. Wizzes with Vibes, they were in fact not even part of the city action, and DEADEYES guys were also holding the backlines, the northern edge, the backline compounds of Yasnaya. So all of these teams were already prepped up to position themselves, while the rest of them were fighting to see who could survive and who could move forward, and they just took themselves out one by one.
What a storyboard. What a storyboard this is creating from one game to the next. Every game is making a different stride altogether for so many of these teams. As we move on to the overall ranking, we of course do know that Train to Kill is maintaining their lead, and it is going to be quite a while before the other teams catch up to them. But the other ones...
Yeah, I mean, the best part is Future Station, you know, Erangel is kind of their game. And this is where, you know, they like to punish anyone. And that's where the team that's just behind them, that is I8 Esports, they punish them as well. I8 just, you know, making up a few mistakes, and FS just with their waiting game overall, it just kind of just, you know, held up the ground really good. But now again, it just is one thing, and that is DRS. Not performing really good today. It's not just ZEUS that is catching up, it's DEADEYES as well. They would want to reclaim themselves back in top 3, and ZEUS would want to go to second position. 2 games remaining. DRS will have to step up big time.
But, I mean, the difference got reduced by just 1 point between the two teams. I mean, I think a lot more pressure is on ZEUS at this point, because they had a massive advantage against the team sitting on the first position, and now they have caught up to them. So ZEUS Esports, the game needs to be stepped up. They need to make sure that within the next match they move up, just like Venom Legends, who have taken out Paradox, and well, I believe with 2 matches to go, let's see. By the end of the day, I'm going to say Venom Legends with they're going to create plays with high voltage.
I would say not exactly with high voltage, but I see them somewhere around, you know, 85 to 90 points. I see them somewhere there, like around 85 to 90 points. It depends on how they play their next game. If the next game is amazing, incredibly amazing, because the next game is where I have hopes from R3D. You know, yesterday as well they shined up in the map of Sanhok, so I would love to see what R3D does. And Venom Legends, well, let's see.
Well, let's see. Let's find out. Of course, let's get the day moving on along. Let's get the show moving on towards the schedule, where we will now be changing tracks and moving our gears towards Sanhok this time around. So once again, I mean, Varun, I need to ask you, because Ocean already gave his expectations from R3D. Which team do you anticipate from Sanhok?
I've said it. I mean, I want Venom Legends to take this. There's a 19-point difference, I believe, between them and High Voltage, and it's going to make things a lot more interesting to see if this team can compete. But looking at the map chance percentage and based on how the teams have been performing in the matches that they've had, I would say Stalwart or Wizzes with Vibes, they are doing really well today.
So yeah, actually Stalwart is doing amazing. But again, it just gets us to this conversation again. DE is there in the map chance, and DE has 201 points. ZEUS is at 201 points, and DRS at 207.
Yep.
So I want to see where that goes after this match as well. How close, how stacked up, where does it go, and then from there to the last match.
You know, this is perfect. I mean, we've got two analysts right here. They both have different conversations. One's just interested about the top 5. The other one is interested about what Venom Legends is going to do. I'm going to stick my stake in the middle, and hopefully we shall see Sealy Sports bring their raise up just a little bit with that. Let's get the game started off. Let's go on to, of course, the Panda Bros. That's going to be Necro and Paint Fixers.
I mean, definitely the rainforest might be our favorite map because, of course, we pandas, we love those bamboos.
Yeah.
But, you know, Necro, this is certainly a map where I'm not going to call any prediction because I know how ruthless it can be because we're peaceful people, right? We just love to sleep all day around and eat, right? Munch, gobble, anything that we have in front of us. But in the battlegrounds, especially in this particular map, this is where things start getting really nasty. And I believe Sanhok has always been a game changer. I think this is what we witnessed in, of course, these league days, right? Quite a lot of surprises, quite a lot of big names that are not playing with us this time, of course. So that is what Sanhok does to them when you have a lot of games of Sanhok. Now, coming into this Sanhok, of course, I'm not going to ask you to do any prediction because that's ridiculous, right? We do not know where we're going to end at eventually. But we're going to talk about a lot of things, especially Venom Legends. Now, in the Erangel game, I really felt that this could have been their game. But I somehow felt at the same time that the double split that they did commit was not really helpful.
Yeah, so over here, Venom Legends, now, they did get a check-in dinner in the previous Erangel. Now, they were looking quite great, and they try to use kind of like the similar kind of strategy even inside this one, but the problem is, the previous one, they were being favored quite a lot by the zone as well, so that's what they need to really realize. So, in those kind of scenarios where you are getting really favored by a lot by the zone, it does make sense to kind of split up and try and get a lot of zone control, because in the end of the day, you know, kind of when the zone's like shrinking down to its lowest, the zone's quite small, and if you have the majority of the zone to yourself, that means no matter where it shifts, in the end of the day, if you have a lot of the zone cover, you can probably have the zone on your side as well, most of the time. So in this kind of a scenario, we did see so many teams were just kind of, you know, stacked up all the way down south, and when they were just trying to move up, so many fights are happening. At that point, you cannot even just doubt someone's skills, because in the end of the day, it just came down to luck, who's going to be surviving, who's going to be, you know, passing by someone's eyeballs, who's not really going to be spotting someone out, and that scenario was just kind of like that. It was just like, all right, whoever you see, just shoot them down at that point, and that scenario was kind of like that. So I don't really know what went wrong. I would just say it's just because the zone was like that in the end of the day. So Venom Legends, they did do quite the best of their job.
You know, I've got to be precise and brutal over here because there were a few things happening. But, you know, my producer says that we've got a little bit, you know, waiting time over here because, of course, we got to make sure everything is fair. So we're going to head in for a quick little breather because coming right after is, of course, the action from the rainforest.
Hello, my name is Trenda. I am the leader of Team I8. It has been a long journey till PMPL, and this season we are back with more grind and more dedication. Qualifying for PMPL means that you have already gone through a lot of top class competition and will rise from here. We know all the teams in the tournament are all as good as every other team. That's why we're here. But my team wants to stand apart and break our limits. And this time the competition is with ourselves. We want to perform better than we did in the past. This is where we break our limits and win the title. I hope our fans will support us and show love as they always did. Watch our matches on PUBG Mobile official broadcast live. My name is Trenda. Thank you and take care.
We are IA. We don't compare, we don't compete.
Of course, we are back with game number 4, just about to get started, and well, we were having a conversation, but we've sort of lost the flow of it, and we're gonna head into new conversations building up right now, because of course a new map coming in and a new fresh start for all these players, and this is where things start getting really interesting. Now, I'm sort of disappointed with the PUBG Mobile gods, because there was this one entire PMPL where we had a lot of circles around the western island, right? This time it has been sort of a very similar affair, but this time more around that eastern side, more around that paradise side. Necro, when are we gonna witness it? When are we gonna witness the likes of DEADEYES really having a good time?
Well, maybe might just be right now. You just gotta wait a few more seconds for that zone to actually show up, and let's see where it's going to be heading towards, because as you did mention, if it does shift kind of towards the northern side, and well, that's not going to be the case this time. Though it's going to be down south, and well, the island might just be over here down south left, so we might just see a circle kind of panning out on that kind of an area. With that being said, top, he has a bolt action for himself, so he should be looking quite great for now. Stalwart Esports, one of those teams who do like to go towards the bootcamp area, raw, quite close to 1952. And take a look at that as well, right? 1952, so separated out from the rest of each other. It's kind of like a 2-2 split, but still, they're really separated out from each other. And, well, if one of them gets spotted out, that's not really going to be good news, because Y'all is quite close to Evil Eye.
The funny thing is, I mean, we're already in our second Super Weekend, and nobody has really tried to capitalize on this, right? Because after my games are over, I spot out future stations being so apart from each other. I'm gonna straight take them down, and I think that is an option for teams like Stalwart, because that 2-2 split you're talking about. This is where they can really thrive, right? But again, I mean, we've got to talk about this zone that has formed in front of us, and it's quite gonna favor teams like Raw and of course Clarity BABLU. Now this is where Clarity BABLU are in a crossroad, right? They've got to decide if they're gonna hold off the players of DEADEYES from taking that bridge route, or are they gonna focus on the center? I think that's gonna be an easy decision. They might just go in for the latter, but what is going to be really tough is, of course, I8 and DRS. Now, this is where yesterday, if you remember, the hat trick, of course, had been taken by DRS. But this is where, in this map, they fell. And Sanhok always sort of has been their weak link. Don't you think that if they sort of change their drop location, things could be better for them?
Definitely, yeah. Drop location, if they change it, yeah, things can definitely be better. Now, as you pointed out, their drop location, it's all the way on the right side, kind of like on the edge of the map as well. So it does make sense for IAT. If they do kind of tend to change it, it can definitely change a lot of things. But in the end, I just feel like, aggression. Now, IAT is one of those teams who's not really shying away from any kind of fights. And, well, aggression in Sanhok can lead to a lot of third parties. And, well, that means that can lead into your team's demise as well most of the times. Because usually from a fight, you're not fully recovered. And if you just get third party like that, the chances of your team going down are quite massive. And, well, IAT, if they do want to be aggressive, they also need to kind of come out on top from those fights as flawlessly. That's all I can say at this point in time. But now the zone, it has to shifted down south. We have seen that in the past. That means teams like Venom Legends and Seal, they might just clash against each other when they start moving.
Okay, I mean, this is one of those maps where, I do not ask you to make a lot of predictions on whether or not a team is going to win. But I'm certainly going to ask you this, Necro. Do you think the players of Wizzes with Vibes are again going to resort to the healing battle strategy? One of the most common things we've witnessed in this meta?
The chances are quite slim fixes, because usually, now we have been talking about how Circle shifts up north, right? That means it's quite far away from their drop location. But this time, the Circle is literally down south, and, well, the chances of Circle forming bottom left island are pretty much a lot. So, Visit Wipes, I feel like they might just be in the center of the circle most of the time, and the circle might just keep shifting onto them. So I don't really see that heal battle coming in soon anytime, at least inside the map of Sanhok this time. So let's just see. We never know. Maybe there might just be one of those hard shifts coming in where it just shifts away completely from the side of Visit Wipes. They get caught off guard, and, well, they don't really have any other option rather than to just go for that heal battle. That being said, ZEUS slowly and steadily closing his distance against Memo. Does Memo have any clue? There is a lot of ZEUS approaching this compound. Godless is going to be the man involved with, just like that. He has given the sound keys away, and, well, Memo is quite well aware of Godless being in the nearby vicinities. He has his crosshair trained, and Godless, you better watch out for these kind of people, man. They are just hiding behind that little cover, and, well, Memo finds the right opportunity to strike, and, well, he's going to be taking down Godless. Oh, man. What can I say? I feel bad.
I mean, this is something that ZEUS did call upon themselves, right? I mean, usually what we have seen ZEUS doing, if you remember, majority of the circles, which tend to go a little bit towards the northern side, right? This is where they drop off at quarry, get their loot done, and they head in up top north. But this is where they should have known that 7C like to just scan around, and being complacent, being oblivious has led to one of their players, of course, falling down. And now, with the things that are, I think this can be the game where maybe possibly Team Vibes can make a comeback. But, it's not going to be an easy task, right? Because you've got so many teams to deal with. You've got Wizzes with Vibes on your left. You've got ZEUS on your right, along with 7C. You've also got I8 that might want to come in. Now, DRS, I'm starting to get a little bit worried about them. Now, amongst all these teams, everyone sort of rooting for the center, the edge is being occupied. Where do they find their opening?
Talking about openings, pretty sure a lot of openings will be found anytime soon. As you mentioned, teams are accumulated in the center, or at least they're trying their best. RAW, they have the center of the zone for themselves, which is going to be the entire Painan City. But we still haven't really seen that are up north. Teams like Seal, Venom Legends, TDK, and even DRS, they still haven't moved inside the zone, including DEADEYES guys as well. 2 players are inside, 2 players are still in Hot 10. So that's a huge kind of 2-2 split coming in through from their side. Don't really know if that's intentional or that just happened unluckily. With that being said, ZEUS, 1 man short, but they're still looking pretty strong. And just like that, Stalwart Esports have opened themselves up. They have managed to find themselves a 1 kill. That's going to be opening a lot of opportunity for themselves.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to stop at this, right? Provided the right circumstances. If they get 1 more knock, this is where I'm going to see some displacement made by the players, and they're going to surely go in for the kill. But this is where we did witness, R3Ds, the players, showing a lot of retaliation yesterday, right? If you remember, Adil, who certainly went berserk with those kills over there. So we're gonna expect, that sort of a play from them, and they're capable of that. R3D has been one of those veteran teams who has time and again played in the PMPLs, but again has been one of those teams that hasn't really been too flashy. But at the same time, they haven't really been consistent either. And again, we've been talking about this. They're missing out on a constant IGL, a lot of things going wrong. They need a good coach, a coach at least. A lot of the departments need to be worked on. But now we've got 7C in another scuffle, this time with I8. It's sort of a long mid-range fight, and I think they're gonna just walk in their own ways, because this is where I8 would not want to risk giving their position away. But T2K in close proximity of Venom Legends. Sandesh is completely
he's
unaware. Yes, he's not got his weapon holstered. Steel shot. He's definitely a really deadly player. And taking a look. Oh, he's not going to let Sandesh live, is he? And there you go. The knock comes in. And I'm pretty sure the kill is also going to follow up.
Yeah, that's a big threat down right there. Venom Legends off to a great start. Taking a man like Sandesh down. And take a look at this up top view of the map of Sanhok. Still are yet to witness another circle shift. And well, I do want to see where it's going to be going towards. Is it going to be going towards the right side? Or is it going to be going towards the left side on the bottom left mountain, or bottom left island, my bad.
Okay, DRS. Look at the split.
Oh, yeah. Take a look at that rotation as well. Hugged
Are they going to
all
swim?
the way from the bottom.
Are they going to swim?
They might as well. They might as well. They might as well. They might as well swim. And there's also airdrop right there. So they might just go for that as well on the way. The swim might just come in through. Yeah, maybe, because they're still hugging the edge of the zone, and the circle now moving away from them. It's going to be going all the way down south on the left side island. And well, this is where RAW, Wizzes, the Vibes, and even Vibes, they have found themselves in luck. And well, as you asked me, are we going to be seeing Wizzes, Vibes again with that kind of a heal battle strategy? The chances are looking pretty minimal.
You know what? DRS, I've got to talk about them right now. Because... if they're going to go inside the waters, take a dip, I love it. I love it. They won tournaments by pure virtue of just swimming inside the water. If you can take us back to the last PMPL, that one Erangel game where it all came down against ZEUS. We did have just that one player of DRS surviving, swimming till the end, and ZEUS being taken down, and DRS won by a few mere points. And well, this certainly can be an answer, and I believe they have taken the shores over here. They're going for it, and that's a really smart decision. But look at the eastern cluster being built up over here. Now let's see. Mafia Ninja, any single moment he might just spot out the players, but right now he's gonna go in for survival. But we've got Jiggle right in front of us. I8 reviews Uzim. All three in front of him. Let's see how Vibes plays this one out.
Vibes. This has been one of those teams that's been on the struggling phase in the week 2. At least the Super Weekend 2. They have been quite on the struggling phases. They are still quite good in the overall rankings. So, hey, if that's all that matters for them, then they're quite safe. With that being said, still, it seems like the real swimmers are back in action. Well, we do see them swimming in the water. They are taking the waterways. But now the problem here is ZEUS is waiting for them on the shorelines. And they might just straight up clash against ZEUS. And, well, this might just be a fight to watch out for, because I definitely do want to watch that one. I do not want to miss that fight, because the rivalry between ZEUS and DRS has been going on since a long time now. And, well, witness that. That's what we're being here for. And finally, that late game rotation coming in from the side of DEADEYES guys as well, all the way from top. And, well, now the problem here is R3D is right next to that little bridgeway, or that little pathway that they're trying to take. And, well, they might just lock their horns against R3D as well.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it's going to start getting so much more spicier, Necro.
Yeah.
Jiggle might just get spotted any single moment. But the question still remains, can I8 afford this fight, at least from the lower ground? And considering the fact that you've got A1 Esports on your tail?
When Esports. Still, take a look at that. The center of the circle is quite filled up. And, well, that late rotation coming in from the side of DEADEYES guy, it might just haunt them. Because you can see Venom Legends right next to them. My eyes are still on that initial kind of thing that's going on right there outside the zone. And these teams, man, they're just giving me chills at this point. Because DEADEYES guys, only on top is the man who's left all the way in the back. And, well, Venom Legends are quite close to on top. So he needs to make sure that he's being at least hidden for now, if he wants to stay alive, or at least make it up till the late game. With that being said, DRS, that's quite a massive rotation coming in again from their side. They do not want to face against ZEUS, at least especially when they have a massive disadvantage. If they just decide to go out on those edges of the island, they don't really have any kind of cover. So I do like the approach being taken from the side of DRS. They just want to move in a little bit more deep inside.
Well, they certainly do. And I think this is a really good decision. I'm kind of worried about Nima, but hold on. Adil. Oh, really greedy there. Goes in for the knock, goes in for the wipe, and would also take a few shots at steal shot. But he makes a quick, hasty escape. But again, I mean, this is not the way Venom Legends did anticipate it to be going for themselves. We've got another fight amongst that. Stalwart, taking down some players of T2K. Here we are, finally, over here. And they've managed to get one. Now, T2K, they've got to make a run for their lives. Now, the zone's shifting towards a certain side. This is going to change a lot of things. Now, if we can have the map feed in front of us, Venom Legends, they are going in for a very, very beautiful rotation, all the way from the western side towards, of course, the southern side. But this is it, DRS, again, just creeping in, playing the safe game. And this is something that ZEUS did not anticipate, because this is something that DRS doesn't usually do. We have seen them going to the waters, but this time, if they can catch ZEUS off guard from the backlines, well, they're definitely going to be surprised. But Joker, look at him. He's cooked up this grenade. Shifu, if he's unaware, now he certainly has the information. He's going to make a quick escape.
Yeah, Shifu getting out of that position is probably the best thing he can do, but no, the nade blasts right up on top of his head, and well, he's going to go down just like that. But hey, the backup fire's there, the cover fire's there from the backlines. It's going to be Redditzer who retaliates back in style. One man goes down for Raw as well, and they need to get him back up on his feet, because he's the main man, Joker, and you do not want to lose out on a man like Joker, especially in those kind of critical moments. And now Seal as well, take a look at the rotation being made from their side. They were all the way up north, Fixes, and now they have moved down near Camp Charlie, just like DRS. And they have taken the same route, but instead they're really not going to be going as far as DRS. They're just going to be making a small swimming rotation inside the island where the zone is. And well, DEADEYES guys, they're still trying to get the rest back up. Shifusur's finally back up on top. And well, I do want to see what even 7C has in their back, because 7C, they are quite close. They have moved up a little bit today, though. Again, I do want to see 7C as well, kind of like on that path for success.
I mean, well, Necro, they've already hurted the gods over there, right? I mean, Ale just blowing away the Cybertruck and, of course, the player inside of it. Now, this is not just the end of the world for 7C as well, because they've got to deal with a few more problems over here. They've got Seal in the nearby vicinity. They've got to deal with this particular threat, who apparently have gotten quite an interesting rotation. So many teams making those long, edgy rotations, and usually when you would anticipate, a lot of teams sort of imploding with the circle, trying to go in for the center, we're witnessing a lot of teams on the edges, because now they're all sort of wondering where the zone will go next. But we've got quite some kills over here as A1 Esports are going up against 7C. They're marching in. They've managed to get Jax out, and they need this kill confirmed. But Memo is looking elsewhere. Now this is where another team might just want a third party, as Sinister, he's going to lob those grenades. We want to try that knock onto its sphere. If he does get that, this is where he starts getting deadly. But no, that does not happen. Now Ale has a good position. Will, of course, prioritize the revive on his fallen comrade over there.
RX Jax being taken down, that should be a little bit of concerning factor for A1 Esports. And we'll take a look at what is Sinister doing. He's running out in the open, and no, that's not how you challenge a fight right there, my man. Especially when you've just arrived. You don't really know how things are really looking around inside this little vicinity. And well, he goes down as well. And that's, again, just going to be adding on to the factor that A1 Esports have so many things to worry about. And take a look at Fear. Just a bold rotation coming in from his side. He's trying to reposition himself. He still has the nade kind of out in his hand. He's cooking it to perfection. He's going to be dealing a little bit of damage to Shycod. Nothing really critical. Del Fear is still inside. He moves out. He's being spotted by a 9-boy. 9-boy as well is quite scared of Fear. He lobs in a nade inside the house, and well, he just moves out again. Fear, he's just dancing around his grave at this point.
Clearly example of how scared A1 Esports are to engage in this particular fight. I mean, I'm not seeing any rotations from them, as Fear, constantly being a thorn in their path, gets one more knock. That being said, this is the cue where 7C go in for the burst. They know where Shoy got theirs. It's a pretty low HP, but still manages to get a knock for himself, but will not get the second one as he gets raided off. But now Jax, it all comes down onto this player in a 1v2 situation. We also do witness the players of Seal in the far of prey, but now A1 Esports, they're retreating. They've realized that they're gonna lose numbers. They're gonna get back and have opted in for the revives, but that is something exactly what 7C are also doing. But along with that, Memo with this one beautiful rotation, he might just be able to change a few things around, as this Molotov has been locked in 6-9, and of course his teammate have been pushed to the corner, and another player falls down, and this is where it's dead for 6-9 boy. He was apparently putting up a really valiant fight, but to sheer vain, as 7C just annihilate A1 Esports without any casualty.
Yeah, actually, that was kind of like a flawless execution coming in from the side of 7C. I did get kind of scary later on, but they still managed to neutralize things without any kind of casualty on their side. So that's what really matters in these kind of moments. But yeah, again, if you talk about mistakes from the side of A1 Esports, some blind pushes were being made from their side. And if they would have just kind of hold their trigger a little bit back, I feel like things could have went down a little bit way much more better than how they went down. Yeah, they should have I don't really know. So many mistakes were being made from the side of A1 Esports in that initial fight. DRS now having to spot out a lot of teams around them. Just kind of a little bit of confusion being shown. But again, I wanted to point one thing out, is that TDK, they were also all the way up north. They took a late rotation with the blue, and now they're all the way down south as well. But take a look at the circle shift. This is a massive curveball being thrown by the game, and Seal are going to be the lucky bunch this time.
I beg to differ over here. I don't think so, because considering the fact that in the center they've got no cover for themselves, they are susceptible to they're susceptible to attacks from multiple directions. You're gonna witness this in just a second right now. They have that little bit of a outpost, but still not a good cover, because look at the teams that are going to be coming in from the northern side. They've got a few ridges to play around with. Now, if they manage to win that, that would be nasty. But right now, taking a look at Delta, who apparently is getting the better out of players of Raw. And for a moment, when the initial week started, I really felt Bishal was one of those players of Raw who was being the fine. But I have to now change my words, because it has to be Delta this time. This one player, along with Rules, that deadly duo has been doing so much for Wizzes with Vibes. I mean, it certainly does not feel like this is their first time playing the PMPL.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely doesn't, man. They're doing a great job kind of getting those jitters away early off in the game as well. But take a look at this Crypto spotting one man out in the open. Memo quite lucky to get away from those kind of situations. But take a look at this Assassin. The target has been acquired. He's looking to terminate it, but no, that's not going to be the case. Instead, he gets return fire on. The reaction is looking great from the side of Uzan, and this is what exactly you expect from an IGL of a team like I8. He replied back quite fantastically. And now I8, they're looking back in form, baby. They're looking great. They're doing a great job keeping Vibes on their knees. And Vibes, they had an advantage in this fight against I8, but well, the tables have turned now. And well, instead, I8 are doing a great job keeping Vibes down again. Praveen is down as well. Killer's the only man who's up, and he's trying his best to get his teammates back up. He's managed to get the IGL back up. So Jiggle is looking decent for now, but he still has a much more job to do here.
He certainly has to. And first of all, he needs to patch himself up as Killer goes in for the revive. Now Jiggle back on optimal HP, going up against a team like I8. It's going to be a rather daunting task. But whatever it is, they have to do it quick, because the zone's going to start shrinking in just about 5 seconds. And this is not good news, because if you're not going in together, Seal are going to have such a good time, because they're going to be dealing with threat one after the other. I do see the players of DRS taking some shots, but Uzem is the man who gets online really quickly, gets one knock over there. He's certainly going to want to follow up with one more, but Crypto has started building up the smoke pass. Of course, he's the support for the team. He's going to do his job perfectly fine. But this is where it all comes down. Seal versus DRS. Nima on the front lines. The nades being lobbed over. Wally not having received a lot of damage. He's still alive.
Still alive, but one thing I can definitely say, man, the rotation in this game were so crazy. There's going to be a lot much more things to talk about in the zone analysis by Ocean there. Now, Crypto, he's spotting everyone out with this high ground advantage he has. He's just dealing so much damage all across the map, and he's doing a great job taking players down. DRS are being one of them who are taking quite a lot of damage from Crypto, and we do know what kind of a lad that he is. He's not missing any kind of bullets at this point in time. He's just beaming players down from that distance he has. Guys, ready, sir? Well, he's opting out for that heal battle, but he doesn't really have a lot of first aid. The last one, and well, that's where he uses it. He's probably going to be falling down as well. T2K Seog, and just like that, train to kill. So many efforts being put in from their side with that rotation. But in the end, it wasn't really the outing that we all expected.
Yeah, but this is the perfect opportunity that DRS were waiting for, not really committing inside the fight, They were waiting for the final curveball to hit in, and they're going to want to play it from the edges. But this is where, Hustler has to be very vigilant. He needs to get at least one knock. Now, if they can maintain that blind eye and make sure that, DRS do not get spotted off and rather take the better of the circle, then this could be the game. But look at Uzem also rotating around. Now, DRS are stuck in a really bad position right now. They're sort of thinking to commit inside this fight, and I think this is a good time to do that, because I8 have also creeped in. Now, I8 are definitely going to, try and prioritize getting inside the zone when fighting. They're going to go in for the survival game, as Killer has taken quite some hefty amount of damage. Now, he is prone to fire from 2 different angles. It's those ridges that are still keeping him alive, as Mafia Ninja will be preparing this grenade, and any single moment would be lobbing it over, and this could do some damage. Does, but not as much, as Hustler's position has been compromised. One good Molotov and he's done, but no, the nade from AJ comes in and takes him down as DRS get the first knock on board.
Man, we have known how good DRS are with their nade parade, and well, this is just a little showcase, a little glimpse from their side with how good their utility utilization is inside the game. And well, just like that, Crypto goes down, and this is where the problematic factor starts for Seal as well. Seal, they have a man disadvantage coming inside them. Just like that, they're down to just that one last man alive. It's going to be Wally. Let's see if he's able to hold down the ground. Well, that's going to be a no this time. And well, DRS, a strong bunch coming out on top this time.
wow, that has to be one of the best chicken dinners these lads have earned in the Super Weekends, right? And it all started with that really ridiculous rotation that they did opt for, and the sheer amount of patience that they have displayed, right? The right decision making, the right way to approach the fight, waiting till the final circle, waiting till the final edge to hit in, because it all came down to the timing, Necro. Had they taken the fight in the previous zone, they would have been absolutely decimated. They waited for the perfect opportunity to strike, and they did not just take Seal down, but also I8 along with them. That is how good they are. That is how well they respond to threat. And well, this is where they shut down the critiques. I mean, we were talking about DRS having a really bad time in the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, exactly.
And to respond back, of course, through the waters, you know, just creeping, waiting for the right moment to strike. And they did that, and of course earned themselves $1,000 over here. But that being said, like you mentioned, you know, Ocean is going to have such a tough time breaking so many fights down, because this was such an interesting map of Sanhok. So before that, we're going to head for a quick little breather, and then you've got the disc.
Welcome to the virtual world of course, PUBG Mobile. Right here, we are at PMPL South Asia Season 4 in the second Super Weekend, fourth game done. The second last game of the day has come to an end, and what a perfect game this was. We're calling out the real soldiers, and they come back in style with some good points and kills.
And amazing rotation as well. Like that's one thing that, you know, we always wanted to see something from this team, because most of the times you remember, right, this team used to play from the back lanes of the circle, but this time they rotated, and that was a freaking amazing rotation, to be honest.
Exactly.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on to the MVP, my apologies.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Blotter, I mean, you were the ones who were talking about Seal Esports, right?
Well, I had to, dude. I mean,
they did very decent. I guess we need to talk about them a little more.
You know what? I think what has happened is, since we've been sharing this desk for the past 2 seasons, the potion that you've been sharing with Ocean has kind of just lingered on to me a little bit.
Yeah, Ocean just rubs onto us in a certain way. We make right predictions.
You know what? I'm not going to be part of that conversation. But moving on forward. Okay. We are going to move into the top players coming in from this game.
Yeah, well, talking about the top players, right? We have Baron for sure with the 7 kills. He is the MVP. AJ coming in from DRS. Vibes, they have Killer. Just, you know, just coming up here. Crypto starts up, no doubt. I mean, not a lot of kills though, but well, Crypto is there. 649 damage, 24 plus minutes of survival time. And I mean, I8 did really good till the final moments, you know, surviving, taking the fights. I8 was just on another level, and 7C. All right.
Yeah. I mean, Ale, that fight against A1 Esports was absolutely insane, the way this man handled the pressure. And, well, bought his team enough time for his teammates to close in. But DRS against Seal Esports in this game was something totally different, and it was worth the wait.
So the best part is, you see both of the teams have kind of a similar survival time, but Seal Esports still has more damage received as compared to what DRS. And DRS, they played efficiently. This just means that Seal Esports, if their player was going down, they had instant cover fire to just, you know, to maybe trade it out, or instant cover fire to actually just get their player revived. That's a really, really good strat from Seal Esports.
Along with that, the fact that I8 were there also giving them a lot of trouble earlier on before DRS showed up to just wipe them out completely was, I think, something that helped DRS out quite a lot, because if your opponents are also going to be distracted before you approach them, you will definitely have the element of surprise working in your favor. But looking at the match summary, I mean, Baron, we see him with those 7 kills that he has. Longest distance kill coming to Suyog from T2K with 310 meters. And, I mean, it was interesting, I mean, that if you look at the highest damage,
No, I
mean,
mean,
not that.
Yeah, exactly.
But he has 7 kills.
He has 7 kills. That's that's where cover fire comes in. That's where taking everything smartly, I would say, comes in. Anything, right? Anything, whatever it takes.
Exactly. Whatever it takes, that's the name of the game indeed, and you need to get those kills. As long as you get the kills, your team's going to be sitting with some really delicious points, and that's exactly what Seal Esports has been able to showcase this time around with 20 points. But the Real Soldiers definitely stole the show with the way they stormed on along as a team together, I mean, completely abysmally denying the opportunity to Seal Esports. Similarly, at the same point in time to I8.
I mean, I get it. DRS had all their players alive, but in the final moment, it was 3 teams, so it was never a 4v3v2. It was actually a 4v5 situation because I8 was on one side. Had DRS started rotating, they would have, spotted down I8, and they did. And they first, took 2 players down of Seal, then took 2 players down of I8, and then they took up the... this was such an amazing presence of mind at the final moment from DRS.
So true, mate. So true indeed. And as you were mentioning, I mean, talking about those rotations, we did listen to the casters as well, from the Real Soldiers rotation to the others. Ocean, it's up to you to take us through all these teams and what they were doing.
Well, Sanhok is just known for how you just swim around in these kind of maps, and that's just the way DRS was just there onto the backlines. You see them, right? They are onto the backlines. We thought that DRS would start it up like this, but this was one question that was on top, just coming up really late for his own self. But look at this. As soon as DRS was supposed to hit the ground, you see them. They have uninvited guests onto the shorelines. It was ZEUS, right? From the backline, it was 7C. I know why on top, obviously on top could have made it with the team. On top was so far behind from his team. That was just one question in my mind, like what was the conversation overall going on by these lads as it was. But DRS, as soon as they just mark up their entry inside the circle, they again have a really open area for them to play around. And in this one, well, where DRS is, it's like they don't have any team in their vicinity. Depends if they want to go and take up a fight, that's a different story. But DRS being DRS, well, they love to play these kind of circles where they have the edge of the circle and they focus more on their rotations. And again, it gives them time to think of how they are just gonna move. Now, this is where the things change. You remember in the previous Erangel or in those matches, suppose wherever DRS doesn't get a chicken dinner. Remember when we were talking about yesterday, they'll get a 4th chicken dinner. They did not, because the circle shift was really, away from them. That was the thing that happened first. This time the circle just came down pretty close to them, and that means they had a good area to just stay. Right now, this is where they stayed. They never had anyone onto the backlines. Had there been, it was a different story, but they never had anyone on the backlines. And well, that's where they got much more time to think on their strategies. And this is where Seal almost had the game. This is where I was a believer, a blotter for Seal as well, that Seal will have the game for themselves. But this moment, I mean, DE's one player just going up with his own heal battle, just staying onto the back lines. He had 2 1-first hits and then 9 bandages. Obviously, the bandages were lying onto the side, so he picked up. That just wasted his time, hence he could not just use the bandage. But I8 with these 2 players, Seal with these players. So had DRS, wanted to rush, they would have wanted to just break these players over and over and over. And well, they did it with ease. Look at the circle moves there. Look at where Seal's players are, as I wanted to say this. And now we'll see the way the movement happens with DRS just onto a really good area. They start moving here and they eliminate players here. And well, at the end, because it was the final moment, they win the game.
Absolutely. What a play. What a wonderful play once again being showcased from the side of DRS indeed. But in all of this, I mean, we talk about when we're casting also King of the Hill situation, right? But this time around, this was a completely different affair. DRS did not have the King of the Hill situation, rather Seal did. But that's how you dominate. I mean,
their throwables were really good.
Exactly. So on point.
Exactly.
So on point indeed. But along with that, of course, those were not the only moments that took place. We had so many incredible moments throughout the game. Let's, Varun, go through the Oppo F9 performance, mate.
And again, starting off with the early game action that we had from 7Cs. Again, 7C were part of the best team fight in this game, apart from the game closing moment that was displayed from DRS. And this time, oh, look how the tables have turned. Instead of getting caught mid-rotations, R3D are the ones catching people off guard. I like that.
Yep.
I mean, that's true, but this game again was a lot, just as we were saying, focus on rotation and tacticality, and that is one thing that we saw. Ale, oh my god, this lad is just brilliant, when it just comes down to his approach for the fights. And look at this, Vibes was also doing good. I don't know, for me personally, what I would say is Vibes have their element, just not finding it in a lot of fights here and there. Not just in this match, in a lot of matches, they're just not finding their element overall somehow.
Although I have to say the next shift of the circles will be in the fourth. The fifth
Yeah.
one was the game-changing one, as you pointed out as well. Not just for DRS, but for Seal Esports, because then
Oh,
they were
this
able
one.
to just hold their ground, just stay in one position, and just prioritize all this time that they had to get ahead of the rest of the competition. It was so important, and they made it work as well. As Blotter, you pointed out, in the end, it was the high ground position in the favor of Seal Esports, but then again, they were sort of in a scuffle with I8. And also, talking about that, imagine this for a second. The two teams that are sandwiching you are I8 and DRS. There is nowhere left to go. You cannot avoid a fight.
Yeah, you just outnumbered, outgunned, and outplayed, simply put.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know that's where, but that's where, you know, DRS just never falters. No doubt,
Yeah,
they had all the players surviving for themselves till the end, but it was such a crucial moment for them, you know, because it was two different teams. But well, they took fight with immense tacticality, and well, they have a fifth in their bank as well.
Well, there for the name, mate. I mean, they are the soldiers. They know exactly how to play their guns right. And again, they know how to come back into a fight as well. But on the other front, I mean, let's start off once again from all the way to the right. ZEUS Esports.
Yeah.
I mean, one Mongolian team does really good. The other one is completely in shambles. 0 kills, of course. That is based on 0. I mean, they were just not part of any fights whatsoever. Sad.
They were there, but not exactly there. I mean, they were being feasted on. That's the thing. But yeah.
They haven't been there. They haven't been anywhere today. Because think about it, ZEUS Esports have been missing in every single match. In the first game, had Zeol not been there, we would have seen a similar situation. Had Zeol not popped off and brought the team into the top 2, ZEUS Esports would have taken an early exit in that game as well. So I don't know what's going on with them today.
Well, on the other front, a lot of mistakes being made from their side. On the other front, a lot of mistakes not being made from the side of the teams who have gotten so many kills for themselves, so many damage points working in favor of Vibe, 7C. You, of course, do have Seal. Amazing turnover wins. With that, the storyboard is certainly going to be looking pretty interesting for now, where DEADEYES guys certainly do move up a stop on the other front when it comes to DRS, the team that ZEUS and DEADEYES were supposedly trying to catch. The team is like, no, wait. We're going to stick to our second position. We're going to try and, you know, reach up to the stars.
Maybe. I mean, that's what they're going to be hoping for. But now, all tied up in the number of chicken dinners we're trained to kill. So both these teams have secured $5,000 each in the 2 Super Weekends so far. And ZEUS Esports, oh, how the gods have fallen on the 4th position.
Yeah, they still have to make up a marker for their placement points today, to be honest. It's important. But I want to see in the final game of Erangel, T2K and DRS, which team... I feel like, you know, right now the competition's between these two teams. I get it. T2K has a lot of points for themselves, but it's you know, this competition is for filling up your bank, right?
Exactly. And their bank is pretty rich, both of them. So therefore, I would say let's not have the final game go for any of them or any of their favorites.
Sure.
Why not? I'm going to be called out for this,
you know,
a lot.
If you ask me or if you ask Pixels at this moment, we would be loving Masala, right? So I would say let's just focus on those two teams to have a 6th one.
No.
Maybe.
No. Let's. I'll give you the Masala. All right. I'm going to go for Raw in this last game.
Well, if you're giving me
last
that
game,
Masala,
I want to gamble. Yeah.
If you give me that Masala,
first. You'll have the map chance brought out as well, so that our stats can be brought on along with that, and then you can have the conversation as to which team might just bring in that masala, so to say, right? So, of course, for the final game, we're going to be jumping into Erangel, and then after that, we're going to be looking at the map chance, and this is where Varun and Ocean, I want you guys to lead on the conversation.
I mean, so Roy is not going to be here in the map chance percentage. That's why I said, last game, I feel like gambling. I'm going to go with Raw. I want to see that one chicken dinner with Raw.
Yeah, and for me, it's going to be DE. Like, again, it's for me as well, it's all those teams that did not have a did not get a chicken dinner yet. DE is there. We are talking about I8, right? Like, all those teams that don't have... Raw is in that as well. And maybe, just maybe R3D or some other team. Like, there are those teams as well that don't have a chicken dinner. So, and again, a panda dance maybe?
Well, hopefully. I don't know exactly what exactly are the criteria set up for that, because, well, Panda 1... Fixes did say that 4 chicken dinners is what they need to have for us to be able to see that auspicious panda dance. So without further ado, let's jump into this final game. Ask them this question: how exactly can we have that panda dance from them? It's going to be paying Fixes and Necro to take us through this.
I mean, well, correction. 4
Yeah,
back-to-back chicken dinners.
exactly,
I mean,
yeah.
that is what it takes. And I mean, for the 5th one, we've got Necro flaunting his muscles. And but yeah, let's just get back into the game over here. And well, I mean, Johnny is playing his ships, right? He's gone in for Raw over there. And well, I mean, Ocean wants some of that spiciness. He wants 6th one coming in. But this is where, you know, it all comes down. What do you want, Necro? What do you desire?
Man, I also want DRS to win, actually, this final one, man. I'm just so fascinated with the rotation that they made, bro. Like, that's just, like, one of those things that I never really thought of. Like, they used the waterways completely. I honestly thought that they might just collide against ZEUS when they try to make that rotation, but no. Instead, they used their massive brain. They went all the way from below. They took those longer routes, and, well, they just got inside the zone safely. And in the end, we have been talking about this since from the Season 3, how precise they are with their utility utilization. And, well, in the end game, that's what really came down to. And, well, that's how they won that previous game. And, well, just like that, Seal also went down. And that was such an unfortunate moment for Seal as well. The zone was favoring them. I anticipated that. I actually thought the Seal might just actually come out on top in that previous game. But, unfortunately, DRS surviving. And what do you expect? DRS is just a strong team in general.
I mean, work smart over working hard any day over here, and I think that was a perfect replication, right? Because come on, DRS did know for a fact that if they're gonna take the you know, the land areas, right, they're gonna get absolutely screwed because there are gonna be so many teams, and they did hear those shots in the background. So for them, heading off the waters was a pretty smart decision. Something that they've also done in the past, something that has also sometimes worked for them, sometimes completely blown right in front of their face. But this time, you know, when I say work smart, because I really love the discipline being shown by the lads. And even I think we did have the same conversation while we were taking a look at the circle that did form, right, where Seal was right in the center, where you were, of course, you know, thinking that Seal has a really good chance. And I knew 100%, you know, this is not going to be Seal's chicken because they were going to get surrounded somehow. And I mean, these are the few important criteria. Had they had a few covers for themselves, like, of course, they had that outpost, but that has been one of those most predictable areas, right? I mean, what are the chances, Necro, on planet Earth, or of course in the battlegrounds, that you've got that one little you know, outpost in the entire circle, and you're not going to throw a nade? I mean, of course, Seal should have anticipated that, which they did not, and DRS did, of course, capitalize. I mean, the most they could have done in that situation was get enough vision. You've got the vision, you've got your information, just back off. But, you know, more than that DRS and Seal fight, there's another fight that I really want to talk about, and this is very important because this needs to be addressed. A1 Esports. I do not see them playing like the same team. Now, few of them would, of course, a lot of them, you know, a lot of Bangladeshi fans would, of course, come and question. I mean, Texas, this has been one of those teams that has been together as a well-knit unit, you know, something like DRS. They haven't gone through a lot of roster changes. But what went wrong? I mean, of course, I'm going to share my opinion, but we're going to get inside the game first. But before that, I would also know your take on this.
Honestly saying that, now we also talked about how scared DRS were. I mean, not DRS, my bad. A1 Esports were when they were challenging a fight against 7C, right? In that Sanhok area, we were literally talking about this, how Fear was just, you know, jumping around. He was just, you know, running across. He was able to reposition himself so freely. And the main problem it's because A1 Esports were kind of scared. They had the fear in their hearts. If they just get those jitters away from their hearts, I feel like A1 Esports might just be back.
Yeah, I mean, they've got everything, right? They've got the perfect set of assaulters. They've got some good IGLing going on. It's all coming down to confidence, right? I really hope they get past their fears, because that needs to happen, because they've been one of those stalwarts from their region. I mean, you talk about the Bangladeshi region, they're the ones who put this region on the map. And, you know, watching them fall like this, this is not them, dude. I know these players for quite some long time, you know. Back in the days when I used to cast them in customs to, casting them at the biggest stages of PUBG Mobile, I know these players are well capable. I mean, come on, they wipe out the likes of BTR almost every single time they face it. But now, let's come back to reality, to what's in front of us. But this is where, we're witnessing quite an interesting flight path trajectory, a lot more twisted towards the west, and the zone, of course, tilting towards the east.
Yeah. Now, zone going over there. I mean, this is not the first time we've seen a zone like this, right? This is where ZEUS kind of now, if they would have dropped near shelter, they could have had the most advantage. They could have been in the center position over there, but they have dropped near Georgia Pool, which is completely fine. They do get a decent amount of loot over there as well, so it's quite understandable. As always, going near that kind of military island. Now, one question does really kind of strike my mind over here. It's going to be, now, are they going to be taking the right side rotation, or are they going to be taking the left side bridge? But hold on, what are we seeing over here? Seal crossing the eyes of TDK, and well, TDK dropped they didn't really drop near the place they like to drop. It's going to be farm split, but this time they dropped in Severny.
Yeah, and the simple reason is because, of course, PN Crew are not playing, and Seal, of course, dropping over here. This is where both these teams did imagine, since our team is not playing, this is our plan B, let's go there. And voila, they're going to meet each other up. And let's see who eats the other up. As we can see, Baron, he's going to take a back foot because, let's be honest, I mean, T2K have taken control over the eastern side of Severny, and this is where, Seal need to back off just a little bit. And if you talk about control, of course, Baron really dicey situation. Almost had that grenade from Sandesh being maybe just like, let's say, 2 meters behind. Baron was dead piece of meat, but now the retaliation comes in. Well, protection from the backlines as the other players of Team Seal, they're going to provide those smokes for Baron to escape. But Wally, I think, could be the difference maker over here.
Definitely he can be. Legend pretty much knows there is someone in the close contestation, so he doesn't want to peek his head out. It's quite understandable. In these kind of moments, you do want to make sure you're being as safe as possible because it's still the early phases of the game, and you don't really have the preferable loot that you want to face against opponents like Seal. So Suyoko still has quite a decent amount of loot. I would say he has a 4x for himself on that DP, so he's able to deal a decent amount of damage on those enemy lines. So 20 kill for now, looking quite great. On the other hand, Seal, one man's quite down low, and their loot also is not looking great. And well, Baron, that's not how you prone out in the open.
He just handed himself over.
Yeah.
With Shane, right? Like, come kill me, Papa. And that is exactly what he did. And well, I mean, I do not find any rationale behind this movement, right? This is what is, sometimes hurting the Mongolians a little bit, right? Because this is where you're supposed to decide somewhere to back off. Because from what I had seen in the formation, they had one of those players taking over the rooftops from backlines. They could have, at least traded Baron off. But this was a free kill. Now, Wally, he's going to create all that difference, but I believe his position has been compromised, and he's going to make a run for his life. But the question remains, is Legend going to, have him?
Oh my
do that? And there you have it. Of course, you've got Legend, and if my memory serves me right, he was, of course, in PN Crew. So he knows the nooks and crannies of Severny, and this is where, Seal, they're in such a tough spot, man. I mean, it's all come down towards Hustler, and he's got to hustle. He's got to hustle to get out from this bust.
I mean, now you also got to understand, right? Hustler is kind of like that new addition coming inside the squad of Seal. Back at the time, he used to play with Apes. I mean, up till now, he's doing quite a great job, just merging in with the team and overall trying his best to get used to how they play. But unfortunately, it's going to be from the far fray. That DP hitting good from the side of Suyogi. He seals the deal on the Seal. And well, they're going to be the first team to fall out of this game, and they're not going to be happy after such an elimination like that. And as I mentioned, right, Baron proning out in the open, he was the first man to go down, and I feel like Baron has been that man who's just kind of like the backbone of Seal.
Yeah, he certainly has been. But, a lot of bad decisions were made. A lot of overconfidence is something I did see in C. I believe they were sort of overwhelmed after that last good game, right? So they sort of overcommitted in that particular fight. Now, well, I mean, you've got to talk about ZEUS at this particular second. The way they instantly, they dropped off at one place. They dropped off at, Area A, which is, of course, around Charjo, and instantly rotated towards ZEUS, and instantly rotated towards Shelter, where, they find safe haven, and this is how they thrive, right? Now, this is where we talk about those multiple gameplay styles by the gods themselves. Now, they've been wounded, right? Because talking about the last game of Sanhok, they barely did any damage. It was 0. Now they are angry. They're gonna unleash their wrath upon the teams. Now, well, this is where it starts getting interesting because DEADEYES are going in for some really early rotations. Now, I've got to, ask you this, Necro. Do you think DEADEYES are anticipating ZEUS at that spot?
I feel like they might, but now again, that's a huge rotation being made from the side of ZEUS as well, right? We saw them dropping in Georgia Pool. They have came all the way towards kind of like that mansion area at this point, quite close to prison. Honestly saying, I don't really feel like they have any clue that ZEUS might just be next to them, like near Shelter. Now, this is where they usually like to drop. Shelter is kind of like the place where they're probably going to go ahead and loot a little bit of rested loot, just take their sweet little time looting. DEADEYES guys, they usually like to go towards Rozhawk. This time they're quite next to ZEUS, so this can be a little issue. I don't really know even if ZEUS have spotted them out at this point.
I mean, they're definitely going to anticipate some resistance, right? That's 100% sure. That is something that's going to happen. But what is again happening is maybe T2K and Clarity BABLU might lock horns against each other, and Team BABLU have sort of been silent. Now, this is where we did have A1 Esports in front of us here for just a little bit of time. But yeah, I mean, that fight against 7C in Sanhok, that was really, really hurting my eyes because, they could have done so many things. And the worst part is, if you remember, I mean, one of their players did act on no information, right? He just went in and was punished by the players of 7C, and that's not how you're supposed to go in. At least get a knock, at least get the second one. And 7C, I think they've shown quite some improvement, right? Considering the fact that they could not qualify. They've buckled up, they're trying, they're giving the effort, and effort is something that we absolutely love. And now what we have in front of us, the Golden Boys of Erangel, Future Station rotating, but might be in a kerfuffle against R3D.
It definitely can be, but now with that zone shifting up north, that means I8 are now going to be having to make a desperate rotation inside the circle. Same thing goes with Stalwart Esports. The problematic factor for Stalwart is going to be that there's Wizzes Vibes right next to them, or at least above the bridge lines. We do know how exposed bridges can be sometimes, and well, if you don't really have those smoke grenades backing you up, then that can be a damaging factor for your team. We already do see so many teams just traversing in the center of the circle. This is where ZEUS have found themselves in a great spot. They are ruling the shelters area. Hopefully they're able to do so since a long time as well in the future. Smokey announced from 7C. He has a decent spot,
Godless.
But take a look at this. Oh no, Godless out in the open. He decided to eject out of his vehicle. The vehicle gets blown up. That means there's no way he's going to be able to escape this situation that he has found himself in. He's gonna wait for his teammates to provide him that little backup fire. Hopefully they're able to do so. And we also do see the cavalry arriving. Take a look at it in the minimap. There is someone in the back lines who has found himself a great positioning on the DEADEYES guys. And while the visual is there, DEADEYES guys are bobbing and weaving, trying to dodge those shots. Looking safe for now, but I don't really know what to anticipate in the future.
A really healthy response from DEADEYES, because this is where I really started to think that they might overcome it and would go for Godless. But no, rather than going for the teammate, Icy is in a whole world of trouble, but he has to get inside the bunkers, find some safe haven, which does buy enough time for Godless to maybe try and get out of there. But we've got another player of DEADEYES having some keen attention over there, and that's going to be Shifu. Now, DEADEYES have definitely locked in Team ZEUS. Now, this we did not see coming, right? On top, course, along with Shifu, will finally manage to get that one knock. And the other player is on really low HP. Now, this is where DEADEYES need to start capitalizing. They know one of the players of ZEUS is, of course, on the lower grounds. Two players are almost knocked out, but Rated has decided to charge in alone, which might be a foolish decision, but he's taking his own time just to get his teammate. And this is where Frag, along with Rated, are going to try and push in. But again, Shifu and on top, I was expecting some sort of proactive movements being made from their side, trying to find a different angle. But yes, I did spot that. But so much happening in front of us over here, Necro. And ZEUS, I mean, they did go in for such an early rotation, but they did not on Earth anticipate that DEADEYES would do the same.
Exactly, they definitely didn't. But now with that one man falling down from ZEUS, now they're really not looking great. Even the position that they have, yeah, I do understand they have the center ground for themselves, but they don't really have the best of the best position. And well, this was the shot that I was talking about. Crypto, that's some quick reflexes right there. Takes his head out. But now we also do see circle closing in slowly and steadily. And this next circle is going to be the decider. It's going to be deciding so many teams' fate. If it moves up north near Yasnaya, things can really not looking be good for a lot of teams, because ZEUS, one man has been taken out, and well, still the zone's favoring ZEUS. That means DEADEYES guys as well, they don't really have to move anywhere. That means the pressure is going to stay constantly on ZEUS.
I mean, right now, ZEUS, I mean, they did overcome it, right? There was no chance or not. They could have saved Cutlass. And going there, this is where, this is starting to itch now. A similar thing Team Sail did, and well, you know what happened to them, right? And again, ZEUS trying to go in for saving their teammates. Now, this is something that the Mongolians love to do. That is, if their teammate is in a bad position, to go in for the save. But being so selfless sometimes, puts you in a really tough situation. I mean, yes, Godless was down and out, and what they could have done rather was try to mitigate. But now the things have even worsened. The situation has become really dire because IC and BABLU are so far apart from each other. And considering the circle has imploded on them, we're going to anticipate so many teams trying to come and take over these areas. And 1-4 is definitely not where you would want things to go. And that's going to happen to them eventually. But I really like how Team Clarity BABLU have rotated. And this is what I was talking about, right? BABLU just getting caught off guard. And DEADEYES making no mistake, now reducing Team ZEUS to just that one-man squad. Necro, how on earth have the gods fallen?
Now, one thing I can definitely say is that in that initial fight, as soon as Godless went down, or at least he was out in the open, he was caught off guard, ZEUS did seem quite scared to challenge that fight against them. And I feel like that's like the main problem, or that's like the main cause why they're really not in the game anymore. Or at least pretty much they're about to get taken out of the game, is that Godless being caught off guard out in the open, and then later on the confidence just falling down of ZEUS. They were being pinned down inside those shelters. As I mentioned, even though they have the center position, they're still really not looking great when it comes to that advantage. Well, this is where DEADEYES guys were just camping outside those bunkers and making sure ZEUS is not really peeking out. That being said, now DRS again, they have a great position for themselves inside the circle. And well, this might just also mean DRS might just have a great opportunity to win this game.
I mean, you wanted it, didn't you? And
yep,
I think
I predicted it.
Yes, maybe your desires are going to be fulfilled, because I just asked you the way Lucifer does, right? And now taking a look at how the circle has formed, this is one of those discussions I was having with Ocean in the green room, where we did see this transition where teams are going to play so much around the center, but suddenly something has occurred, and a lot of teams are loving the peripheries, right? They're going to go dashing in for the center of the circle after the 5th or the 6th circle, as I8. Of course, they're going to be in safer waters because 7C have decided to finally retreat. Now, this sort of gives them the opportunity to start going in. But where's the path? Where is the way? How are they going to rotate? But still, some retaliation from 7Z as Ale does quite a few bullets. But of course, I8 still managed to survive. Now the zone's shifting towards where DEADEYES are. I really like their chances. But again, the last player of ZEUS is still alive. I see. Can he pull something off? Something like Zol did in the first game of Erangel today.
Man, I just like the presence of mind being shown from the side of DRS. Now, if you've noticed before, they had a 2-2 split going in, but as soon as the circle shifted away, they piled up with each other. They pretty much gathered up, and while they are now inside the circle as well, they're holding the edge lines. They're being the guardian angels of the zone. They're making sure no one else is going to be crossing in from their back line. So that's a great thing, and this is why I just love the presence of mind being shown from the side of DRS. Those instant and quick kind of decisions being made by them is just so fascinating to watch. But now, TDK are going to be the one in the back line. 7C as well. They're taking quite a huge rotation all the way from the northern side. They were down south. Now this rotation might just not pan out well for them because DRS is right there, even Raw is there, and now TDK as well is slowly and steadily joining up the fray.
Look at so many squads on that southeastern side. You know, everyone swarming in for the zone with Stalwart. I love their rotation. I mean, they've taken their own sweet time. They've spread out. That's a good spread. Completely denying I8's entry inside the zone. Of course, they've managed to get the better of it, but playing from the edges, the chances really look slim for the next zone. But right now, we've got R3D in a bit of a dire situation, as Wizzes with Vibes have sniffed him, and of course they're gonna hide inside the smokes, but for how long? You're not gonna get a lot in that soft cover of the smokes. But Future Station, they are looking in a really bad spot. You know, so many fights happening.
Oh my,
the kings of Erangel and the cars are flying over here, as Joker, still trying to keep the hopes alive, has managed to knock down Rules, but Reaper Bot instantly getting that trade with a beautiful grenade.
And wow, he just gets ran over like that. That must not feel good, Delta. Just a little bit of sprinkle of salt on those wounds over there. And well, this is the Vibes now. They have gotten themselves a few stolen kills, I would like to say. R3D are the one kind of on the receiving end. Hassan is down such low. He still has a decent cover. One man being taken down. That means everything is now down into Hassan. And he just has so much burden on his shoulder. Malik is down quite low. And still he managed to retaliate back in style. And well, finally, R3D goes down. They fall apart on 15th position. Wizzes Wives doing a great job keeping R3D down on their knees. And well, now DRS versus TDK. This is the fight that we were all longing for. And I do want to see which one does come out on top, because both these teams are looking quite good. And if I'm not wrong, they're even tied up in those chicken dinners, right?
I mean, if you have to talk about this fight, that's definitely not fair, as Crypto one more.
Wow.
Blows up one more skull over there. But yeah, this particular fight, DRS and of course T2K, this is sort of ideally one-sided, because obviously in this warehouse, whoever has the control inside is going to win it easy. I'll tell you why. Because T2K, they are susceptible from attacks from multiple directions. I have been in this exact situation in an official tournament, and I know how deadly this position is. You know, you never would want to stay on the outside of these shelf, these warehouses, because you're gonna get shot from behind. But one good thing for T2K over here is they've got no one on the backline, so they can of course take their chances, be a little bit patient. But the zone has shifted. Now this is where I really like Legend's position, because now he's trying to block the players off. Now DRS, they're sort of unaware of where the other two players are. Now if Memo does not catch Legend or anyone, this is going to be so deadly. But then you have Sandesh being caught off guard, will of course be taken down, and so York is in really bad waters. This is where Jane has to come in, and they did reveal their positions, which I really do not think is a wise idea, because you've got the players of 7C who are waiting to sandwich.
Definitely. Venom Legends as well falls down. They get eliminated out the game. Stalwart Esports, it seems like it's only down to that one last man alive, and it's going to be Pika. The same thing goes with ZEUS as well. We did see he's the only man alive in that squad as well. And yeah, as you mentioned, TDK Jane falls down. Their backs are definitely exposed, but the thing is, those smokes are helping them quite a lot. And take a look at the Ramin coming in from the side of AJ. He's just trying to get as much as control as possible. TDK, they seem in quite a problematic spot at this point in time. Legend, if they want to survive, they need to find at least one knock on to DRS, and that's only how they can actually come out on top inside this one. But DRS is not really they're not really people who can be getting rid of that easily. AJ moves in quite close. In fact, they're right next to each other. Finally, AJ realizes there's someone right behind the wall, but he's getting shot at from Jane, and that's not really a good thing because DRS, well, they're retaliating back in style, and well, just like that, they take out TDK.
I mean, the sheer balls on these lads. I mean, wow. You've got to give it to them. How technical, how mechanical that one fight was. You know, you had equal amount of resistance being shown from both the sides. It all came down to the numbers, the positioning. Now, well, the real soldiers need to figure this out. This is going to be the real test because the zone has shifted away from them. Now, DEADEYES do know that there was certain team fighting in the far fray, and that being said, DEADEYES get themselves again on the kill boards as they get one player of I8. Now, Sinister. Well, A1 Esports, you know, they've forgotten the past. They've gotten over it. Now, it's a new game. Fresh new start. They've had a rather good time. You know, got a few kills for themselves. 3 in particular have managed to get a knock as well. But DRS, how are they going to get themselves out of the situation? That's a big question, as Jax does have that high ground, but I believe that's the answer. AJ being the one.
Yep, exactly. RX Jax goes down as well. A1 Esports taking quite a lot of bold fights in that. And well, Stalwart Esports, it seems like they challenged the fight against ZEUS, and Pika was the one to come out on top in that fight. A1 Esports are right outside shelter. They're going to make sure at least Stalwart Esports are not going to be exiting out of that. Pika's the only man from their side, by the way. DRS again caught off guard out in the open. Mafia Ninja's taking quite a bit of shots onto himself. A1 Esports this time, this is their time to make a comeback, or at least time to get the revenge onto DRS. But DRS again, they're doing quite a great job. They have lobbed in a lot of smokes to at least give them a little bit of temporary cover. But take a look at another fight that's panning out. It's going to be between I8 versus Wizzes with Wipes. Wizzes with Wipes is one of those teams that have been looking pretty phenomenally up till now. And if I8 does manage to take him out, that can be one of those really great things. But the problem for I8 over here is that all 3 players are knocked down, and well, it was all down to reviews. And well, reviews falls apart as well, and well, that's going to be I8 getting eliminated.
How on earth are DRS still alive? I mean, how have they made it so far? Oh, the champions for reasons. You've got to say this, man. I mean, so many teams were eyeing out at them, and they still somehow make it into contention where they can find a fight on equal grounds. But now Rated lobs a grenade. He for sure has spotted out where Nima is, and he dodges it. He dodges it, gets back into the same cover. Wow, I mean, that's some next level IQ, but not for the second time, as AJ is completely pushed in. It's going to get surrounded by 2 players, not 3, and there you have it. DRS getting wiped out, and DEADEYES are the ones who are going to be the reason behind that 12 kills already. Now they are feeling confident now. They have been striving to get the chicken dinner, one of the most consistent teams in the Superweekend, and this just might be their game, Necro.
Yeah, it definitely might just be their game, and well, take a look at that. That's a great opening being found from the side of Delta, but the problem is he's the only man alive from Visit of the Wives, but still, at this point in time, the main job of Delta over here is definitely going to be try and deal as much as damage as possible, try and collect as many as position points or even kill points as possible. Because Delta definitely does not have a good position. Wipes can easily hold him off bay over there. DEADEYES guys, they might just have a little problem getting inside the zone, but still, they're doing a great job lobbing those smoke wall in, creating that smoke wall, making sure neither Delta or neither Vibes have any kind of line of sight onto them.
It's going to be interesting right now, because here comes the rotation. Now the zone shifting away from them. We've been watching the players of Team Vibes, you know, being silent all day long, and the chicken dinner might just be the perfect ending. Love story, but Delta, look at this. He's surviving for his team. He's gonna let these two jargons, you know, these 2 giants fight against each other. As per Bean, might get spotted, but no, Delta finally making the movement over. He's going to take the plunge, gets spotted by Killer, who makes no mistake in taking him down. Now in a 4v3 situation, Team Vibes have their positions compromised. If some good grenades come out of Deadeye's side, I think this is it. But still now, I must say, this game is having an even footing, and I believe the next zone is going to decide who's going to win it out.
But again, the man advantage is looking huge in the favor of Deadeye's guys. And yeah, as he beautifully mentioned, the next zone is going to be the one to decide any of these teams' fate. Both these teams are equally skilled till now. And Deadeye's guys, as I mentioned, they do have a man advantage. So, of course, a little bit of advantage is going in their favor. On the other hand, Vibes, I do like that 2-1 split coming in from their side. So hopefully Assassin isn't really being spotted. But the problem is, where the lurker is aligned, that's where On Top as well is heading towards. But now Assassin has finally moved up behind that little airdrop. Maybe he's also gotten some goodies for himself.
He certainly has. I mean, this is genius from Deadeye's. You know, step into your yaws, get that little bit of an altitude, and spot the players out. And, well, now he's taking cover behind, and he's just jumping, trying to jump peek, and maybe find one. Snake in the grass. No. This grenade could have been deadly, but look at Deadeye's formation. It's
the circle shift on the Deadeye's.
And this is how Deadeye's might just get the chicken dinner. As Prabeen, he's been spotted off, but On Top is unaware as retaliation shots go in. Prabeen's still alive. His position has been compromised though. Killer having that ghillie suit, this might just be the difference maker, as Deadeye's have created that smoke wall for themselves, which can go against them, Necro.
Yeah, Deadeye's have so much cover for themselves, including those vehicles as well. But now the problem here is Vibes just don't have any kind of cover for themselves. The only airdrop is where Assassin is behind, or at least he was behind. He's not anymore. He's trying to create a flank angle for himself, trying to get a cheeky little angle onto the lads of Deadeye's, trying to open the fray up. But I also like the position of Rated Sir. He's hidden inside the bush, trying to be the one with the nature. But let's see if hopefully he's going to be able to do that successfully. Now, at this point in time, it just really comes down to that individual play that Assassin's trying to make here. If he's managing to find one knock, it's just going to be turning into Vibes' favor. But if that's not really going to be happening, instead, if Assassin gets spotted, I'm pretty sure Deadeye's are going to be having easy way out of this one.
They certainly can in a 3v3 situation. This is where, you know, Killer has to make some movements, right? Him being really just silent over there, I think he's going to go for the sacrificial plays. But Deadeye's finally trying to get in. The shots are finally being fired. And, well, Chifu has taken quite some damage. But Beat is still alive now. Assassin fighting this beautiful knock. This is really good as the retaliation does come in. And Vibes coming out on top. And Deadeye's are absolutely shell-shocked. And this is a chicken dinner that they have absolutely earned for themselves. I mean, the sheer positioning, and Assassin has to be undoubtedly the MVP in that fight. Of course, his teammates did help him along, but those two opening frags, that is what changed the fate. And Deadeye's again get so close, but just too far. And it was again a beautiful outing from these lads. You know, they did manage to get 12 plus kills, and but they did not get is the $1,000 that went into Team Vibes' favor.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, like, we were literally talking about how Vibes is not really getting the spotlight for themselves, and finally they do in a banger way. And this is literally a team that we were talking about, man. You know, Vibes, they are quite good on the overall rankings, but when are they going to be showcasing themselves? And, well, that's a good way to showcase yourself.
Yeah, get a chicken dinner, and they're going to have a good night's sleep. Of course, they're going to have their tummies full. But right now, I believe we are starving because we need to get our tummies full. And of course, with that being said, we're finally done with all the games of the evening. But what we're not done yet is the analyst desk, which is going to come after this short break.
Well. Talk about PMPL South Asia Season 4 getting heated up in the second Super Weekend, day number 2. I'll tell you another story. Green Room's definitely getting heated up. These talents are up on 2 against each other. But talking about the game, dudes, I mean, this was just the game that Vibes was waiting for throughout the entire.
I know I shouted, but actually, just no overall talk about it, because it was actually an amazing game. For a second, I would say, actually for a lot of time, we thought DE might just have it because they were having the man advantage. They even took down DRS, so it just looked like the game. And look at this, there are 3 players from DE in the top players.
I mean, 3 players from DE, 1 from Wizzes Vibes, and then it seems like anytime a team with Vibes in their name is close to DE in the final few circles, the chicken dinner is not going to be theirs.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on and have a look at the head-to-head coming in from this game. Of course, we do know Vibes got the chicken dinner, but then, as you were so perfectly mentioning, was so close.
Yeah.
In almost every corner, you know, when we look at it, they are checking every corner in a perfect way. I don't know, you know, just have a look at it. 2,431 damage, still 970 damage received. That's slightly at a higher number though. 13 kills, and that actually puts them overall for this match at a higher position as compared to Vibes. 25 points, 22 points. Vibes, they did lose 1 player. That's why the average survival just goes a bit low.
But the $1,000, Ocean. The $1,000 go to Vibes in this match. But still, I mean, DE getting those points, that means in the overall standings, they're going to be looking at a much better position.
Definitely. And as we talk about the final game itself, we'll talk about it during the Oppo moments. Right now, when we do talk about the match summary, we do have, of course, Delta from Wizzes with Vibes. Now, I do want to bring out this team as well. Wizzes with Vibes. This team has been popping like perfect games, one after the other for the day, I would say.
Yeah, they have been, you know, coming up with really decent games for themselves. In a lot of games, we have seen them just, you know, going for them more than 5th circle. That's where, you know, you see a chunk of elimination happening, 5th, 6th circle. We have seen them going past this. So that's like a really good thing for them. I mean, Delta with the most utilities used is 12. Killer as well, Fraxer, Sandesh. Yeah, and all right, talking about Sandesh, the early fight in 7, like that's where it all just started pretty good.
Well. What a play this was for the side of these teams. But with that, we do, of course, have, as was mentioned earlier, DEADEYES guys taking the better chunk of the points, but overall Vibes walking away with a bigger bank balance. So overall, it works out for both the teams. But in all of this, A1 Esports has picked up a little bit of their pace as well, looking pretty neat with those 5 kills and 8 placement points. Another team that have been slacking for quite a long time.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, A1 Esports, they had a decent day with that chicken dinner win, but today was kind of a slow start, but with the momentum finally bending up to the end of the day, I believe A1 Esports are not going to be worried about being in a decent position. Their job right now, I believe their goal, it is going to be to get as much money as possible with those chicken dinners and also make it to the finals. They're going to be aiming for the finals directly. Although, on the other side, ZEUS Esports doing so well in one game, and the next match, the earliest of exits.
We've talked about it, right? This happens almost every day, right? A team
it's always the second last and the last game, by the way.
Exactly. Like, there's such a stark difference from the second last game of the day into the last game. You'd never anticipate a game that takes that final game with a chicken dinner. You're always like, wait, seriously? But wow, what a play that was. Never mind with that. When you talk about all these rotations, Oceans, it's up to you, mate. Take us through all these teams' rotations through the zone analysis.
And that's where, you know, I'll take this conversation as well as for what happened for, you know, ZEUS Esports. You see this area. This happened to ZEUS Esports, where T2K was, both of the teams just dropped down, and then T2K started moving in. As this fight was happening, around this area, we saw one more team, and that is ZEUS. They just went for a really good rotation like this, and well, they were at a really comfortable place where they just, you know, like to be. That's just their spot. That's just, you know, where they have to be. But it looked like they were being a bit scared, you know, just moving forward, taking fights, and they did not anticipate DE at this moment as DE just started moving. DE was just, you know, raining chaos on any team that they were just, you know, looking forward to, be it ZEUS, be it DRS. Any team that was just, you know, coming up right in front of them, DE was doing really good. Vibes from the backlines was, you know, doing really good, and Wizzes with Vibes. If I'll say one thing, and that is, if you just look at right now and you tell me that this team is just, you know, going to be doing really good, this team is going to be doing, like, if you tell me this, I'm not going to believe, because they are not in their comfort zone overall, like all these teams if we talk about it. But still, these teams were doing really good moving forward. by making their players survive a bit longer. A1 Esports, they had the central area, still things just did not turn out in their favor somehow. Well, that's one thing. But Stalwart, till this moment, as right now you see Pika just last one player surviving, they were acquiring this place where I8 is. I8 comes from the backlines, just takes them down. Pika being a lone ranger, he had to just move away from this area, and that's where the game entirely changed against Stalwart's favor. Otherwise, it might just have been their game. But again, well, you talk about it, the teams are just trying to move forward, but Wizzes Reaper, he was comparatively on a higher ground alongside Delta, and that's why they just could not move forward. But Vibes, again, they had to struggle for this win, but they earned it in the final moments. Look at this. I mean, DE had that cluster. They kind of had the circle for themselves, but the openness of the area, even their vehicles cover could not just save them.
Exactly. I mean, the way Vibes just played that mind game, I loved it. Beautiful play being created from Killer, right? He was the one with the ghillie suit. He attracted all those bullets on towards him. All three players coming in from the side of their opponents, and then of course it was an easy peasy win for them. But there were so many other fights that took place, as Varun did mention. ZEUS Esports going on real quick early in the game. Let's move on to the open-ended moments.
Yeah, I mean, this was an unexpected situation for ZEUS Esports as well, and T2K definitely did capitalize, wiping out the entire squad in this position. But from here on out, the game wasn't going to get easy with the way the circle moved, especially that eastern side, the shelter area. You have to be extremely careful. The rotations are going to be out in the open. You will have a few ridges, but the teams that get there early, if they manage to find that cover, just like DE did, will have a priority unless the circle moves away from them. And DE, as Ocean pointed out as well, they were ready for the action. They went in towards the center with the intention to fight, and they were able to catch a few teams off guard.
Yeah, but you know what hurts me the most at this moment is the thought that against Paradox, DE was second in the map of Sanhok. Against DRS, DE was second in the second day first match of Erangel. And right now, as well as against Vibes, DE was second. DE is playing in their element and they are just doing amazing in their element, but still no $1,000. That's what hurts me, because this team, I still remember PMPL Season 2 League, they were the winners. This name was winners of that set. So I would love to see what they can just give us onto the upcoming matches in the upcoming week.
Also, I have to say, I love the confidence that was displayed by the players of DEADEYES, by the players of Vibes, I'm sorry. Because as you pointed out, the rotation, Jiggle was so far away from his team, yet he was alive till the team made it to this position, to the top 3. He was just taken out before, I believe a few seconds before Delta was finished off. But then in the last 4v3, Vibes, they know how to close it out, and love the reaction from Assassin, right? They're definitely a player who is quite confident and has every right to be so.
And it's certainly looking very happy as well with that performance. $1,000 in the bank. Ching, give that to me, but certainly hope that moves on, right? Let's hope that moves on for tomorrow, the final day of this second weekend, right?
This is we need to talk. ZEUS previous game 0-0, this game 0-64. That's just not good. Future Station, I get it. They had 1 point for the kill department. It doesn't matter. 1 for the placement doesn't matter. I mean, the thing is, this team knows how to get in those circles, and they will do that tomorrow or something like. They have that. But ZEUS, a team that rotated that fast, it looked like that, they needed that chicken. They were looking only for chicken dinner and nothing else, and they faltered down because they were just not anticipating a team really close to them on the rotations.
Seriously, I mean, Ocean, when it comes to PMPL Season 4 storyline, it is hunky-dory, I would say, as we move on to the storyboard altogether itself. As, of course, Ocean, you were mentioning about DEADEYES guys for PMPL Season 2, right? I mean, they were looking ferocious. You move on to PMPL Season 3, it was a completely different affair being showcased from the Mongolians, and of course the Nepali teams are always there. But from that, you move on to PMPL Season 4. Yeah, tell me more about the story.
No. So this is where you can actually appreciate them for a few things. But again, that 0 on the chicken dinner marker, that's where I would just want to have my eyes when it starts. But they have, even with so many second positions, they have 129 placement points. That's brilliant. They have 105 kill points. That's brilliant. That means they are on neck to neck with the competition of a team, of those teams, to be honest, that have 5 chicken dinners. DRS 240, they have 234 points. One good game can just take them up, and they have showcased right now that if it comes down to the fight, they will eliminate DRS for sure.
Exactly. I mean, this just shows how consistent DE have been, that even with 5 chicken dinners to DRS Gaming, they're just 6 points shy. But yeah,
Just one thing. Imagine on the first day of league plays, this week's league play, DE was not able to qualify, right? Imagine if they would not have qualified, but they did, and that's just think about the impact that they are making on the lobby right now.
I think we already talked about this during the league play days and discussing DE. Even they knew they were going to make it on the other side. It's just the caliber of the players that they have. But now, after making it to the Super Weekend, priorities change, right? And even though they are sitting in the top 3, I think now the priorities need to change again. They need to make sure that they walk away from these league stages with as many chicken dinners as possible. But moving over to the other side, the second page, while I expected Venom Legends to, well, surpass High Voltage, they've gotten close enough. They will definitely be able to cover up the difference tomorrow.
You know, another team in all of that who has not been able to take that $1,000 home?
Yeah,
right.
Ruthless,
I8
Warriors.
I8.
Oh, I8 on the first
R3D.
page,
Like, we have names. We have multiple names. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, we have multiple names. But, you know, we can cut some slack for 7C and R3D right now because we know that they are still just, you know, comparatively new in this genre right now for this Super Weekend. But other teams, Raw. I mean, this team was doing really good on the first league play week, you remember. So,
yeah, exactly. I mean, you bring that conversation back to us, Wizzes vibes as well, right? I mean, when we spoke about that first league play itself, they were looking ferociously awesome. Move on towards that first Super Weekend, they kind of lacked down, and then move on into the second Super Weekend, they are popping heads once again. But with that, in all of this, as you guys were mentioning again and again, the consistency, we of course did see that consistency right now again. It was DEADEYES, guys. So let's bring up the stats that they have showcased in the 5 games played just today on day number 2 of the Super Weekend, and well, here they are.
Well. I mean, that is just impressive performance. Look at those survival times from these lads. Look at the damage numbers that were dished out within their day itself. Shifu Sir sitting with 9 kills, 2,119 damage. And, I mean, it was the team all together, coming together as a unit that was the reason for DE's success. I mean, usually we always see it is that one individual just leading the charge for his team. Not this team. It's a team play sort of a situation with this one.
Actually, yes. Everyone just, you know, looked really hungry. Talk about it, right? For those skill points for themselves. Talking about the way they have been playing. Well, right now in the map of Erangel, their average damage looks really good. It's almost around 1,000. They will reach there slowly and steadily with an average skill of 4. That's just amazing. And Sanhok is something that's giving them a high survival time. So if they want to just, you know, maybe capitalize on the points here and there on the basis of survival, Sanhok is the game they look out for. Otherwise, it's Erangel where they obviously are doing really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, damage certainly working in the team's favor. I mean, Shifu right there looking pretty awesome. But along with all that, as we move on towards the leaders themselves when it comes to the damage that has been dished out, well, let's talk about it. We've got Stalwart leading the reign with top 2A along with his teammate, Action 2A.
Alright, so this is, exactly. This is where, you know, I wanted to keep up the conversation for one thing. Look at this, where top in Action are 20,000, 18,000 versus the entire lobby. Still, today, Stalwart was trying to make up the impact. They were trying to make up the mark, but it was not, you know, in every match. And look at where IC and ZEUS are. You saw this, right? Previously, a few days back, IC was doing really brilliant with his caliber, and we know that this lad can do good. But today, Killer moved up, Sandesh moved up, these players have moved up, and ZEUS is suffering on all cylinders right now. They're not firing up, they're suffering on all cylinders. ZEUS, that one game, the first game that ZEUS did really good, the damage numbers did rack up in that game, but otherwise, after that, where is the impact? Where's that old ZEUS that we, you know, just talk about?
Exactly. I mean, so true, so true. For this game, or not only this day rather, throughout the PMPL Season 4 games, I would say, when it comes down to ZEUS Esports, again, Varun, correct me if I'm wrong, but it has, from the side of ZEUS Esports, been one-man army sort of performances that we've seen that at times have worked, at times have not, and at times have completely closed their gameplay.
I completely agree with that. I mean, it's not even Godless at this point. It's either IC or ZEUS. We hardly see Godless in action, and that is not going to work out for this team for long. And it's already looking like the Mongolian teams have been shut down. I mean, talk about the wake-up call that was given to the teams from Nepal, the teams from Pakistan in Season 3 when we had ZEUS Esports show up, when the current line of Stalwart Esports showed up under a different name back then during the South Asia Championship. And that wake-up call made these teams this way. It made them evolve. It made them even tougher to beat. And the results, they're looking quite clear right now.
Well, with that, one final question for you, Ocean. What are your anticipation from these Mongolian teams for tomorrow being the final day of the second Super Weekend?
So tomorrow, I would say ZEUS should not play as I would say they were looking scared today. Just as we were discussing about this as well. So tomorrow, I want them to go in their element. Well, they obviously, be it a bad day or anything, they are still qualified in the top 16 as of now, right? They are in top 16, so that's really good thing. They can experiment tomorrow if they want to, and that experimentation, I would say, it can pay them really good in the next Super Weekend if they want to just be there. But tomorrow, they can go for good experiments.
What a day. What a day it has been. What a wonderful, wonderful journey has been showcased from all of these teams where ups and downs are being created. But overall, it is all thanks, of course, to you guys who sit back at home. But again, with all of this, have you clicked that red button? If not, please go right ahead and click onto that subscribe button. And as you do so, do not forget that when it comes down to those rewards, the Super Weekend rewards, those are available right there at PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. Keep that in mind, South Asia page, right? You have to go there and subscribe, and in the chart you will see all those codes spread out. And while you're at it, do not forget to subscribe to all of our social media links as well, from Instagram to Facebook to Twitter as well. Alongside that, it's a huge thanks to our sponsor Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. We do reach the end of our day, the second day, but we'll be back again with day number 3 tomorrow with some more action-packed games for you. But until then, take care. Bye-bye.